We are here to discuss an issue that brims under the surface of every pulpit sermon and every Kiddush conversation across the Jewish world today. That is, in a day and age in which not only is there a Jewish state, but for the first time a governing coalition which collectively espouses Torah values, where should the focus of a Torah Jew be? Does it remain in the realm of the personal, of character development, self-actualization in God's image, and shmiras hamitzvos? Or has it shifted to the public domain in the realm of politics, collective action, and society? We are joined by two esteemed guests who will discuss and debate this topic. Rabbi Michael Levy has championed a person-centered approach to Jewish practice in his work as a rabbi, disability advocate, and public servant for over 50 years. Rabbi Levy received rabbinic ordination from the Jewish Theological Seminary and has served as a board member at Yad HaChazaka, where he supported making Jewish experiences and texts available to Jews with disabilities. He worked as director of travel training at MTA New York City Transit until his retirement in 2018. Rabbi Levy and his wife, Chavi Willig Levy, are active members of Eish Kodesh and enjoy music, hosting, and spending time with their grandchildren. Rabbi Adam Winston is a lawyer and rabbi in Richmond, Virginia. He received smicha from the Chief Rabbinate of Israel and his JD from the University of Richmond School of Law. He works as a law clerk to the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Virginia and currently serves as the president of Knesset Beth Israel in Richmond. Rabbi Winston believes that Torah Judaism has throughout history articulated itself in a voice that speaks to the times. In a hyper-political environment, a Torah that retreats from these issues is destined to be less relevant. To that end, he is the founder and director of Torah Town Hall, an organization that researches and explores issues of civics, government, and high politics through the eyes of the Navi, Chazal, and the Jewish literary tradition. Thank you, Rabbi Levy and Rabbi Winston, for being here and helping our viewers think about Jewish meaning in 5783.
Thank you, Nachum Siegel. It's pretty cool that Nachum Siegel is introducing me. I'm Adam Winston. I am a rabbi and a lawyer. My day job is working for a judge, and my passion project really is an organization that I recently started in Richmond, Virginia called Torah Town Hall. And the idea behind Torah Town Hall is pretty simple. I think that Jews especially, and people in this generation are more educated, are brighter, more inquisitive, and more curious than they ever have been before. And that power and that potential, coupled with the fact that opportunity is limited, is making a lot of people feel very sad and powerless. And I thought that empowering Jews with a Torah that speaks to high politics, that speaks to the issues that are pervasive in the news and in the media and in society and at people's kitchen tables, giving them a vantage point of power, of knowledge and understanding, and agency, really, tying their Jewish identity to the things that they're thinking about most of the day, treating them like educated and knowledgeable people, because they really are. So Torah Town Hall was born. And basically what we did is we started learning and giving talks and discussing the issues of the day, the politics of the day in minute detail, but looking to Torah sources to do that. So that's my passion project. I really truly believe that the future of the Jewish people is an integration of Torah and the public policy issues of the day in any given time. I really truly believe that that's the path forward, that's the way to cinch Jewish national unity. And that's really the position that I want to try to put forward today, and maybe convince a few people of, if I can.
Thank you, Nachum, for your introduction. And I'm Michael Levy, president of Yad HaChazakah, the Jewish Disability Empowerment Center. And Adam, you couldn't have given me a better opening, because Yad HaChazakah is all about empowerment. How do we all work together, those of us with disabilities and our fellow travelers, to make sure that people with disabilities are integrated fully into their Jewish communities? And I'm a straight shooter here. I need to tell you from the outset, from the start, from the get-go, that 1 out of 17 people with, 1 out of 17 Americans, actually, 1 out of 17 Americans cannot access Amudim, cannot access Torah Town Hall, because they can't go online. Either they have no computers, or they don't have the money to buy a computer, or they don't have the money to buy the adaptive equipment and get the training they need. As you can see, I'm a blind person here on Zoom. A lot of people just don't have the money. A lot of people aren't even aware that they could use a computer. There's even experts, even people who call themselves big experts in the disability community, don't know what I just told you, that there is a way for people to get online. So we'll see about where we stand in terms of values, but here's a project that I'd like to see for Amudim and Torah Town Hall. When December 1st, 2023 arrives, how many more people with disabilities will be able to access what you are offering? There are ways to do it. I'm willing to work with anybody to do it. So let's see what happens by that date. Now, if I may continue, here's what happens if you're a Jew with a disability who can't access Torah. You go looking somewhere else for values, and maybe that's not the best place for values. And you may choose to opt out of Judaism, which doesn't seem very welcoming if you can't access it. So that's the downside. But we'll get back to the up, I'm sure, as you continue, Adam.
Well, look, it didn't sound like you took an oppositional stance to me there, Michael. So if I can try to maybe tie in what you said with what I said. I think even if you solve the accessibility, maybe after the question of accessibility, I 100% agree with you that accessibility to physical spaces and accessibility to digital spaces is something that has to be corrected for Jews and all people with disabilities. I don't think anybody can argue with that. But even after, if we move beyond the question of accessibility, what exactly is it that people are accessing, and what is it that people are lacking? And that is really the question that I'm trying to solve. Because frankly, and I don't know if this has been your experience, and feel free to push back if it hasn't been, but my experience has been that the Torah that is being offered, the accessible Torah, the people that people are able to consume, focuses almost exclusively on either halachic minutia or some form of character development, midos development. Some sort, and even if whether it has a Musar flavor, whether it has a Hasidus flavor, but those are the two main thrusts. And still, Amudim's doors are being knocked down. Now, I'm not a clinician. There's lots of reasons for that, but I'm someone who has experienced and seen substance abuse and mood disorders and anxiety and depression up close. And I can tell you that they're experienced with the same frequency The things that Amudim is here to help correct are experienced with the same frequency by people who have access to all of these things. There's something about the approach that we're taking that is still missing people. Even the people that have access, and I agree with you 100% that accessibility for people with disabilities is a problem. But what I'm focused on is even after we give them that access, there seems to be a lacuna in their spiritual world, in their emotional world. Something is missing. And ironically enough, what I am trying to suggest is that the solution could be that we're not thinking big enough in our Torah. We are approaching, and the founders of Hasidus said this, our souls are bigger than ever. Rav Tzadok said, our soul, we are, this generation, we like to poke fun at ourselves and call ourselves pachosim and small people. But the truth is that the average Jew walking on the street today is a Talmid Chacham Atzum Od compared to what was going on before in the world. We know so much, and most of us are not able to employ that in any way. A political Torah, putting Torah on the same plane that everyone is operating on anyway, to me, seems to me a possible solution to the problem that we have, which is that we're missing the mark somehow.
Okay, I'm going to say a couple of things which you will see will tie in. Okay, first of all, and I actually go back to my parents who weren't religious, okay, but Torah was important to them. Doing chesed was important to them on as high a level as they possibly could go. They would go out of their way to help people. We'll get to the politics in a minute, but they were there. When something was needed, they were there. And from that value system comes the idea that as long as you're doing it personally, helping people, you gradually expand that and make your family bigger until the family is the world. And that's how you help somebody climb the steps of the stage to get political access, the access that you're asking for. The other thing, and I'm going to say this with some emotion, is that I think that a lot of places are coming up with the idea of saying, oh, we're going to bring you a person who is a Torah observant Jew or values Torah, and look what a great American he can be. He can be Sandy Koufax, he can be a millionaire, a billionaire, and he still values Torah. What I say is, Jews first, thigh on America. America is great, but why are you making America the criteria by which you measure Jewish success? Concentrate on the Judaism, make Judaism a boiling pot, then go to America.
On this point, I think we agree, because I'll tell you what I really mean when I say that we have to elevate the Torah to a political plane, is that there is a valence of Torah that informs what politics should be. So I agree with you. I'm not speaking necessarily or even at all about Jews certainly being obsessed with American politics, but even Israeli politics, which I think is closer to something that we should be focused on, isn't really the thrust of what I'm talking about. I'll give you an example. So when I first heard the story of Gidon from the book of Judges, from Shoftim, this is the way it was told to me. Gidon defeated the Midianites, and the Jewish people wanted to reward him for being their savior. And they asked him and his sons and his progeny after them to rule over them as a king. And Gidon says, no, I'm not going to be your king. My children aren't going to be your king. Hashem's going to be your king. And Chazal venerate Gidon for his humility. It's an incredibly humble act. Lahavdil, he's the Cincinnatus of Jewish history, the George Washington of Jewish history, right? But I say it tongue in cheek, but I'm serious, because when you learn that there's an older Jewish root to the apocryphal story of George Washington never telling a lie or not wanting the power and say and not claiming a perpetual throne for himself. I think it adds a Jewish valence to these things. I think it's incredibly powerful.
I agree with you, but what I would say is George Washington is the Gidon of American history. In other words, don't make George Washington first, make Gidon first. Maybe George Washington, although he didn't talk about Gidon, maybe he was influenced by the Bible that he learned. Okay, again, it's not a debate. It's a question of or maybe it is a debate, but
it'll be a debate soon because I'm gonna go further.
Okay, look at this very portion that we're reading today about, this is Chaye Sarah, whenever this comes out, but we're looking at the struggle of who is going to be king after King David. And you've got a younger generation trying to, so to speak, usurp David's rule and go against what he promised Bathsheba. And there's a lot of usurpers in the world today. And we have to touch on that. Maybe you want to be king, but maybe what the Torah says about not usurping power, even if you think you'd be a better king, maybe you have to stand down.
But where is the point of application for the average Jew? So at Torah Town Hall, this is what we would say. Yes, it's true that humility is a personal virtue that you should learn from Gidon. You should learn to question your own capabilities. That's a beautiful thing, and we will make the world a better place if people do that. But what I would say is we should add a layer of application. And where is that layer of application? Is we should apply the lessons of Gidon to the political realm as an act of Jewish avoda. In other words,
you have an agenda. You're an educated town hall Jew, Torah town hall Jew. You want that agenda to be up on the political stage. Well, maybe it's not time for that. Maybe it's not time for your party to take the stage. Maybe it's time for you to swallow the bitter pill and realize either my time is over, I have to do something else. We've got a president who is 80 years old and has to decide whether he's going to run for president or not.
Ah, very good.
What would the Torah say about that? What would the Jewish Torah values say?
You're making my point for me, Michael. If you're Joe Biden, and then the point of application and the personal and the political point of application are the same because you are in the game. But for the average person who's not in the game, my claim is that there's still a political point of application that is a valid form of avodas Hashem. And what does that look like? You take the message from Gidon that you want a leader, and Yotam stands up after Avimelech is crowned king, and he says, and he lambasts the Baalei Shechem for choosing Avimelech as a king, and he says, why are you picking someone who's running after power? The person who runs after power is going to end up destroying you and themselves. That lesson can be used by the average Jew to put their kishkas in to a cause that aligns with those values. And then every single door they knock on, if they're supporting a Gidon, if we elevate the Gidonim of the world to want to serve, and Jews can feel a part of a political movement that's infused with Torah, I think that is something that treats the average Jew like the educated citizen that they are. I'm just worried that the limiting Torah's application to the personal and not accepting the political valence of Torah is dooming us to secondary importance, basically, in the minds of a lot of people.
I'll tell you a point that I hope you disagree with me, because then we have a debate. But how many people don't even want to get in a game? How many people say, I don't need a game. Wait, let me finish. I'm working, I have a job, I'm a good boy, I'm a good girl, I do what I need to do. I don't need a game. like I'm kind of like an ostrich. I put my head in the sand, you know. We can't do that now. So you have to be in some game because the world everybody's in the climate club, okay? It isn't just Joe Biden who's going to feel the impact if if we don't do something about the climate. Everybody's in the gun violence game because eventually it's going to hit somebody that you know or that you care about. Everybody is in the COVID pandemic game. It's not a game, but it's still around. It's not going away. And if you don't get involved somehow, if you don't make sure that people pay attention and do what they're supposed to, well, or what, at least take a stance, you're in that game. These are world issues. Okay, then we can talk about, well, what does Judaism say about the COVID game, the climate game? You have to be in a game. Otherwise, if you're not in a game, you're contributing to the world's downfall.
Yeah, I think that's right. Let me, if I understood, let me kind of restate part of what you said, and you'll tell me if I got it right. I think that there's a Torah that I heard once in the name of the Piazetzna that really stuck with me. When he's speaking about educating young kids, he has a line that you have to show kids the beauty of Torah before they see a Rembrandt. Otherwise, they're going to think that beauty is the Rembrandt their whole lives, and Torah is going to be playing catch up for the rest of their lives. And I think in this realm, it's something very similar. You're almost making my point for me that people are living in the world and they're seeing these issues and they're of burning importance, whether it's because the media sells things as a dumpster fire so that they can get clicks and subscriptions, or whether the problems really are that dire. You probably have to look at each issue individually. But regardless, people are feeling like they have to be involved in something or the world's falling apart. But the problem is that the views that they're offered on any given issue tend to not be informed by Torah, because our education doesn't focus on what I call in Torah Town Hall Jewish civics, which is basically these fundamental ideas of separation of powers and oftentimes liberal lowercase l ideals, classical liberal ideals that really have their roots in Torah, in the Navi and Ksuvim. And if we knew that, we would be an empowered, sophisticated Jewish citizenry. That's really what we're after, I think. And then go and take over the climate movement, but do it in a way that's informed by kavod hateva, whatever Torah ideal you can pluck out of our tradition. And there's a lot to pluck out and mine that it's never been mined for this before in any systematic way. It's an open frontier.
Okay, I'm going to go back to something that you quoted with the Piazetzna about find beauty in Torah. How do you get a kid to find beauty in Torah? Okay, there is a famous story about Rabbi Yehoshua, I think, that his mother took him to the hall of study just to hear Torah being learned. That's beauty, okay? I'm going to start very, very young. Let's go to what children are exposed to, Jewish children. You got all these interactive toys. Welcome to our learning farm. There's so much to do. And then they listen to that for an hour, and then they want to hear the learning farm. There's nothing Jewish about that. We need Jewish, toys like that to show, welcome to our Torah farm. Yes. There's so much to learn.
Yes.
And exactly right. Who is the receptacle? Who is the conveyor of that Jewish beauty? It's whoever the primary caregiver is. I'm not agreeing on gender, but it's usually the mother. So if there's something we can do to support the caregivers, that's when you plant the seed. That's when they won't run after Rembrandt. They'll run after the lulav, the esrog. They'll run after Kiddush. Kiddush is beautiful for a kid. I It's amazing. You ever seen a 1-year-old elbowing his way over to the cholent? They know what to do. That's, beauty is food. Come on, let's be real.
That's domestication right there. Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it, okay? But it's worked for generations and generations. And the Rambam talks about that. He has a whole education system. You reward kids with prizes, not for getting an A and going to Harvard, for Pe'ilim, for raising money for Jewish causes. You bring them up to the front of the room. And Shlomi, he got 100 people to sign up for whatever. And we're giving him whatever, candy, whatever it is. We don't do that enough.
If the client is interested in us following through, we're here every step of the way up until the very end. For some clients, there is no very end. They just want us checking in to make sure everything is going smoothly, if they want a change of a therapist, if they want anything like that. If we're sending a client to a treatment center, we're speaking to her therapist and her whole team at the treatment center. If there are any issues, we're the first person they call to kind of figure out what we can do to make the situation better, to speak with them, to make her experience at treatment the best possible.
There's no question that we live in a very complicated world today. The world of technology, as great as it is, has caused a lot of turmoil out there, and there are a lot of kids struggling out there with it. And Amudim is always there. They are always there for us. I don't know what we would do without it today. We have a community of close to 80,000 people today. And when you're gonna have a community that large, from right to left, yeah, you're going to have problems. The problems are out there. And there are hundreds of these problems, maybe even in the thousands from our community alone, that we have brought to Amudim's door. And they're there for us.
Support the people who can bring beauty. Reward Moras and Rebbes who do well who are able to inspire kids in nursery school, kindergarten, pre-1A. Make them, and those people do deserve it. They get bubkas for a salary, and they're on their feet. They're dancing around. They're losing their voices, from talking all day. Start with them. Make them the purveyors of the beauty, and then your kid will never run after a Rembrandt. Never.
So I don't disagree, and I would never discount the importance of a personal touch and the significance of a good Rebbe and a good parent. I try to be a good parent, and I've been influenced by Rebbes my entire life. I owe a lot of what I have and what I am to them, but it's not scalable. That if we want to impact a whole class of people, which is not just one Jewish child, which I think is probably the focus of most mechanchim, is the Jewish child that's in front of them. But if you're looking at enterprise solutions to, frankly, a Torah that's getting drowned out by the news cycle. We had the Satmar Rebbe, one of the Satmar Rebbes just the other day blasted the Jewish community for getting infected by Trumpism. Without commenting on the specifics of that phenomenon, I do think that one of the reasons that to the extent that he's right, and I think it got so much attention because everybody realizes that there's an element of it that's correct. The reason that happened is because there's no alternative. That's the discourse across every medium that every resident of this country pays attention to. And Judaism has never shied away from cultural trends. Right? That's what the Abarbanel basically says. That is what the Yud Gimel Ikrim of the Rambam was a cultural trend. People were, the other faiths were consolidating their doctrines into pithy statements of faith. And that was really getting people's attention. The same way that clickbait is getting our attention today. And what Judaism did is it adapted. The Rambam said, we've never committed a set of principles of faith to writing before, but we have to now, or we're going to get left behind. And I think the same thing is true. The Sama Rebbe says, the Jews have been infected by Trumpism. They should really be focused on what Jews have traditionally been focused on. I'm saying no. The reason that they were infected with the Trumpism is because that is what they were focused on. If they had a Jewish politics alternative, if Gidon, La Hashem v'la Gidon, if that's what people were shouting, the Trumpism would fall away in a second. He wouldn't hold a candle. He wouldn't hold a candle. He would be nobody.
I'm going to go to a surprising vantage point, and that is the Bible Belt. I'm not talking about the Bible Belt that's going after that's following Trump. I'm talking about, and I know a Mormon who's a very wonderful person, but she and her church, they're very Bible oriented, and they do take a stand when they need to take a stand, but their stand is find a way to do good and do it. And if you can model it on a biblical figure, then do that. And they do. She actually scared me sometimes. She would say in the morning, she'd say, I talked to God today and he told me so-and-so. So I would say, like, could we try to get that font a little smaller so that we can get it on the same page? But God was very present in her thinking, just like Yosef. God never spoke to Yosef. He never said a word to Yosef, but Yosef was very God-oriented. And maybe that's the kind of, then Yosef can say, well, what about the wife of Potiphar? What do I do with this value? What do I do about Paro's dreams? It all comes from, and again, this is a Christian kind of aphorism. What would God say in this situation? How would God apply himself to politics, to these politics? I'm not saying to say that God is going to say somebody's right and somebody's wrong. I'm saying God is saying, how are you going to look at it? And it's not, there used to be a joke that Jay Leno said that God can't be Democratic because he makes mistakes, and God can't be Republican because he's kind and gentle. But many of these things are ongoing struggles, but at least struggle with a divine crown on top of your struggle. Okay? And I'm going to apply this to disability. Don't say, oh, I know all about disability. I read a book about Helen Keller. I read a book about Louis Braille. No. What do we get from God values when we look at disability? One of them that's very important to Yad is the dignity of every human being, not because they're smart, not because they're created in the image of God. How would it change our political views if we kept emphasizing that we are created in God's image?
Yes, exactly.
And that's not, I don't hear that a lot in synagogues. I don't hear that a lot on any debates about God's image. What values come from being created in God's image? And it changes because as you mature, your ability to exhibit that image of God should grow.
And if I could, Michael, let me put a point on what you're saying. I think that there's two ways that you can anchor a political belief in Torah. There's two ways that you can enter the public arena and try to put forward a Torah idea. One I would call sort of like a meta application, and the other maybe a specific application. And that Rav Tzadok has a beautiful Torah. He says, why is it that the sages always try to find asmachtas for the halachos, even if they don't really need them, right? They could have the asmachta ba'alma, a general reference to a verse in the Torah, doesn't really do anything for the weight of the authority. So why is it that they do it? And the answer is because you always try to bring the light of Torah into things. That's what Rav Tzadok said. And Chazal were legislators. At bottom, they governed. And then we don't think of them that way, but they were governors. They were mechokekim. They had legislation. They were also judges. And even in pre-colonial America, and in British Mandate Palestine, there was a mixture, an admixture of the judiciary and the legislature that is foreign to most Americans and Israelis now. But the point is that one way you can do it is a general application. I'm not necessarily, I think it could be at present, that's what we should really be focusing on, not on implementing very specific policy positions that are necessarily guided by very nuanced Torah positions, but applying even psukim, getting very tied to God's revelation in politics, I think has the ability to ignite a Jewish pride that I think has been lacking, and really infuse people with a sense of purpose that transcends their humanity in a real way. One of the things at Torah Town Hall, and you can see this, I have a little clip at torahtownhall.com, you can see this video, that one of the things that we discovered is that there's a reading of the Chet of Adam Arishon, the sin of Adam Arishon, that sees his mistake as a legislative error. That really what happened, the Mishnah in Avos Rabbi Nassan says, is that Adam Arishon told Chava, you're not supposed to touch the tree. That's not what God said. He enacted a piece of legislation. The law said you're not allowed to touch the tree. And the Mishnah in Avos Rabbi Nassan says, why is it that Adam Arishon decided to enact a piece of legislation on top of God's legislation? Because he didn't like what God said. That's really what the Mishnah says. And that's not a reason to legislate. So in one reading of the sin of Adam Arishon, the original sin of man was poor legislation, what we would call in modern American jurisprudence arbitrary and capricious legislation. It was the regulatory state. That's what happened. We overregulated Gan Eden and we got kicked out. That was is a little bit facetious, but you know what I'm saying? It's a powerful way to think about it.
I want to add something, and I'm sorry, he should forgive me, I forget his first name. Rabbi Robinson from Lincoln Square Synagogue did a whole semester's worth, so to speak, on that very topic of judgment and kingship and what happened when they overlapped. There's also a perfect example, Jewish history, Jewish history is another great source of application. It's not just halacha. Look at the Maccabees.
Very good. Yeah.
Happy Hanukkah to everyone, and I'm going to eat latkes just like everybody else. But the Maccabees decided that not only they didn't stay Kohanim, they decided we want to be leaders also. They took a stance. They took a position in Judaism that they really shouldn't have taken. Let the Davidic dynasty continue the kingship, and you support them with your teaching and your whatever you can. Okay, it's to the point now where if somebody says that they're a Maccabee, they're a descendant of a Maccabee, you don't believe them. There are no Maccabees left, except for the pizza. But the point is that was a huge mistake in taking over.
Or maybe it wasn't a mistake to take over, but they overstayed their welcome.
Right. And I'm gonna say something else. There is and this has to be infused somehow. There is a Jewish, almost racial longing for the Messiah. Okay, this is from a lecture I heard by Rabbi Gerson Cohen in 1972. People went crazy when Shabtai Tzvi was declared the Messiah by many people. Because in the Jewish soul, there's tikkun. We have to fix this. We have to do something. Why is it that so many Jews are in the new causes? Socialism, communism, Bundism, all the isms. It's because if we can't have Messiah, we're going to find an ism to replace it. Some forms of Zionism are like that. I'm not condemning them, but let's take our ism longing and find good outlets for it. By the way, I'll mention there is a word ableism. I have my isms too. Ableism means saying that, well, people with disabilities have to adjust to society the way it is. No, society has to change so that we can be integrated.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to ask, what if every organization, including Amudim, including Richmond Town Hall, or Torah Town Hall, said, we are going to abide by the Americans with Disabilities Act because it is the law of the land. Nobody's doing it, or very few people are doing it. They don't have to. In other words, religious organizations are exempt from it, but it is the law. Okay, so that's my point. If you're going to have an ism, learn how to apply it. Look at David Hamelech. He did a terrible thing. Well, there's a debate whether he did a terrible thing with Bathsheba or not, but he saw that he was wrong. What if there was something called rightism, meaning anything I do is right? Okay. What about the idea that you could be wrong? What about that as a Jewish value? You could be wrong. You might think you're not wrong, but you have to always be open to the possibility. You politicians, you Torah Town Hall, that you or your family or your tribe could be wrong. If we had people entering the political scene like that, they wouldn't jump to conclusions. They would stop, they would look before they left and say, I might be wrong.
I think, Michael, one of the other I hear and I think a trepidation that we are not ready, that we have to be worthy as Torah Jews before we step on to a public stage, I think holds a lot of people back. I think a lot of people know the Mishnah in Avos that you're supposed to stay far away from Rabbanos. I think people know that. I think there are certain platitudes in Judaism. You know, Gershom Shalom, the mysticism professor at Hebrew University, famously said in reaction that the Hasidic movement, in a reaction to Shabbatai Tzvi, effectively killed political messianism in Judaism. And Hasidus basically said, we're going to focus on the internal. I think that in de facto, he might be right, but de jure, I don't think that he necessarily has to be right. I think that in an educated, sophisticated person today who is inspired by Torah can very easily, and before they are a perfect malach, be motivated to take that knowledge base and that passion and that motivation to the political arena. And not only can they, I think they have to, because as the recent elections in Israel have shown, the religious world needs to be ready to govern now, because the religious world in Israel is about to govern. Okay. And I think I'm optimistic that the people in that government will feel the harada, will feel the trepidation and the weightiness of their responsibility, as they should. But it would help a lot if we were simultaneously and concurrently developing doctrine around them, so they have a political theory to draw on that's sophisticated. I have books on my shelf about the history of political Zionism, religious political Zionism, as it were. And the books are very thin, and the ideology is all over the place. The truth is that we should have been doing this a long time ago. But if you want a rallying point for all Jews, I really think in a world where the Jews are obsessed with where the world is obsessed with politics, voter turnout across democracies is up all over the world. People are tuning in to politics 24/7. It has become, for better or worse, a lot for better and a lot for worse, a reality TV show for most people. Rather than shying away from it, we should be sanctifying it. I'm confident that's what the Rambams of the world would be doing if we had them, and I think we do have them. We have very talented people.
Everything you're saying has its roots in Torah. Okay, we just have to teach it. One of the which has to be applied very carefully, but there's a famous statement: "Et lasot Hashem heferu Toratecha." Your Torah is being destroyed. You have to get out there and do something. Okay, you're not perfect. Well, guess what? There's no perfect. You look through the whole Tanakh. Well, look. Let's stay with the Torah. Is there anybody perfect in Torah? No, but they did what they needed to do. At least, Abraham, he wanted to include Yishmael in more things. He was too tender towards Yishmael. Yitzchak, Yitzchak liked Esav. Okay, it backfired on him. Yaakov maybe could have done things. I don't want to comment on the Avot, but the point is that nobody was perfect, and it cost us. But if we had done nothing, again, you have to do something. Now, as far as I wanted to comment on this also. Yes, we have a religious Israeli government, but hey, you Israeli government religious people that we are looking up to, what Torah values are you going to emphasize? That's another question. Especially, are you going to say that people with disabilities should reach their max potential, or are you going to say, no, just let them be as they always have been? What values there is by the way, there is a rabbinic value, Yafa Torah im derech eretz. If you have Torah, you also have to have an occupation. You have to, many rabbis, many scholars were workmen also. Are you going to say that everybody who wants to learn should learn and not be allowed and not have to work and not have to pull their own weight? What are we going to say about that value? Okay. So pick, you new religious coalition, what values are you going to pick? And maybe you need to struggle with them, and before we wholeheartedly run to what we think are the best values.
I think that is what that is how the achievement of a religious government turns into a sanctification of God's name. But more than that, it can be a refuge and a haven for Jews who feel lost. It can be a way for people to plug in. In other words, I think that there is a world in which the placement of a religious government in a position to ferret out these positions from the Yam HaTalmud, from the Sea of Torah, is an opportunity to engage countless Jews in deep, meaningful Torah learning that also ties in with the things that they care about. And I agree with you 100%. You could imagine, just imagine if the resources were put in place to develop a Torah coherent theory that supported a policy of adaptation and integration of infrastructure to increase accessibility for disabled people. It would do a few things at the same time. It would achieve a policy objective, which is it would change zoning, it would change things on the ground, and it would also be a place for people to expand their spiritual horizons. And when you combine those two things, I think that's mikdash. I think that's what, in my mind, whether I'm right or wrong, something like that is what the Jewish world was like during the first base.
I agree with you, but I would say this: every initiative that you do, every initiative, accepting nothing is left out of what I'm saying. Whatever you do, whether it's bringing Galut Judaism back into touch with, which they are doing. I think they want to reach 700,000 people in the Galut. Every initiative, at some point, the question has to be built into the plan. How are we going to make this work for people with disabilities? And if you're going to do that, then you have to have people with disabilities at the table, not under the table, at the table, as equal partners, just like women have achieved in many circles equal partnership. I don't agree with all the gender things, but they want equal partnership. We want equal partnership, not trickle down partnership. And it's not easy. It takes resources. But think what you lose if you don't involve us. So yes, I think we agree. I think where we disagree, or not disagree, but where we struggle is how much and where is the money going to be spent? Do you want, okay, Jewish values, new Israeli government, are you going to support a camp just for people with disabilities? Or are you going to support a camp for everybody where you bring in the support that a person with a disability needs? Don't assume that we want to stay with our own kind. And that's done a lot. You know as well as I do. You've got, and I'm sorry, they do a lot of good things, and I'm happy that they're doing it. You've got HASC, you've got High Lifeline, you've got Yad B'Yad, you've got a lot of these organizations, you've got Kids of Courage. Well, why not just funnel your resources to the mainstream and give us people with disabilities, campers, students, bring us in with the support that we need.
Beautiful. I think we're wrapping up soon. We've come to what seems like a logical stopping place. I want to say one thing in closing, in support of Torah Town Hall and Amudim at the same time. In my experience with the types of struggles that Amudim's target audience deals with, a lot of it is rooted in a fear. A lot of the substance abuse problems I think that people deal with, in my experience, stem from not feeling like there's a really good chance that your dreams are going to come true. I have seen how people who are given a flicker of hope can be lit on fire and brought back to life. I'm not saying that it's that simple, or that it's ever simple for anyone, or that it's that simple for everyone, but I think that the services that Amudim provides saves lives. And after those lives are saved and they're looking to plug into something bigger, I think when they look at the world around them, frankly, we need more materials that plug Jews in to the big issues of the day, along with Torah, that they get spirituality and sustenance and economic success in the same place, that their Jewish lives and their in real life lives and their digital lives are all integrated. And if we don't meet people where they are, I'm afraid we'll leave a lot of them behind. And there's a lot of promise and opportunity.
May I conclude even that everything you're saying has something in Torah that says it, and I'll tell you what worked for me. Every day, 3 times a day, 4 on Shabbos, we say that God revives the dead, correct?
Yeah.
I'm asking you, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, if God can revive the dead, then he can certainly revive people who feel dead, people who feel they have no dream. He can do that. And that's also a great miracle. But just as he can revive the dead, so he can revive the living.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful thing. Thank you, Amudim. This was really great. Thank you, Michael, for being here.
Thank you again to Amudim for giving both of us this opportunity.
We are sometimes approached by parents for assistance, and one of the ways in which we can provide assistance very often is by referral to an organization like Amudim, because nowadays the number of families in our community, in our world, who need the kind of help that Amudim provides is grown exponentially, and from all backgrounds. From the best homes, as they say. It's important for all of Klal Yisrael to be aware of the services that are available through Amudim. Hopefully none of them will ever need it, but in fact, quite a few of them will. And of course, recognizing how urgent the problem of raising healthy families and Ne'emanim Hashem Utaroso in today's very challenging world, it's as worthy a cause as there is out there to support an organization like Amudim, which does such wonderful work in this area.
If we can show that we have unlimited patience and unlimited love for a certain child, a person in a hard time, so then it demands from God to also be patient with us. This is what I see in Amudim. I sit with the staff, I hear their talk. Every day they hear tragedy upon tragedy upon tragedy. And guess what? They come back. They renew themselves. They re-inject positivity. They give hope. They give life to people. There are many great organizations out there, but we're living in a time that the challenges that befall Amudim has never existed. Maybe it has, but it's never been publicized. This is why I think this is a preferred tzedakah. It's because these children and these young adults that are being challenged, they are victims themselves. And the majority of civilization said that, is Mashiach going to just write them off? And we're coming and saying, we're going to give you unconditional love. And for those that are investing, don't we all want a little bit more love? So we know the world works merit for merit. We invest into unconditional, infinitive love. God willing, we should receive it.
Hi, and welcome back to our programming. We're here on behalf of Amudim, Unite to Heal. The website is unitetoheal.com. I was just informed last year we had over 1 million people watching the programming throughout the entire day and a half of programming. So we definitely want to see if we can do a lot better than that. And they raised $6 million. Now, if the lottery just the other night can go from a few thousand to a few 100,000 to 1.9 million, and the Jews can raise 6 million, so we definitely have to see if we can do a lot more than that. So head over to unitetoheal.com and please support everything, all the amazing work that Amudim is doing. Welcome back to our show. We had a program last year called Off the Record with some amazing producers, arrangers. This year we decided to take it up a notch. It is my privilege to be here in the studio and bring this to you guys. Some of the biggest names back when there weren't singers every other day dropping albums. There was Mordechai Ben David, there was Avram Fried, there was a guy called Carlbach, maybe a few other groups, but individuals, there was very few. And we are fortunate to have with us some of the first individuals, superstar singers, who grew up in choirs back in the day, launched their own solo careers. First off, we have Shirley Williger with me. We have Shlomi Dax, I'm sure all of you know.
Pleasure to be here.
And composer, producer, and arranger and choir leader, Yitzi Bald.
What an honor.
So, I mean, the fact that I'm here in the room with you really speaks volumes. I had each and every one of your cassettes. Now, you produced Mendy Wald's albums, as well as Ira Heller and many other singers. So I had Mendy's first album, which I'm sure was probably your first big production at that point, right?
It was my production, but I mean, I was involved in albums before that. Swilly.
And Shirley's album, Hu Klal. I had a cassette for that.
His real first.
Yeah, the voice of a new. It was the voice of a new generation before the millennia, and then One Day at a Time, that big striking pink cover with that clock over there.
Who was first, Shlomi or Mendy?
I actually think you were first.
No. Who was after I came out with?
After
Hu
you,
Klal,
I think might have been Mendy and then
I think
Shlomi.
Mendy.
So I think I have all the albums. You worked on Mendy Wald's album, I believe. That was probably your first big production.
Mendy Wald was my first big production, but I worked with Swilly and Shlomi prior to that. Swilly, I was involved in the album. I composed, I believe, 6 to 7 songs.
So I have Mendy's album at home. I found it today. Shirley's, of course, the voice of a new generation.
Right.
So that, of course, had Hu Klal on there and top that.
And now your voice is probably of a new generation as it
as
it changed after you reached that next level in life. And Shlomi's One Day at a Time, that strikingly pink cover with that alarm clock on it.
That's right.
Malach and Chamal, and One Day at a Time, of course.
It's crazy. And
Yera.
And Yera.
So Yitzi produced Mendy's album, and Yitzi was a new producer at that time. Yerachmiel produced your album. You were, or his name was on the production.
Correct.
And Yerachmiel you were the first solo act that he produced at that time.
Correct.
And Yochi was a new producer at that time.
You really did your homework.
We're talking about 7 to 8 years before Shweki even released his debut album.
More than 7-8 years.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about when the time the album came out. Yeah. The album came out in '94. I think Shweki came out in 2001.
Yaakov Shweki grew up on our music.
That's true.
Right.
We all grew up on your
It's
music.
pretty amazing.
It's pretty funny when you talk to singers nowadays. You know, you meet Benny Friedman, Eli Marcus, Mordechai Shapiro. They grew up on everything that you guys sing.
It's actually humbling when I meet a lot of them and they tell me that they grew up and were inspired by us paving the way for entertainers who have talent to put out their music. It's very humbling, and it's a wonderful feeling. It really is.
So recording an album, as we know, is a very big expense, even today. That's right, 2022, 2023, it is a big expense. How big was it for the two of you? And then we'll come back to Yitzi. But how big of an expense was it for you guys to even consider, getting the money together to record an album?
Right. So even, 28 years ago, it was still in the $60,000, $70,000 range to produce an album. That's even before you put away money for advertising. You were looking at it wasn't a $25,000 story.
And you didn't have that proof that, I can make it back by performances.
No, not at all.
Because it didn't exist yet.
Correct.
Shlomi?
So I had a very unique story where right when I was coming out, somebody new entered the business and changed the entire business, a game changer. His name is Izzy Taubenfeld, Olav Shalom, Sameach Distributors. Mm-hmm. And Yochi put me in contact with him. We had a meeting, the three of us, at Gidon Levine's studio.
GYL.
In Borough Park, GYL
Not
Productions.
Flatbush.
And we met, and he was such a special person. And Yochi and I basically convinced him that I might be the next big thing. And he was looking for a new guy to put out. And believe it or not, he did something that was unprecedented. He wrote me out a check that covered the entire expense of the album.
Yeah.
And he in return printed, I think, 10,000 CDs, or then it was cassettes and then the CDs.
Later CDs, yeah.
And we hoped that he would run out of them and then order more, and the rest is history. And it was such a relaxing to know that you didn't lose money and you already had your money up front. It was unprecedented. But albums were a fortune. Like Surly said, $75,000, $80,000 it cost even then.
I still remember I came to Borough Park from Montreal for Hanukkah, ran to 13th Avenue, grabbed a cover of Country Western magazine, and the skinny guy is sitting there on the cover smiling at me.
With my big tinted glasses.
That's right. Surly. So you obviously didn't have the right connections then.
It was a few years before then, because when Izzy Tablefeld Oliver Shalom did come into the business, I had the same thing. But I put out
At
one or that
two
point,
albums
it was
before
before
Make
that.
It Right or not?
It was, I'm not sure which
I
album,
think
but
it
it
was
was
We Can Make It Right.
Make
We
It
Can
Right.
Make
So
It Right.
he did cover,
No.
the expenses, and obviously Baruch Hashem, he did make back the money. It was a decent investment at that time as well. So
There
Yes,
was one advantage back then.
Yes.
There was a lot less copying in terms of
Yeah, because you had
CDs.
you had to get a double cassette recorder,
Right,
buy
double
a blank cassette,
and
put
copy
it in,
it, yeah.
press record and play at the same time, let it play itself out, then flip them over and do it again.
And it's interesting that you're bringing that up, the difference between today and yesteryear. I tell that to performers. I tell them, on one hand, we were very few, and we were busy, and we were all over the place. Today, you have many, many more entertainers, many more singers, but today it's a different world. The only way a song, Huklal, or any song of mine, Hamalach, became famous was only if the distributor went to the store in Chicago or Minneapolis, bought the CD and listened to it. Otherwise,
there was no even PlayStations in the store.
There was no internet. There was no Spotify. There was nothing. There was no Instagram. There was nothing that you
No
could
YouTube.
immediately.
That's right.
Today, the minute a song is done, it could. On the other hand, there's so much more copying and people downloading, and you make it's hard to make a living. It's an expensive business card today to put out a CD, but it's a different world. Instant today. We didn't have that.
People then, I mean, and I was in the business at that time, people then could make a CD, and if Baruch Hashem was successful, let's say it sold 25,000 copies or 30,000 copies, which was doable back then if it was a very successful album, you could actually make a living from a CD. You didn't really have to sing a chasana at night, pretty much.
Absolutely.
You could literally make $150,000 off sales of an album.
Crazy.
And that's a decent parnasa for mishpachah back then. And because of all that copying, now the performers have to rely more on performances to actually make their living.
Weddings and concerts.
Right. I remember Avrami Gurari told me that once people started copying, at that time he says the whole business changed, and now everybody has to perform each night to actually make a living when you could have made a living off a CD. And truthfully, all that Geneva was incorrect. It wasn't right, and it caused the singer to have to work a lot harder in the performance end rather than just be a solo singer on a CD album.
And sometimes find the business to support his family on the
right.
side.
And so
By the way,
that all changed.
If you think of that, it's pretty funny that you guys are selling albums that today's biggest singers don't touch the numbers. I mean, Avram Fried, Mordechai and David are not selling 25, 30,000 albums anymore. The average listener doesn't know that the average album barely breaks 10.
it depends on we don't know the spot. There's different.
You're right. We don't know the streaming numbers.
This thing, Chas v'Shalom, Geneva,
but streaming, streaming is not owning.
Can't accuse everybody. But Lamaisa, my first couple of albums, it was before it was when CDs came out. Was when the real copying started. Like
it was
you were
about
saying before,
96, 97.
the tapes were very hard.
Right, you had to double.
It was when the CDs came out. That's when the real copying thing started. And for a good few years, that's when you win Mordechai and David. I'm afraid they all made promos about, if you remember back in the day.
Yeah, sure I do.
Please, like they were begging people not to do it. So that was a tkufa, like my 3, 4, like number 3, 4, 5 album. It was like like Jackie Mason said, no one sells sweet and low. Everyone just takes it from the,
the restaurant.
Yeah, it was like my tape
The
was
Heinz
sweet and low.
ketchup packets.
My songs were everywhere, but no one bought an album.
It's like Rav Belsky, my Rebbe in Tarvadas. I mean, he was one of the few that came out strong. Would anybody go into a grocery store and just take a box of cereal or milk out of the store? He felt you're taking from the, if you copy it. You bought a CD, it's very nice. So there are Terim, in the family, make an extra one for your family.
I had this discussion with Gidon Levine, by the way, many years ago. I wanted another copy of Best of the Best. And we had a Charlotte, and we asked people. Remember Camp Tarvadas, where Bluth was there? And remember Shlomi said that, I think we asked him at camp one year, and he said, if you have one at home and you want one for the car, then that would be okay, because you paid for one to use in the family, and you can't use in both locations. But even when I asked Gidon, he's like, I would still appreciate a phone call or an email or a snail mail. Ask me, can I make a copy for my car?
So I will tell you a great story. I had a child, an 8th grader, call me once from St. Louis, and asking me permission. You hear his mother in the background. Tell Shlomi Dax you love his music and you'd like to use it, make a copy of his cassette, I think it was. Right. Or maybe it was a CD. And he said to me, can I have permission? So I said, you know what? Put your mother on the phone. I call his mother. I get his mother on the phone. And I said, give me your address. I'm going to mail him one. So she says, no, I didn't want a free one. I didn't want you to mail one. I said, let me just mail him one. Someone who has such chen to call me to ask me, if I say yes on the phone, then he'll tell all his friends, oh, Shlomi Dax said it's okay to copy my CD. So I said, let me mail him one with a little note, thank you, enjoy my music. And now I didn't tell you you can go copy it, but you deserve a beautiful autographed CD. And I sent him one. But it changed the whole business. It really, really did.
So the fact that you guys ruled the 90s and 2000s is amazing, but all of your careers started a lot earlier than that. You were all child soloists. You were all in choirs as kids. We have Amudei Sheish Olam Surly Williger, as Shmuel Borger of Shalom put out a few years back. What was it? Superstars of yesteryear, Avram Fried, Surly Williger, Mendy Wald, et cetera, et cetera. Shlomi was in Silva Zemer. Of course.
I was in Amudim Sheish
Also,
but it's okay.
Right. By the way, there's that embarrassing picture. There's an embarrassing picture of Shlomi with the blue V-neck, right? Blue turtleneck. Tzil Zemer and Amudei Sheish, and you see both also in Tzil Zemer. Pardon me.
I was also in Miami. I don't even know how I had time to be in yeshiva. Really? And I was in Muncie Boys Choir. My mother just wanted me. Country Yossi. I sang Benny Patched Me.
This is the star
I just wonder how I was in yeshiva and how any principal allowed me to do it. I don't know how I had the time. I thank my mother for doing this.
And a bunch of years later, he's a Zayda. What can I tell you? Surely, how did it start for you? How did you get to your first choir gig? Were you always singing around the house?
I was in Yeshiva Tarvadas, and Shmuel Borger was the assistant principal.
That's how he coached all those children.
He had a regular, right? Yep. And same thing.
Really?
Same thing. Shapiro, we used to rehearse.
So he had a regular yeshiva, I guess, and I was singing back then, 7, 8 years old, 9 years old.
Was it something your parents had to think a lot about?
My father, Olav Shalom, was very makbid on certain things. He did not let me perform, meaning...
So there's no live performance?
Even still, right. There was never a live performance. I don't know the cheshbon.
Really?
But there was for choirs, yeah. Not for... I never performed... in Amudei Sheish, I never performed Silva Zemer.
So you're part of the recordings and the rehearsals?
When he was Sivas Hashem Boys Choir, didn't either. Recordings, yeah. 613
we were also 613 Torah Avenue. Right. We did Bar Midbar and Devarim.
Bar Midbar, Pirkei Avos, and Tefillah. I did.
And it's the first time ever that I got a check. I got paid to do it. Anybody else?
They paid.
Right.
By the way, did you see recently, I don't know, I saw most of the music, they redid the graphics for 613 Torah Avenue. They put it on one album. I don't know if it's a USB or a CD, but and this is after what, 40 years?
That was 613
Remember
Torah
it's
Avenue.
Time to learn to run. Sure. That I remember. Yesterday's daf I don't remember, but I remember a song from 30 years ago.
Dorm's not so easy, Shlomi. Your Gimel wasn't that bad. Don't worry about it.
And to Yossi's credit, Yossi is involved also very much in getting singers to put some of their older albums back on Spotify and other things that people that never heard.
Here.
And
I worked with Shlomi.
Every time I get a $5 check in the mail, I have to thank you.
That's right. You got that 49 cents the other day, PayPal?
Yes.
The stamp was worth more than the check.
Shlomi, your parents are makbid about you being in choirs and performing, or not really?
No, and they allowed me. They felt it's always a catch-22. I have parents even today that call me, should I send my kid, my child to to be part of a choir or not? And you have to know your child. It could be the greatest opportunity. You gain confidence. By the time I was bar mitzvah, I could lane in front of 1,000 people. I was very confident. It was very good for me. My mother and my father, they wanted me to. I went to Polanco, Mexico with Yerachmiel. I went with Silva Zemmer. All over the place we went. And it was a very, very good experience. Brooklyn College was very much easier, local. But I did perform. But you have to know your child if it's right for them. You really do.
You didn't sing live, but were you on any of the album covers, your picture, or not?
I was the gorilla in that movie.
I was going to ask that.
6'2" at 8 years old.
No, the Amudim Sheikh, that picture one with the double album that opened up.
Yeah.
The one that I was on, that me and Shlomi, I don't know if I'm correct, English, Shlomi and I, whatever. We had that album it disappeared after like a year or two. Shabechi Yerushalayim. You know, Shabechi.
Is that the black album?
We stumped him. He doesn't know.
So did that have Baruch HaGever on it?
No, Baruch HaGever was
the
his.
Next one?
Was the one before. This one had Avram. I sang solo. I sang duet with Avram Fried, and even those days in technology, we didn't even have to be in the studio together to sing.
Wow, really?
Yeah, in the early 80s.
So the one solo that I also did with Avram, he was still a bacher. He was still single, but he was still much older than us. I don't know how much older. I never saw him in the studio even then. Never even saw him. It's so interesting how they do it.
I don't remember which song it was. It was I think that was one I did. I think
also I think I did with him.
That was a hit at weddings, remember that?
So he put that on a Shmuel Borger put that on that Amudim Sheikh album.
And yet, see you?
I was in Silva Zemmer. Now,
your parents were strict about you being in a choir?
No, they loved it. It was great. It was absolutely.
Were you playing accordion by the time you were in the choir?
I was playing accordion for 2 years prior to that.
Is that crazy?
I was 9 years old, playing accordion. My mother, Eller, was very into me playing accordion. It was really cool. I remember the teacher, Miss Launer. So she would come every Friday and teach me like new songs from these books. And I'd play like a Beethoven piece, and she'd give me these notes. And she said practice for the week. And at the end of the next week, she'd come like upset down after the lesson, say to my mother, she'd say, I don't understand. He's changing all the notes of the Beethoven piece. Who does he think he is? He thinks he's a composer or something? That's what my mother.
Pretty funny.
It was very funny. And at that time, I was playing around with songs. I still remember my first song, and I showed my second song to Shmuel Brazil when I was 11.
Wow.
And then after that, I started composing many, many songs. But I still remember Silva Zemmer.
I was in Camp Darvadas with Shlomi, actually. Shlomi's probably the one from all of you that I go back the most with, because he was a staff member when I was a camper. 91.
How old are you? Because you look a little older than me.
Yeah. We're not. This show isn't about me. It's about you guys. It was 91, and there were a couple campers. There was a guy, Stein, from Muncie, and he was a Silva Zemmer boy.
Right.
And a few years later,
that's for 17 summers. 17 summers.
So I remember
my cousin Yossi Simchon was a camper of yours.
I remember Shlomi showing Avram Rosenberg some recordings. This one with the double cassettes, the two cassettes, one after the next, or even separate tape recorders. And Shlomi would record himself singing on one tape recorder, and then harmonize himself and take a second tape recorder and record that one. This is before double cassettes, and he would play it for Avram Rosenberg at the choir practices. I still remember.
He didn't take one song of mine.
He ended up buying 4 songs for me, Avram Rosenberg, eventually.
Which ones?
One of them Shlomi sang. It was called, at that time it was called Oy Di Shama Biarei, and he changed it to Eitz Chayimi Lamach.
And it worked.
It's volume 6, it was there. But I had a great time in Silva Zemmer. I was solo. I never got the solos, but it was.
But that's why Yitzi is good now as a choir leader, because now that he has his own choir, he's like, I gotta give each kid a solo. Like I didn't have solos. I gotta give each kid a solo.
Before Silva Zemmer, he was a different choir. Do you know that?
Shmuel Borg,
Rosenberg.
Tzivas
Hashem boys choir.
Really?
So that my father let me perform.
Really?
Yeah.
You just
for Tzivas Hashem.
We're gonna have to race that early part and come back.
I'm not sure if it was Tzivas Hashem Boys Choir or Gan Yisrael
No,
Boys Choir.
Gan Yisrael's a camp.
Okay, so I think it was Gan Yisrael. Okay,
sang
either
on
way,
Gan Yisrael
I
album,
sang
The
on
Little
Gan
Bird.
Yisrael, Little Bird as
Yeah,
well.
but
Oh,
his
wow.
name of a choir was Sivas Hashem Boys Choir.
And out of the blue, I'll tell you a cute thing. About 10 years ago, all of a sudden, I get in the mail a beautiful big picture of me as a 10 or 11-year-old getting Kaishal Bracha from the Lubavitcher Rebbe.
Really?
And you see Abraham Rosenberg in the back, and we performed at one time we had that evening in Crown Heights at a Kaishal Bracha at a Matzah Shabbos, I think it was. And all of a sudden,
Matzah Yom Tov.
it was a Matzah Yom Tov, and all of a sudden I get that picture in the mail that you see
Who
me.
sent it to you?
Some Lubavitcher who goes through Kola. They go through all the
Gem,
archives,
Gem. Yeah, so
archives, and I have it
sang
big
that
blown
night.
up. It's beautiful.
Yeah. What can we do? That will help bring Mashiach. We do our mitzvah without.
Wake up,
Oh,
Yidden,
Mashiach,
come
how
here.
we want you now. How long for you must
That was
be
a great
So we
song.
sing it for the.
So basically, everybody was in the choir and got bit by the music bug and said, "Hey, let me see if I can actually."
I had such
Support a family.
I had such fun in Silverzem. It was really amazing. We went to so many concerts. We performed with Mordechai Ben David in Brooklyn College.
I
We
still
went to-
remember, by the way. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
Silva Zimmer was in Montreal in late '80s, early '90s. They came for like a Hanukkah thing, and I was like, Silva Zimmer. Like I never even heard Silva Zimmer coming to a small back town. Then it was back then. But like when Yerchmiel came in '91 or '92, and like Yitzi Spinner was there with Ari Golding, I was like, oh my gosh. Like it was like a Matzah Shabbos on this amazing concert hall on top of a hill. But growing up, I didn't have concerts like you guys had around the clock here in the tri-state area. It was once in a blue moon, somebody came, and you were lucky enough if you were allowed to go. Though we didn't have to worry about yeshivas and Meis Yaakovs being worried. Where'd you go last night? Okay, you're suspended. Get out of here. So, Hu Klal, debut album, Voice of a New Generation. How old were you, Shirley?
I was, I think, 25 or 26.
And you were married already.
Yes.
Because my Rebbeim said, don't put out an album till you're married. So
You
I
too.
waited. I came out with Hanukkah after I got married. I got married in June. Hanukkah, my album was out.
You're that young.
25,
Yeah, but
26,
you
yeah.
recorded songs before that. I mean, you did
did.
Kunzit's albums. You sang Pischli at the first concert, the Miami Experience 1. You sang it at that concert.
Both of you sang a Miami Experience.
Yeah, I sang Get Married Experience before Hu Klal. I think I sang
Yeah, you
Hu
did,
Klal
before Hu
it
Klal,
came
yeah,
out,
A
right?
year before.
That's amazing.
Before the album
I remember
came out.
when the Miami Experience 1 came out, the double album with the gold cover over there, where we camped out with us, and it was like, Shlomi Dax, the counselor, he's singing
Funny
on the
thing
album.
is about me and Sully, I look back now, Color War, when I was older as a staff member, and we're picking teams, and you're looking for who's going to be the best baseball hitter, or who's going to be. They used to flip for us who's going to be. He's
as
on one
kids.
team as
Really?
kids
Yes,
because he
as-
You
needed
were
a
always
soloist
on
in the choir.
reverse
We
teams.
were always on opposite
we were the
teams.
only campers that were picks.
The question is, did one of you win more than the
I
other
was
one?
picked all the time.
But did your
first.
team win?
What?
My team won every
Yeah,
time,
yeah.
but he says
But
he was
I
picked
was
first.
picked first.
How
Yeah,
he
but-
knows that, I have no idea, but it's okay. It's like Rabbi Nassim Newman used to go, I heard from the judges that we won Color War.
Right.
What do we want, Shlomi? What do we want? Come on.
So it was an amazing thing to be picked for choirs, and we would flip. Okay, you really, I got Shlomi. So it was nice, like looking back, you know.
That's amazing. Do you remember Eliezer Benowitz in Camp There with us or not?
Sure.
Eliezer
His
Benowitz was a famed Miami Boys Choir soloist. He was in Miami Experience too. He sang My Zadie with My Shias.
father's a Rav in my neighborhood, right
And his
across the
father was the
street. Yeah,
camp
right.
rabbi, the camp rav that year.
Yeah.
And he was this shy kid. And we tried to coach him into choirs. He was very reluctant. He was
He's
very
starting
shy.
to break in now. He wants to sing at weddings. He's
Excuse
just sent
me,
me
he
some
lives
clips.
in Thomas
he lives
River.
in Thomas River.
I know what he does for a living. He came to my house to take care of me, but he gives voice lessons.
Yeah. Oh wow.
I'm serious. Eliezer Benowitz, amazing class. So you're 25 and you're putting all this money into your debut album, and I just found out something that I never knew.
Uh-oh.
I found out that you almost had a different producer on your album.
Oh, yeah?
Supposedly somebody wrote 6 songs, and you guys were like working together
Sounds
before
like
your
Sully doesn't
before
remember.
your
Maybe
Camille got in the
it's
picture.
ringing a bell.
Is
It's
that
ringing a bell,
true?
for sure.
And originally, Swilly approached me, and we almost signed the contract to work together. I remember that his father was there overlooking the contract. I was young, and Swilly was
So who wrote
as
the
a drop
contract if you were too young?
I think I definitely put down some of the clauses, and his father was reviewing it, and we were ready to sign. And Swilly got back to me, and rightfully so, and I till this day, I still get it. He said at that time, and he thought about it, he said, Yitzi, you only produce music, but you don't put people on stage. You've never really done that.
Right.
So he decided to go to the master of people who makes shows, producer of shows, Yerachmiel Begun, and he went with him because he felt that as a producer, he's also going to get him on shows. I wouldn't get him on shows.
And he got him on show before your album even came out. Look at that.
So that's what happened.
So which 6 songs do you remember?
Well, the Yerusa we put together in the Beis Medrash. I think, Shuli, you found the words.
I found the words by Shalosh. It's from Zayar, the Kuna Zayar and Shalosh.
He's learning Zayar.
25 years old.
Taradas, he's learning Zayar.
25 years old and Taradas.
Sounds like Yossi Green already.
It was amazing.
So I was learning Zayar.
I was married, so it was okay. And I was like, if I'm putting out an album, I probably should know some Kabbalah in case it doesn't work out.
Yerusa, l'choil amin, ishtamad mandinatir Shabbos, commandinate, the whole thing. I don't want to say, I don't want to throw Zayars around over here.
Kids might be listening.
Yeah. But it's words that fit to the song. It was a niggin. Felt we needed words, and
that's it. He would come over to me in Beis Medrash between the Zman.
Of course.
And he would
the regular guys sitting and learning it. You weren't married, but I was in Koil.
Oh, so that's one.
Yeah.
We have Hukla, we have Kata, we have Shalom Aleichem. By the way, Shalom Aleichem.
It's a beautiful
till
song.
this day. Malache Hashares, Malache Elyon.
It's Malache. It's what should it be?
And you said it was Malche.
Malche.
Well, you sung it Malache.
And nobody caught it, and it's on the album to this day.
Wow.
And you know what nobody caught of me? Hamalach HaGoel. I don't say... I start from B'Shem Avoisai. I don't do...
Hamalach HaGoel.
The words were just missing. Nobody realized till it's already out in the stores. And it fits in perfect. I don't know why they were missing. So sometimes now I sing it live. I'll put in the
See, that's why Spotify and internet's bad, because today you'd get like 15 angry. Hey, what are you doing here? You're butchering it. You're cutting it up.
Yeah. Poetic license.
Poetic license.
I would say that Amudim is vital to the mental health of the entire Jewish community. I know it sounds like a grand statement, but the fact is that, I get phone calls all the time. People need all different types of help that are not necessarily what we deal with. And, the answer could almost always just be call Amudim and they're going to help you. Amudim is like the missing link, the key to a lot of the gaps in the services that are being offered in the Jewish community. There are a lot of amazing organizations out there doing a lot of amazing work, and they're all kind of all over the place. Amudim kind of centralizes all of them and is a tremendous resource that gives people that are struggling with almost anything access to a resource, and they will point you in the right direction to be able to really support you to get to the kind of help that you need. And if you want to be somebody who's involved with that, and if that's something that's important to you, then this is a place where you should be supporting.
I remember back in 1998, I got a phone call from a friend of mine who was learning in Montreal. His name is Yossi Newman. Mazel tov, his son got engaged the other night. I don't know if you heard.
One man being Yossi Newman. He's great.
And he says, I have to be on the lookout for 2 things. What? Okay. One, this new guy coming out with an album. His name is Eli Gerstner. What kind of name is Eli Gerstner? What's next? I have a song on an album coming out with Surly Williger. I say, you do? He says, yeah. Sure enough, We Can Make It Right comes out, and he had one of the songs on the album.
Really? I don't. You know which one it was? Yes.
I think it's
Yossi, which one
Chef
was it?
Shiflane?
Chef Shiflane. That's his?
Either
No, I think that's a Begun
no,
song. I think
No,
it's
there's
a-
one other one. It was 1 or 2 songs.
Okay, I'll look it up. I'll look on the. You have the album here?
I don't have that.
That one he doesn't.
I didn't produce that one, but
I was talking about the Huklal album.
Yes.
So we were pretty much done, and then Yitzi comes over and we had 10 songs already with another song.
Sameach.
Ah!
Oh my gosh.
So Yitzi.
Wait. I never
Yitzi
heard
comes.
this.
You don't notice. You probably don't even notice.
Oh,
my
you
stuff.
regretted it, man.
Yitzi comes over and he has a song. Sameach, Sameach, Tisamach.
And we played it for Lamb.
Listen, I went to
Rachmiel.
Lamb and Begun.
And they said,
you have a huklal already. What? No.
And then Mendy got it. Mendy
Mendy
got it, and that was the bum 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 da 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 da.
So Sameach is mine.
2 years later, that's crazy. Wow.
Yeah, it was $1,000. It's probably too expensive.
No, I wanted. We went to Lamb in the back over there. In the
Yeah,
house,
of course I
sitting
remember
there
playing,
in this
yeah.
porch over there.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, you listen to it.
So
we were young, you know.
Yisrael Williger almost had. By the way, when did it change from Yisrael to Shirley? I'm very confused about this whole thing. About the fifth album, right?
After the Zoya.
I have a better one. When did it change from Williger to Williger?
Right.
He spells it
He
differently.
wanted to make sure the checks didn't bounce.
No, it's just better for the I, W-I-L-L. But my name is
By the way,
W-U-L-L.
it sounds like a Shia
Oh, by the
thing.
way, Yoachim Begun, when he met me the first time, I introduced Aaron Zutler, heard
wow.
Pischuli,
Aaron
from You
Zutler.
the Green. You
Yeah,
know.
You the Green.
So Aaron Zutler heard it. You played him the demo that I made and came to Arvidas, and we recorded on our double cassette album. I recorded the music and you added your voice on top of it. And I remember you played it to Aaron Zutler. Aaron Zutler says, I know Yoachim Begun. Let me show it to him. He calls me up, Yoachim Begun. I was maybe 16 years old, 17 years old at the time. He says to me, you know, you're 20 years ahead of your time. This is not typical Jewish music, but we'll see if we can find some way to get it out. And eventually you sang it at the Miami
Aaron Zutler was
Experience.
a shotgun to the
Aaron
Miami
Zutler was a
Experience.
shotgun
Wow,
for-
thank you, Aaron. Aaron Daniel.
No. Actually, he introduced the song, and when Yoachim Begun asked me who do I think should sing it at the Miami Experience, I mentioned your name as the singer.
But you said you had a connection to Miami. When did you get to Miami?
I was an alumni as years earlier, but I guess he's
I
not going to
always
think
thought
about
your
me 10 years
entrance
later.
to Miami was the 100-men choir one. I always thought that was Shlomi's introduction to
You were
Miami.
in
was singing-
Miami Boys Choir?
I was in Miami Boys
You
Choir.
sang on a thing?
Which
On a-
albums?
I did not sing, the opposite of what he did. I did not sing on any album. I
Shlomi was
performed
the
in
live
concerts
show
for him.
guy.
Right,
That's right.
I did the solos. It
So
was
which
weird.
solos? Give me some songs.
I don't remember.
Oh, come on. You were
know
just
what I
singing
did?
632
What's the
Avenue.
other song? Hamalach and Hamapil. Hamapil Chevle Sheno. That was one of my songs that I
Wow.
loved and I did. But I went to Polanco, Mexico with him. We went to Midwest. We went. You're right. I never sang on a Miami album.
Really?
But
And obviously you kept that cash out.
I was a
And I
soloist.
sang one
yeah.
song. Remember, I sang one song in a Miami
the,
album.
the Yiddish song.
I wasn't in the choir.
Which
the,
song?
The Yiddish,
The Yiddish
song,
song.
the Gedor Lahadar.
on Klal Yisrael
Right.
together.
Klal Yisrael together.
That
Right.
album?
So I wasn't in the choir,
Right. I wrote a beautiful
but they were looking
solo.
for someone that could sing Yiddish.
Yiddish.
And they figured
Amish.
Williger with
Amish.
the W said he could probably sing
Right.
Yiddish.
So
No, then it was Williger. Now it's
Shlomi was singing Pischuli at the concert, the first Miami
I
Experience.
remember Experience.
And I
one.
remember that I had 400 friends there because they all knew Yitzi Bolt's first song being debuted in 1990 at that concert.
90 or 91, yeah.
So Shlomi Dax, young man, gets up. I don't think you ever performed that big of a performance before a talent showcase. And I remember very clearly, I was standing with a bated breath, waiting to hear the orchestra play the song. Da 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 da. And all of a sudden, Shlomi starts to sing. You don't hear anything.
Really?
And my heart drops. My first song being debuted, and I'm all my friends, and then nobody hears the song. I mean, they know the song,
Right.
but they didn't hear his voice. And he didn't realize the spotlight's on him. He's not hearing
Oh,
the
you
sound.
usually don't
I'm
hear.
going crazy.
And he's going
I
crazy.
think I'm a star.
And
you're
nothing's
like-
going on. And finally, he gets it. Somebody gets his attention that his voice is not being heard. Like 20 seconds into the song, and Shlomi turns around. I couldn't believe that he had the guts to do this.
Yeah.
Yisrael Lim is leading. It's a big orchestra, and Shlomi goes, "Stop," and he stops the whole thing. He stops
did?
the music.
So I
And
wasn't at the
and
show.
he started
And
again,
they
and we
gave
did
you
it
a new
again.
mic, and he restarted again.
You're talking about that. I had a story with many years later. I was singing in Brooklyn College. Kish Echad had just come out, composed by Yitzi Bald.
His third album.
I
yeah.
come onto stage, and in the front row, if you've ever been on a stage, you really can't see
No, 'cause
past
the
the
lights
first
are
or
blinding
second. You
in
can
your
see the
face,
first
yeah.
first row, second row. You know the big spenders in the first row. Usually it's the Gavirim and everything. Anyway, and their kids. And all of a sudden they're screaming and they're cheering, and I'm feeling like $1,000,000. They're going crazy, and I'm thinking, "Wow, this is." And then I realized about a minute or two into the song that the reason why they were going like this, they were trying to get my attention. When I had run onto stage, my yarmulke had fell off, and they were trying to get my attention that your yarmulke is not on. There was some kind of cable coming down, and I hit it, and then I realized, wow, so you're not just a star. Your yarmulke is, so I had to go put my yarmulke on. Pretty embarrassing.
So your debut album came out, and you're newly married. You're what? How old?
I'm Going to be 25. I was a little younger than 25 when I got
so we're
married.
the same age.
Yeah, same age. Yeah.
Were you nervous that Izzy put all this money into you and you have no idea what's going to be?
I was very nervous because you still want to make money. Number one, you want to do this. You want him to come back. You want to do a second one eventually. I already had songs. People were throwing songs at me at that point, and you want to be successful, and you want him to not to lose money. Now you're talking about Yenim's money, so it was a big pressure. But it's all the one above. And Baruch Hashem, like Yitzi said, there were
And you had some
years that
Yitzi
we
songs,
made a
too.
living. I had many Yitzi songs, absolutely. And the hit of that album was definitely Yerav, Hamalach, which was composed by Yisrael Baruchov, who also today is in Rosh Koil.
Yeah.
And
Pischuli.
Chamoy was on that album. Pischuli was my second
Pischuli
album.
was your second album.
It's funny because I had Pischuli already, but I waited. So I waited for the
That's why-
second
that's why
album.
I
I guess
mixed
I
it
wanted
up.
to wait. Maybe I
And
wanted to
Yerav,
wait.
you sang in 1989 on a Shevach 2 album.
Right, which sold I think like 11 or 12 copies.
Maybe 11 or 12.
That's Avi Fishoff's album.
Yeah, but
Nobody
I actually
remembers.
arranged that song in Piamenta studio.
Wow.
My first arrangement, I was a teenager, and Rick Cutler was playing the drums there, and Shlomi came to sing in Piamenta studio in the basement over there.
Talking about
Yerav.
arrangements, if I could give you to Yitzi's horn, what's amazing about Yitzi is that the first few albums that I did, only my last album, right?
Avinu.
Only my last album was like 95% Yitzi
Avinu
and his
wasn't your
arrangements.
last album. Echad was your last album.
Right, you did some Mizmah Shir, yeah. You added one album after that.
Right, I've had everyone. You're right.
By the way,
The
you
one
know
prior.
my albums better than
Thanks
I do.
to Yitzi, I actually have Shlomi Dax singing some a cappella on that Avinu album. That's the only a cappella I have from Shlomi Dax ever recorded.
That's true. But anyway, what I was saying was he was a guy who made up songs and he gave it to you with his arrangements. So I went to Lamb. Lamb was my arranger.
He's like, "Oh,
And I played him Keshacha Bam Bam Ba, which was ahead of its time. And Lamb took his arrangement and made it into an arrangement. But
just the notes in terms
it was
of
Yitzi's arrangement, and Yitzi, was way ahead of his time. I mean,
So two 25-year-old new singers in the market. By the way, did you guys realize your debut albums both had English titles? Voice of a New Generation, One Day at a Time. I mean,
that's what they were
and
doing
that's
back
not
they
what
were
they.
doing. No
okay.
Jew will be left behind. That's what they were doing. Time is now.
Mashiach.
Mashiach. Yeah, I think it was then the in thing to do.
Letter to
Is that what it
Letter
was?
to Mashiach, Mayor Sherman.
Wow.
You know what the next album that he put out, Letter to Mashiach, was? Return for Postage.
Insufficient postage.
Then the albums were named after
Did
English.
you guys
Today
have
they're
a
not.
say in the song selection or what the title track was, or not really?
Well, certainly really didn't, but I did. And no, when you hire a producer, you want to make sure
You want their
you
feedback.
trust him. So I would sit with Yochi with every single song. This one no good. And there were songs that I regretted that I didn't take. Like it happens. It happens.
No, let's go.
No, you never heard of them. I mean, that I wish I
nobody
took.
ever recorded them or not?
One of them I really can't say.
Oh.
I would love to, but for
This is for
different
Amudim.
for
We're trying to
different
raise
reasons,
money
I
One
here.
song
can't.
that I had you took that I wanted that you ended up taking.
Which one?
Kol Barama? Kol Barama. That was also Akiva Hamnick. That was
So
Akiva
Kalbrama
Hamnick.
I wanted. For some reason, whoever I was working with at the time, I guess didn't want it, and I loved it.
It's
and
all Siyata Deshmaya. It's a mazel. You
And
take a
you had
song, you don't
excuse
know.
me, he had a song composed by Avram Fried. Do you know that?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Oy, da,
Yeah,
da,
but I got
da.
it completed. Meaning, it's a song that he did it. Didn't make it on one
But
of
it was
his
his own
albums.
song.
So I took the whole package.
You have an Avram Fried composition right there. That's something
was a
Shlomi
great
doesn't
song.
have.
Yeah.
True.
How old were you when you were working on Mendy Wald's first album? Your first production, you and Mendy were what? Late teens, early 20s?
No, 25, 24.
25.
It was
And-
around the time when I lost my mother, and it was a very. I was when we
Emotional
were mixing
year.
Sameach. I still remember we were mixing Shifchi, which was one of the songs on Mendy Wald's album, and I got the phone call from my brother, come to NYU hospital, because my mother had been out of work already 3-4 months, and I found out at that time that she was in a very bad situation, and she passed away a year and 3 months later. But so we put out that album Sameach while she was sick, and I used to bring the album to her in the hospital, and she loved it. It was really fascinating. Then after she passed away, 9 months later, we put out L'chaim.
Were you not nervous?
What?
You're in charge of writing arrangements. You've never written arrangements for. How did you even write the arrangements back then? You know how to write music yet or not?
I do know notes. I learned, like I said, I learned by accordion teachers.
Right.
I had my formal.
But I mean, you
music
have
training.
to envision a symphony. You know, the brass is doing this, the drums, you guys know how this works. On your first album, you probably didn't have a clue, but after the albums were recorded, you go.
Who did the notations for you? Who did?
So I did actually did the
wrote it?
notations. Now I wasn't perfect at it. I remember Jim Hines was like in the studio, was like, that note is way above what a trumpet could actually do. And he was telling me, like, giving me criticism, but it was fine. I learned from it. I ended up learning a lot from the musicians who told me, change this, change that. But the truth is, I mean, it's not too many people know, I actually arranged an album prior to Mendy Wald's Copy El Bogans.
Right.
And it didn't come out till after his album, but I had arranged it already before.
It's a great album.
So I was arranging.
Title track's great.
So I was arranging a lot of.
You did notation. I'm saying because the rest of the world used Remy Garari. Remy G was the biggest notation, the biggest back then also.
You want to hear funny now? There's a producer. There's more than one producer. I can tell you now, who doesn't know how to write music, and he tells the guy, "Okay, take your instrument, go da da da." Da-da-da-da.
Remy just does it, and that's
and
fine.
this guy, but this guy's directing musicians, like, you know, and you're like,
yeah, we know who it is.
But the people want to know.
If we break $8 million, I'll tell you next year.
Now, anybody who gives 100,000 or more, I will tell you who that is.
Private message.
No, so yeah, we were writing notes, and we wrote L'chaim. 9 months later,
that album
was
unbelievable.
Was very, very special.
What an album! What an
Smile
album.
Again, and again, it was a very emotional.
Wait, someone told me there's a good story behind Smile Again.
Smile, it's unbelievable. I mean, I've heard many stories after it came out. People will tell me this helped me, got me through this situation. But Smile Again was written together, myself and Yechiel Zegelbaum, Ziggy. Zegelbaum, he was a color war writer of words. So he helped me formulate the words that I wanted to write about my mother. This is literally right after she passed away. And interesting, the album was supposed to be called Chazak. But when I was going to the funeral of my mother in Eretz Yisrael, Avram Fried was on that flight, and he was calming me down, you know, because he heard that I just lost my mother. And we were talking, we were schmoozing, and he's saying, I asked him, what are you working on now? He says, well, I'm putting out an album in a month. I asked him, what's the album called? He says, Chazak. And I knew that we had a great song, Chazak, on Mendy Wald's upcoming album. So we had to change it. We changed it into L'chaim. But on that album was a song called Smile Again. And what happened is that one time, I mean, Shlomi knows, and Sully knows, and Mendy Wald knows, there was a woman in the community, unfortunately, I believe at age 44, that was paralyzed. And the doctors didn't know if she can actually respond or understand anything. After a couple of weeks, they saw that she was blinking her left eye. And people used to come and visit her. And this lady at the Reza, she communicated with her left eye. And when I came in the first time, they said, okay, read line A, and it has A, B, C, D next to it. She'll blink at the line to show you which letters she's trying to say.
I think Itzi Horowitz works the same way nowadays.
Yes, exactly.
And Mendy Wald was there in the room. I still remember this. We were called to perform for this at the Raise. A lot of singers were called. And I remember it took me 5 minutes just for her to say the word welcome. I ran out of the house and I was crying. I couldn't believe, like, wow, what a person has to do just to communicate one word. And when we started singing, she actually told us she wants us to sing Smile Again. And remember, this lady can only blink her left eye.
So it's like a 15-minute conversation of hitting all the letters on the chart.
Correct. And she said, please, I didn't even know she knew this song. And we get up to the high part. In the blink of an eye, all our suffering could end. And I'll never forget, tears were streaming from her eye, her left eye, when we said in the blink of an eye, all our suffering could end.
Wow. So that's how she was able to communicate. That's amazing.
That song was so meaningful to her. She asked us to play it every single time we came to her.
That's another whole angle that I'll speak from on behalf of everyone, all singers, how we can't take for granted life. And we as singers have that unbelievable opportunity to go to hospitals and to sing for people, and anybody else would. I believe if someone called an accountant during the day, hi, come visit someone at NYU or Sloan Kettering, they would go, but you're not calling an accountant. So we get lucky, anybody would do it. We're not grace But we have
don't
that
even have to have
opportunity.
conversation.
And we have the
Music speaks for
conversation. It's
itself.
special. We get to go and we get to be machazik people. We take for granted that we could walk, we could talk. Every bracha we make, there are people so sick, and we have that lucky, amazing schos, in addition to Hashem giving us a talent, that we can go and be machazik and bring smiles to people. It's an incredible thing, and we don't take it for granted. We know
the many
how special that
invitations-
is.
Many invitations I'm sure Shlomi also got with an inscription that you promised that I had it
Really?
last year from 25 years ago. A boy got married recently that's well now that said that he was a little kid when I sang for him, and a note came in and a text, and the guy sent me a screenshot of what I wrote in the hospital that Emet Hashem, when you get married, I'm going to come sing at your chasana. I wrote that once, and I'm going to come sing at your wedding, Emet Hashem, to a girl in Memorial, Sloan Kettering, and she calls me up on my house phone those days, and she said, I want you to come sing at my wedding.
When
So
you were
Emet
still
Hashem,
listed.
Where's the wedding? In Italy.
Wow.
So I called up Yosef Leifer from Traveler's Choice, and he gave me a ticket, and I went.
Wow.
Yeah.
There was a 10-year-old kid, Mordechai Ben David, called me up, asked me to play music in Borough Park, a Hasidic kid. I remember going up the stairwell, and he had Kreislich Pius, this little kid, and when we got to his hospital bed, Lalenu, he had no hair on, nothing. And I still remember we started singing songs, and what was funny is at that bedside, unfortunately the boy didn't make it past his bar mitzvah. They asked me to play by the bar mitzvah 3 weeks before he passed away. Right. But what happened prior to that was Mordechai Ben David was telling me he's flying to Israel the next day, and he's recording an album with Mona Rosenblum and Moshe Mona Rosenblum in the studio, and he's missing this Geschmack of Freilich song. And at that kid's bedside, I started singing in front of Mordechai Ben David a song that he never heard before.
Wow. And he took it.
He loved it. We started singing for the kid 100 times. I'm exaggerating, but a lot of times. And he took out his little recorder, whatever.
$1,000? How much?
Yeah, $1,000. I think you paid me a little quicker, but he paid me. And what's funny is he said he took the recording, he brought it to Israel. Now, Moshe Monroe, I'm talking about a great arranger.
Yeah.
He's incredible. His arrangements, 50 years ahead of his time. He was like not normal. And he goes ahead. He shows him this song, Moshe Monroe Rosenblum. He liked it so much, Moshe Monroe Rosenblum. In the studio the next day, Mordechai Ben David told me he started writing the notes on tissue papers.
He's
there,
known to do that.
he made the
He does
whole
that a
arrangement
lot.
on tissue papers, and they played it that day in the studio. The next day it was recorded.
With the intro?
With the intro.
That's yours? No.
No, that's Moshe Monroe Rosenblum. All put together within 24 hours.
Recorded.
Crazy.
And that's
But that's
MS.
part of what we were saying, how it's a mazel, these songs. I could tell you stories. Rachem from
at a
Shweki, he got late into the album, and not only that, he put it as song number 7 or 8 on the album.
It was not in the beginning.
He didn't think it. Usually, you put it the second song or right away in the beginning.
And you're lucky enough that Suki
and then all of a
Ding
sudden
puts
that
out an
becomes.
album, Sikarachim, a few years later.
So we don't know what songs are gonna make it and which songs. It's all.
We can be
very
here.
true. Very
we can
true.
be here
for hours.
We can be here
It's
for the
not a
next 3
joke.
hours. We got a few minutes left. So
When you're making your album, you think every single song is a hit.
is that really? No, is that
That's your
true?
intention.
Of
Really?
course.
That's
You think I'm
song
gonna put
number
a song that
10.
we don't like? Everything is
Yeah.
not.
Of course, it's not
By the way,
every
Chef
single.
Shiflenu I knew was a hit.
Well, we put it number
That,
one.
that,
so.
that album is by far one of my.
That
Yeah,
one?
yeah, yeah,
That where you got the
yeah,
ah
yeah,
from,
yeah.
right?
That is for
You
sure.
stole the ah.
That is for sure probably my
For sure.
favorite album from you. For you, it was probably Achen was probably my favorite album.
And that's when I went with Yossi Green.
And for you,
That was special.
L'chaim is probably it has to be L'chaim, right? Yeah. From all of Bendy Wald's albums.
Hands down, hands down.
I mean, no.
I
yes,
mean,
you
and then we
produced
did
other
a Vinu
people.
together, and we had a few nights.
That's a
Like
great
Imesh
story, too.
Kachech, it seems like forever.
It's a lot of vocal arrangements.
Wow. He sang it by my
And
chuppah.
that was,
Okay, so a few
in
minutes
Chicago.
left. We're gonna go fast. Okay. Voice lessons. Are they true? Do you need them? Give me some funny stuff you do to get ready from back in the day.
Well, voice lessons is a must, and it's you have to have the foundation. I mean, you can't create a voice out of nowhere. You have to have a voice.
My mommy says I sing well.
Right. So, but if your mommy says you sing well, you should take voice lessons. The main thing of voice lessons is what I think is, besides for one of my voice teachers was Cantor Nassim Galik, a very famous voice teacher, is when you're not feeling well and you have to get your voice from
I always thought it
somewhere.
was
when you're
projecting.
Okay, there's 50 things, there's
Right.
50 facets to voice lessons. But I find voice lessons is when you do have that little cold, when you do a little hoarse, when you are a little down vocally, that's where you really go back into your voice lesson mode and say, I got to do this. I got to do
So
that.
who call comes
Sure.
out? You got a big gig, a big concert. What are you doing to warm up?
To warm up, like now in front of everybody.
Yeah, in front of everybody.
Well, that's all. You only have a couple of minutes left. But there's things, loosen up.
Yeah, let's see. Come on.
Chewing.
You serious?
Yeah, some crazy stuff. Whatever. It's like,
No. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Loosen up your like stuff like that. Go from falsetto to regular.
But your mouth isn't even.
But you know what the
open.
best thing for the voice is? Bottom line
Yes,
is
Shlomi, raw
sleep,
eggs.
good sleep, and just to drink room temperature water. I
No.
tell
Not
all these
very
guys
hot,
who call
not
me,
very
not very
cold.
hot,
I
not
thought
very cold.
Isaac Honig's
Good
special
sleep before you
Might work.
perform. A few nights before Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, you don't just wait. You go to sleep. Sleep is the best thing for the
Shlomi,
voice.
come on.
That's
Give me,
the
some, give
bottom
me some
line.
tricks. Give me some tricks. Give me some exercises, Shlomi.
No tricks. I go to Cantor Einhorn for many, many years. I went to Cantor Einhorn, where Avram Fried goes, and today Shlomi Daskal goes. And people tell me, what do you need voice lessons? You're a professional already. What does Derek Jeter, what do batting coaches need? What do these guys need? You need someone, hadracha, watching what you're doing. And like Sully said, when you're not feeling well, that's when the pressure's on to get it properly over the cold and be able to perform. You can't just cancel Rosh Hashanah.
I think Avram Fried plays basketball a few times a week to keep in shape.
I actually
think
saw
he's
there was
told-
He actually told me he has potato cocoa before he to lubricate. Before he sings, he
There
has
was a video of him.
That's what he actually
There
told
was
me.
a video of him throwing a ball
Camp
from I think half
Aguda, he had
court or
102
something.
fever. I got him to come to a concert in Camp Aguda in 2001, 2002. The year prior, Mordechai Ben David. Next year, I got Avram Fried to come to Aguda for a very good price. And he comes to Camp Aguda, and he calls me up an hour before the show. He says, Yitzi, I got to cancel. I have 102 fever. I said, Avram, you can't cancel. I mean, the whole camp is waiting for you.
It's Camp
He says,
Aguda. Sorry for that.
I guess I wasn't available.
You weren't available that night. He comes in to the gym, and with 102 fever, he goes to the half-court line, running in. He picks up a basketball in the gym. He gets the half-court shot in the first time.
I just
I
saw
just
it
saw a clip.
recently. You
I
saw
just saw
it
a
too.
video. I don't know if it was from that.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't
incredible.
from
But
Maybe he's
he
the new
wa-
from NBA guy instead of the other guy.
Apparently, he believes in the exercising and keeping in shape, like Shlomi mentioned. And
This late in your careers, is it still important? And how often are you
Very,
supposed to go?
even more, very.
Even more important.
Really?
Absolutely.
Really interesting.
Just breath, that you're not out of breath when you're singing, especially I do weddings, next stage of our lives now. I'm doing now weddings and I'm performing, and you have to, if you're not in the studio, you could do it 25 times till it's perfect.
ripening with age doesn't apply to voices.
No, you do a
As
wedding,
you get older, you have
you're
to-
live.
And for you, do you have to, keep rehearsing with your
I
fingers?
practice a lot. I practice a lot in the basement.
And Yitzi's still writing,
Absolutely still
New York
writing.
Boys Choir,
That's right.
fourth album, fifth album, because it was a cappella album. Sorry, I forgot about that cappella album.
And Shlomi said it right. The choirs really give the confidence to the kids. I had a kid from school who typically not all schools want this, but the parents made a decision and they said that they felt it was very good for the kid. A very shy kid. He was like second, third grader. He stayed in my choir for 4 or 5 years. Started laning, started davening for the Amud. He started answering questions in class. Really brought out a tremendous. So I only have good things to say about.
I mean, you were in a choir and now you lead a choir, so definitely that's important. Shlomi has the Shlomi Dax Orchestra, which is funny because you kind of had an orchestra back in the day.
So, Hashem, now one guy added away a little bit.
So it's funny.
I try to book him for after the wedding. I try to book him.
Truth. Yes. When Shlomi opened the orchestra, people were really skeptical. They're like, "There's the Gina, there's the Shama. You're a singer. You can't open an orchestra." And now we're what? Almost 20 years later, Shlomi Dax Orchestra is still a contender. And then we have Shirley Williger, who's not only a singer, a Karlbach singer, a Kumsitz guy, a shtickle cantor.
Plays guitar, by the way, a little bit.
Plays guitar.
Yeah.
And now he's doing English Patchanas. Did you hear this?
Amazing.
Brilliant.
English.
You were at one of them.
I was at one of them, and I was surprised.
And people think, half hour, big deal. You know how much preparation is involved?
I thought I'd hate it, but I actually liked it. It was actually pretty good.
Thank you.
Amazing.
But I think it's more your personality than your rhymes.
Yeah, true.
I'm just saying. Thank you, everybody. On behalf of, first of all, thank you, Yitzi, Shlomi, and Surly.
Thank you.
You can find their music online pretty much anywhere. If you can't, message me for free. Oh, well,
That's right.
don't steal their music. Please support the amazing work that Amudim does. Head over to unitedtoheal.com. Please support this amazing cause, and we hope to see you next year.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Okay, guys.
Before Amudim existed, I didn't even know where to turn. Which therapy, which rehab. As cholesterol is growing, there are more situations to deal with, and we need to deal emergency with helping victims, educating the younger generation so we don't have victims, and we're doing much better the past few years with that, and then with addiction and many other mental health issues, and it's the most basic component of a vibrant and healthy community. We love cholesterol, we love our community, and the only way we could make sure that our children and our grandchildren, our nieces, our nephews, our siblings, and our friends, when there is a struggle, they should get the resources. There is a gap that only Amudim is filling, and let's make sure that that continues stronger with more resources so we can help everyone.
The victories at Amudim, we don't always have the privilege of hearing them. A lot of times, by the time they're done with Amudim, they move on. They continue with their therapeutic work, but we don't always see them 2 and 3 years down the line. But when we get those victory stories, it's a real celebration. It's phenomenal.
It is a feeling I don't even know how I could possibly explain. I guess you'd put it as a high, to be cliche. It's the most phenomenal high to know that you really made a difference in someone's life.
We want to know that we're being effective. We want to know that this is making a difference. It nurtures us. You know, we speak to most people by phone, but we can see the smile through the phone. We can hear, we can see that little bit of hope that they start to experience, and that's motivation. That fuels us.
Amudim is there. They're the first ones there. They're always there. They're there for everyone. And frankly, I think we have to be there for them. I think that we have to dig very, very deep into our pockets. I think we have to support this organization. It's the type of organization that they're so modest that they're just always there for us, and they're not thinking about the cost and all. But we have to think about the cost. We have to think about the fact that we need Amudim, and we have to think about the fact that how much weaker the Jewish people would be without an organization like Amudim. And I would ask everyone to please give generously, give often, give a lot. Whatever you think you can give more. And this is really, frankly, what the Almighty wants. He wants us to look out for each other. No one looks out for each other more than Amudim. Please, please help support them.
Hi, good evening and welcome. My name is Daniela Greenbaum Davis, and we're here for the third annual Unite to Heal event, raising money for Amudim, an international organization dedicated to serving community members in times of crisis. Amudim assists individuals and families impacted by mental health, sexual abuse, neglect, addiction, as well as other crisis-related matters. Your support is appreciated. I'm joined today by Dan Luxembourg, Rachel Kastner, and Montana Tucker. I worked with these three incredibly talented people on a project we'd like to tell you a little bit more about. Rachel, kick us off. You're the granddaughter of survivors, and this is not your first Holocaust-related production. Tell us about this project and what made it different than the others you've worked on.
Sure. Thank you, Daniela. And hi, glad to be here. My name is Rachel. I'm the granddaughter of 3 Holocaust survivors. And How to Never Forget is an incredibly unique project. There have been many Holocaust survivor projects, documentaries, films, interviews, testimonies, of which I've worked on a few different projects. This project is unique because it reaches millions. How to Never Forget is a Holocaust docuseries made specifically for social media with the amazing Montana Tucker, who we have here today. And it traces her journey as she goes back to Poland to learn about the Holocaust and her grandparents' survival. And she brings her millions of followers with her on the journey to learn about it. And I think there are a few unique identifiers that make this project just amazing. And I'm so honored to be a part of it. And I encourage everybody to go and watch it. Number one is that the documentaries that have been made in the past, they feature survivors, but rarely feature young people as well. So audience members who watch it maybe aren't feeling as connected, right? They're not seeing people that are in their own age group on screen with them. And I think it makes it much more relatable when you have an amazing, young, energetic, vibrant, positive person like Montana taking you on that journey. It's super relatable. And then the second is just that it's micro bite-sized clips. So anyone can watch them wherever they are. It's coming at you on the screen, on your phone, where you are in your regular day, and where most of Gen Z and millennials are spending a lot of time. So I think that that's 2 of the main identifiers.
So Montana, obviously there is no project here without Montana. It is the Montana Tucker How to Never Forget project. So tell us a little bit, is this the kind of content you typically post on your channels, and what made you want to embark on something like this?
Yes, well, first of all, I'm so honored to be here. And of course, all of this project wouldn't have happened without all of you guys. So thank you for being here. I think the content that people usually see from me is very uplifting, mostly posting fun dance videos, collaborating with a lot of fun different people. I have posted my grandparents slightly in the past, and I've shared that they're Holocaust survivors, but I've never really gone into depth about their story ever. And again, when I have posted my grandparents, it has been pretty lighthearted. So for me to do something like this was completely probably left field for my followers to see that. I've always been extremely close to my grandparents my whole life, and I've always known their stories, but it wasn't until I became an adult that I really felt that I wanted to learn more about their history. And my great friend Israel Schachter asked me if I have ever been to Poland and if I'd want to go. And I said, yes. And then he connected me with Rachel, and then connected me with you guys, and the rest is history, honestly. And everyone kind of told me before going on the trip about how hard it was going to be, but nothing can prepare you for that moment until you're physically there. And I have seen hundreds of Holocaust documentaries. I have learned about it in school, but I think that me physically being there just changed me forever. And I hope that people watching this feel changed forever as well. And I hope that they feel that, of course it's edited, but I hope they feel that it's raw. They feel like they're actually there with me, and it's not just like them learning from a history book.
So Montana, in the first 24 hours after you posted this project, you had more than 1 million people viewing it. For context, the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum gets an average of 1.6 million visitors a year.
Wow.
Tell us a little bit about how that feels, just all of a sudden to be the person reaching the people that most need to be educated about this issue.
Well, first of all, I did not know that at all. So that is a crazy stat that I had no idea. I think just when talking in millions, like, so I don't remember who posted it, but somebody posted the other day about how many Jews are in America. The US is number one with the most Jews, and Israel is number two, right? And then France is number three, I think, and Canada is number four. I could be doing this wrong. We should check the facts for sure.
You're either right or very close to right. So.
Okay.
You're very
And
close
so
to
the
right. I
fact
think
is-
Israel just passed.
So I have more followers on TikTok than there are Jews in the US, which is such an insane concept. And then the person who I don't even want to name really that recently came out has way more followers than I think the amount of Jews in the world, right? So that's also an insane concept to me. And, you know, I was very nervous about posting this because in the past, when I have posted about my grandparents, when like I said, it's been very lighthearted of what I've posted in the past. I've had thousands of people unfollow me. I've had people write, the Holocaust never existed. They've written really negative comments towards me. So I was really nervous about posting this. And especially given the crazy time that we're in again, which again, we always had it planned to release these dates. And then of course, everything started happening in the world again. But I'm really shocked and honestly happy because this is exactly what I wanted, that people are opening their eyes to this in a different way. And I have so many followers that either didn't know about this or A, didn't know about my family's history, but B, didn't really know about the Holocaust because they're not really being taught it. So the messages that I've received from posting have been, I don't want to use the word positive, but they've been like grateful and thankful that I've posted this versus negative. I mean, of course, there were that handful of negative comments, but there was also something that I thought was really powerful in the comments. Somebody commented something negative, and then there started becoming a discussion. And a few other people started going in on it and commenting back and forth to each other. And by the end, the person who wrote the negative comment ended up saying like, I apologize, kind of.
Wow.
And so I thought that was powerful because I think the whole point of this is to like open people's minds, right? Yeah. We're not going to tell somebody how they should feel, but at least open their minds and maybe see it from a different perspective.
Yeah. So Dan, unlike Rachel Montana and myself, you are the one person on this call that is not the grandchild of survivors, which I think makes your involvement in a project like this all the more important and all the more inspirational, because it's very obvious, it's very easy to see where the passion for the three of us comes from, right? We grew up on these stories. We feel this familial and national obligation to retelling them. Tell us a little bit about why you felt this was an important project to embark on and how you think we can activate other people, descendants of survivors and not, to commit equally to sharing these stories.
That's a great question. The reason why I'm taken aback is because it's so funny to me. I never even second guessed it. It's as important to me as anything else. And having lived in and been fully immersed in LA and the Hollywood scene, I've been a part of so many conversations with legendary executives and directors and screenwriters about how do we get, what's the next Schindler's List? Like that's where people are looking to. And even since Ava Stories, the social media scripted series that came out a few years ago, people have been wondering, what's the next story to tell? Every Jew in Hollywood has the urge to tell the next great Holocaust story, and I always had a different feeling towards it. I always had what's the way we could educate young kids about the Holocaust. And it's, one of the many reasons Rachel and I are friends, because we've been discussing this for years, really, about the Holocaust, about Israel, etc. And when this opportunity came knocking, the Israel, the Rachel, Montana, Daniela, it wasn't even a question. Soul Shop, bit of background, we are a faith-driven studio reaching young and diverse audiences of faith. The majority of our projects are focused on young and diverse Christian audiences. When this project came, it wasn't even a question if we were going to do it or not. It was, how can we make this the best possible vertical short form doc series that has ever been distributed across social media? And amongst the plethora of positive feedback that we've all gotten, one of the most the only comment that actually made me speechless, and for those of you that know me, mainly Rachel probably the most, I'm never rendered speechless. But so for someone to say that this project has changed the future of Holocaust education, period, touched me in a way that I never thought I could be touched, outside of like my son being born. The Holocaust for someone who isn't a grandchild of survivors is, I can speak for myself, at least personally, there's no greater awareness campaign I want to be a part of. If I can articulate it through the lens of like a for-profit venture, this is the most important campaign to raise awareness for, and I'll never stop trying to innovate and disrupt and educate. And my wife pointed this out to me, even though I knew it, but I don't think anyone had articulated it. The fact that Montana is basically doing a 1 week takeover of her channels is so important, and we all need to take 1 second to like applause, or however anyone's watching. Montana, really, you're a hero. I'm not even kidding. And so I'm so eternally grateful for what you're doing for this project.
So one of the things that I think is really important to break apart, and kind of exactly what you raised, Dan, in terms of audience segmentation is as follows. So one of my many hats before producing in the Jewish space was working at The View on ABC. And one of the reason that politicians in particular are so eager to come on shows like The View is that they know the audience they're reaching is the audience that they actually have the potential to sway, right? You're talking to primarily women that are home at 11 a.m. watching TV. These are not, crazy political pundits who are already decided on every issue. These are people that are actually open to changing their mind. When I think about the Montana Project and why her audience is so important here, I think about this statistic in particular, and there are unfortunately a lot to choose from, but this is the one that really sticks with me. According to the Claims Conference, 20% of millennials and Gen Z in New York think that Jews caused the Holocaust. Now, we can talk about the number of Americans that don't know the word Auschwitz, that don't know how many people were killed in the Holocaust, that can't name a single concentration camp. And those are all astounding statistics on their own. But the idea that you could have 20% of an age group walking around thinking that Jews themselves caused the Holocaust tells me we need to focus our efforts on that population. Now, why I think Montana is, arguably the most important person to come into Holocaust education in the last, entire time we've been educating on the Holocaust, is because her audience is exactly that universe that needs that education. So Montana, tell me a little bit about this. Your audience, you've built up over the years, right? This wouldn't have worked if you hadn't come out and said, hey guys, I'm Montana Tucker, no one's ever heard of me, and I'm producing this project. Now, many a time when we work with influencers, celebrities, other people that, we hope will share stories or partner on projects like these, the first question we get is, what is it going to do to my brand? So talk a little bit about that. How does it feel to put yourself out there on something like this? And do you have any words of wisdom and encouragement to other influencers in this space who maybe have things to do here as well, but need a little nudge and a little love to feel like this is a project worth doing?
Yes. So I actually have a few friends who are in the industry who are Jewish and behind the scenes are very pro-Jewish and do everything in their community and celebrate the holidays and are part of Jewish organizations. And then when it comes to social media, don't post anything about it, but they post about every other issue going on in the world, which should be done as well, of course. But for some reason, when it comes to like something that actually applies to her or him in general, they have not done it. And I asked them, I was like, curious because I've had friends who get really upset over it and, say, why aren't you posting? I can't believe you're not doing this. But I calmly just said, hi, I just am curious why you're not doing this. And they've said that they're scared it's going to ruin their brand and that people might unfollow them or might not want to work with them because of that. And for me, I feel, again, like I've said, when in the past, when I have posted about my grandparents, I have had people unfollow me. But for me, I'm like, if I'm going to have these people unfollow me, I don't want them following me. If they're going to unfollow me because I'm posting about my grandparents or posting about being Jewish, then I don't want those followers. And if it comes to business too, if someone's not going to do business with you because you're Jewish, then you don't want to do business with them. I don't care what the deal is. I don't care how much money it could make you. You should not want to do business with somebody because they shouldn't want that from you either. They shouldn't want you not wanting to do business with them because they're a person of color, a person of a different race or different sexual preference. So I think that should never be the case of not wanting to be friends with someone, not wanting to be associated with somebody, not wanting to do business, not wanting to follow just because of that. Now, if they're a bad person, that's a different story. But based on just their religion, their ethnicity, their sexual preference, absolutely not. So for me, doing this, of course, in the back of my mind, I said, okay, I'm probably going to get some backlash. I'm probably going to get people to unfollow me. But to me, I don't care because it's more important to get this message out. And it's more important for people to come along this journey with me than worrying about if people are going to unfollow me. So
I think that's incredibly true and apt. And I hope that there are a lot of other people in your space watching this and thinking to themselves, okay, I have the cover, I have the inspiration, I have the ability now to do this as well. Rachel, one of the things that you mentioned earlier is how much of this project depended on the kind of precise editing that could take the many hours. I think we had over 100 of footage and distill them into these, tiny bites and, that were shareable on social. One of the places that I feel like there's a disconnect between the people in our community that sometimes have the resources to make projects like this happen, and the people doing the work that, actually enable projects like this to happen. I find there's often a disconnect where we'll go out and we'll say, we have this idea. We have a creator like Montana willing to use their platform. We have the story. We want to do something. By the way, it needs to be under 2 minutes. And you'll get feedback from people, definitely in a certain generation, who'll say, TikTok's terrible, Instagram's terrible. We just need these people to watch the 3-hour story. How do you respond to that? And how do we go out there and convince the generation of people that is empowered to make more projects like this happen, that TikTok and Instagram are tools to be used, not, necessarily industries that are ripe for disruption in our space?
So my first feature documentary was a full-length 55-minute documentary about the Holocaust, about my grandfather's survival story. And for the past few years, I've been bringing it to schools and showing it to high schoolers, middle schoolers, some universities. It's typically the school takes an hour-long break during programming related to Holocaust Remembrance Day, Yom HaShoah, or Kristallnacht. And we'll do the 55-minute film, and then we'll have maybe like 5 to 15 minutes if they extend it for Q&A. And what I was noticing over time was that kids are getting bored. Like attention spans are not long enough to watch a 55-minute documentary. And if you can't get your point across in a shorter amount of time, if we're not innovating the way that we tell our stories, along with the way that people are learning to consume stories, we're just going to lose interest. So I think that the most powerful thing, Montana and I, every day after an episode goes up, have been looking at like the comments, sending each other the best ones. I've sent some to you, sent some to Dan. I think that the response, the numbers are just going to speak for themselves. To have a project go viral with over 1 million views and so many thousands of comments and shares and reposts within such a short amount of time, for the comments to be so meaningful and powerful, and so people like spilling their souls and emotions in these comments saying, you really moved me, I'm going to learn more about the Holocaust, or I once met a Jew. Like those words mean a lot. And to me, that is the proof. Like the proof is in the pudding. The proof is out there. This was a pilot. This was a test of, can we tell these kinds of stories on this platform? And to me, already with episode 1, it was a huge success. And I'm sure with the next few, we're just going to see it more and more. So collecting kind of those comments, seeing how this project lives on, they're not going anywhere. So it's only going to grow with time. That's how we're going to continue to make projects like this in the future. And I hope that everyone telling stories will gravitate towards kind of more conventional bites, because a 55-minute documentary sitting on a shelf is not going to do any impact.
My name is Yehuda Greenberg. I grew up in a very frum, Orthodox household. I went to good yeshivas, good schools, had good grades. I was going to be the next Gadol Hadar, the next Rav. And then over the years, things, started to fall apart. I didn't feel in place. I felt out of place, whether it be in social settings, in family settings, school settings. I just wanted to be okay with myself. I wanted to be okay with my family, who at that point, our relationship was strained, obviously. They wanted a path for me that I didn't want for myself, or I didn't know what I wanted for myself, but I knew that I wasn't comfortable with what I was doing. So I started smoking weed. And, I was accepted into a new social setting amongst peers that smoked weed, and we had fun. And over time, that then led to other, drugs, substances. Over time, I had developed a habit of taking prescription medications that were unprescribed and included opiates, benzodiazepines, and along with that came a lot of alcohol. One thing led to the next, and the drug usage got worse over time until I developed an addiction, both physical and mentally. But the most important thing about it was that it made me feel okay. And I would forget the day come nighttime, and come the morning time, I had something to look forward to. Emotionally, I think it was, the best word to describe it was numbness. There was no emotions. It was just me living in this alternate universe that there wasn't emotions. It was so empty. There was nothing there. I still remember vividly, it was a Friday night. I was at a friend's house eating Shabbos dinner, and a gentleman that was part of my father's shul, he sat me down and he said, maybe you should think about getting some help. And for the first time, I felt that somebody wanted to help me. Somebody understood what I was going through. It was eye-opening to me. And I said, sure. Come Sunday, he called me. He said, I spoke to an organization on your behalf. It happened to be Amudim, and he said, we procured a treatment center that you could go get help. And he said, this is when your flight is. Do you want somebody to fly with you? I was in shock. I was nervous, fearful, anxious. I said, no, I'm okay. I was a big boy. I said, I'll fly by myself. It was in California. I went to Chabad Treatment Center. I went not knowing what to expect, and it was the best experience I ever had. It was a place where I belonged. There was no judgment. That for me was the most important thing. It was feeling that I was a part of something that I never felt before. And throughout all this, the healing emotionally began, and a lot of it started with the community, but a lot of it was being okay and comfortable with who I was and who I wanted to be. When I got out of treatment, I then started case management work at a hospital detox. And that's really where things started coming together for me. My job was to talk to people and get them to treatment. That was my job. Having those conversations and just opening their eyes to what life can be, and also leaning on my past experiences, it just made it a lot easier. Seeing somebody go from point A in their lives, even to point B. It doesn't have to be A to Z, but getting them into treatment is the most drastic thing I can do to help somebody. Just like somebody did it for me, it's something I love doing. And I built my self-confidence, and people started to lean on me for, whether it was a ride to work or whatever it was, people leaned on me for something. And now I got married, which is my biggest dream, and God willing, starting a family. And my parents, I'm forever grateful. I think they're very proud of what I've done. I don't think I would have been on this path or journey had an organization like Amudim not existed. The second they got that call, there was no obstacle. There was no, how much is it? When is it? Let's get him help. I think that was one of the biggest things Amudim did for me, was giving me that ability to say, you know what? I'm ready, I want to get help, and the rest was taken care of. I'm forever grateful for Amudim, for what they provided me, and the impact that they made on my life will stand with me forever, wherever I go. And the impact that they make on other people's lives, and I see it on a daily basis, is instrumental in helping people get better and helping our communities really get better.
Impact.
Just to piggyback off of that for just a moment, because Rachel's spot on. The message to get across to those folks, Daniela, is those 3-hour PBS documentaries shouldn't go anywhere. They're actually great once you whet your appetite, right? Viewing habits, consumption habits have changed. That's just statistic, it's fact. People are going from network to streaming and streaming to social. It's just like every single graph will show you that. And for the folks that are not taking short form content, social distribution channels, folks like Montana, seriously, they're doing a disservice, because for the 1,400 people, they're going to watch their documentary, but they can pat themselves on the back because they made a nice 3-hour documentary. They're just putting impact aside. And the fact that you have these heroes, not using another word, like Montana, that are willing to share their story with their audience is not something to take for granted, is not something to scoff at, is not something to think about, right? You have an unbelievable team here, right here. So honored to be a part of this team. We're willing to tell, you can put this on Netflix and people will still watch it. It's Netflix quality content. We just chose a better distribution channel.
Now, Montana, some people go to the camps once and it's more than enough for a lifetime. Zach, who viewers will see in future episodes, has been there, I don't know, well over 100 times, I would guess, which is an incredible undertaking in and of itself. I'm not sure emotionally I could handle that. My question to you is, would you ever go back? Do you think, seeing the success of this project, you would want to yourself become the educator who brings people from your industry back, who shows them the experience for the first time, who sees other people being hit with that experience for the first time? Or is your position on this as mine is, by the way? So very much okay if it is. I've been there. I'm not sure I can handle it again. And, I have the video now, so we can go back.
That's a crazy question, because no one's asked me that yet. But it's interesting because being there, there was so much other footage that we didn't get to fit into these 10 episodes from me going to Auschwitz, because the whole trip was, for sure leading up to Auschwitz. And obviously, knowing my grandma's stories so exact and like standing in those exact spots, it was extremely hard. And Zach is an angel on earth. Literally. He's just, unreal. We still talk all the time on WhatsApp. He's the best. But I asked him how many trips he's gone on since going with me. I think he said 4 more trips, and we got back not that long ago, 3 or 4 more trips he's been on with different groups of people. So that being said, it being, the hardest experience in my life, if there was an opportunity to go back, or if it would influence people to go back, if that was the reason why people would want to go, if I would be there with them, then I would do it. If that's the reason why people would want to go see it and to experience it with them, because if that means that more people are going to experience it and know it, then yes, absolutely. But again, it was extremely hard. But I think now, after going, I think I know maybe how to prepare myself a bit more after physically being there, versus before I just heard the stories and I didn't actually physically go there. So yeah.
So can I maybe share, Daniela, a unique moment from on set that Montana just reminded me of?
Please.
So we actually had a full production crew with us, with Montana and myself and her mom on set. Everyone except for Montana and myself, her mom and Zach were not Jewish and had never been. Some had little knowledge of the Holocaust, some had more. But obviously nothing from what you hear before prepares you to be in Auschwitz. And we went to Auschwitz on our last day of production. And there are a few different places within Auschwitz that really, really stand out. One is a specific part that feels more like a museum. It's an open air museum, right? You're walking around the actual barracks, the actual areas, where Montana's grandmother was, where my grandfather was, where so many other Jews were. And there are many places that you can go that stand out when you're looking through the book of names to find your family members, or when you're walking through the barracks or the bathrooms. There's one area that really feels like a museum that has several rooms filled with artifacts. So one room has specifically glasses, like the million, maybe thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of glasses that were stolen from those who came into the camp. Another has the suitcases, another has the hair of the men and women that were shaved. And that building is unlike any other place on earth. It's really, 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 really difficult to walk through that building. I've been there twice now shooting, and a few other times, and I felt almost like I was a little numb walking through it. And when we walked out of the building, Montana was with her mom walking ahead. I was already walking with Zach to the next location. I turned around and I saw our crew like taking a break. Like they were all separated, standing like 5 feet away from each other, facing outwards outside of the camp. And I like called them over. I thought that they were just giving us a minute. And when they turned around, they just were all crying. Each one of them was completely red in the face, crying one after another. And I realized in that moment, like I thought they were giving maybe me and Montana and Zach a moment, but they were taking a moment because it was so impactful. And obviously that is like a place that really like drives home like really the horrors of what happened there. And it was so special to make that project with a team of survivors, Jews, and also non-Jews who are learning about the Holocaust in depth for the first time, when most of their projects are nothing about this topic. And I think like not everybody's going to get to go there in person and have the experience that crew did, but the millions of people watching on Montana's channel will now get to even get a taste of it. And I just think that story is like stands out to me as one of the most impactful moments of that whole production.
Yeah. Look, I think something else that we haven't gotten into yet is where responsibility comes in. And I think to your point about bringing in non-Jews into telling this conversation, this story, it's a huge part of it. You know, everyone on this call is under 30. And we all talk about we're the last generation and the survivors are dying out and this is your last chance. But now that's really true. I'm working on a separate project right now, and it's been really, really difficult to source a certain number of survivors that are able to speak both lucidly, that are physically able to get to a studio and that, you know, have enough memories of their story to share. And even 5 or 7 years ago, that wouldn't have been the case. So I think we're coming into a different part of this conversation, which is we really are at that point now where the mantle has to be passed, where survivors are not really able, at least going forward, going to be able to be the ones sharing their stories. So Rachel, Dan, Montana, really, this goes out to anyone. What does that sort of kick in the gut that not only is this something, you know, each of us obviously feels is important, but this kick in the gut that there's no choice if we care about sharing these stories. There's no choice anymore to not be the ones taking it on, because we really are the last generation who has experienced relationships with survivors in real time.
Yeah, I think for me, both my grandparents always, you know, as far as I can remember, always went around to all the schools. We're from Florida and always go around to all the schools and share their stories. My Zadie especially, he always made sure everyone knew he was a survivor. He would meet anyone and he would let them know that he was a Holocaust survivor, and he'd wear a pin that said never forget and never again. He would never take this pin off. And it was really like his mission and goal was to educate, kids and people from around the world to never forget. My grandma as well. And then my grandma now suffers from Alzheimer's over 14 years. So my Zadie passed away 3 years ago. My grandma is still alive now, but she cannot share the stories at all. And so that's why more than ever, I feel like both my mom and I feel it's both of our responsibilities. But especially me as a grandchild and having this platform, I feel like it's more of a responsibility than ever to share these. And I know that, again, like I said, it was always my Zadie's goal was to keep these stories alive. And it's interesting that that's like the slogan. We kind of say it, I don't know if it's considered a slogan, but like at the end of each episode, share these to keep these stories alive, because that was extremely important to him and both my grandparents.
I think that really hits the nail on the head. Like we mentioned earlier, I'm not the grandson of any survivors, but being in these conversations with folks that work at all these organizations that are trying to teach younger generations about the Holocaust, either how to equip them to continue educating their friends or how to just educate either young Jews, young non-Jews, etc. We don't have time. We don't have time to waste. We don't have time to argue about whether or not social media is an effective tool. It is. Kids aren't going to sit in movie theaters. They're not seeking Holocaust-related content on the traditional streaming platforms. But folks that aren't looking for Holocaust-related content follow Montana. And so that she's posting it and giving, and I'm a new parent, relatively new. I have to give my kid medicine when he doesn't want it. And that's kind of it. We're just dressing up the medicine to taste really good, because the content's really good, unbelievable storytelling. And it's this sense of we are the last generation. We don't have time to waste. We have to continue innovating, telling the story, being on the front lines, penetrating news feeds with content that is true, with content that is effective, and with content that can educate everybody.
Rachel, from a production standpoint, from a creative standpoint, what selfishly, for those of us on the panel, do we want to tell the people watching this? What do we need to make this happen 10 more times, 20 more times?
I think first and foremost, we need brave influencers, celebrities, songwriters, actors, etc., who are willing to tell these stories, not only if they're grandchildren of Holocaust survivors, although that's made this specific one so impactful that we got to hear from Montana about her own grandmother's survival and learn about that with her. So that's the first most important thing, is that this is their project, right? We created this with Montana to tell Montana's story in the way that is authentic to her and that her audience is already loving and connecting to her about. So that's the most important thing. It has to remain genuine and authentic, and therefore it has to be creator led. That's the most important thing, right? It's really easy to try to turn it into something that it's not, a documentary or branding or whatever we see out there. We see lots of content out there that's aligned, that's trying to tell the Jewish story, the Holocaust story, etc. But if it's branded as a big Jewish organization and it's not being created for a content creator's platform, they'll smell it, right? People love Montana because she's authentic and genuine and inspiring. And so that was something that Dan and I worked really hard on in the editing creative process, was to make sure that it was edited, but it still felt like Montana, right? It still feels like Montana is telling the story, not anyone else is telling it for her and placed her here and told her what to say. And it really wasn't. It's the most genuine. We went there with a plan of where to go and wanting to tell the story of the journey, but we told exactly as it happened. So keeping it as genuine as possible. And the second is completely leaning into the platform, right? Again, we can't make a documentary and then cut it into short slices for TikTok. That wouldn't have worked. This is working because we built it based on what we know is true, which is that there are certain types of content that do really, really well on Instagram and TikTok, and we're going to lean into that. So even in coming up with a title, Dan and I were like, we have to come up with something, and the title totally came from Dan. Like, we had to come up with something that sounded like a TikTok trend. So we were like spitballing there, and even I'm not a huge TikToker, right? So like, and that's where Dan beats me in the Gen Z game. So
I'm obsessed with TikTok.
so like, once we came up with a title that really felt like that, then it was also about the creative. So like, as I was coming up with creative with our editors, it was like, how do we make sure that it looks like any other TikTok when you're scrolling, right? So that it doesn't, I don't want to pass over it. It looks exactly like something else that I might watch on Mantiana's feed or in my feed. So like every single detail was planned. And I think that like the last piece is like, trust creators and trust young people, right? Like the fact that we're all under 30, we're the ones that are making this, like we're the ones that know the platforms. We're the ones that have been waiting to tell stories like this in this medium. And like, we're gonna do it, right? Because we have that kick in the gut and that responsibility to do so.
Look, I think one of the reasons that we on the production side were so excited to work with you is you bring the proof of concept, you bring the deliverables, you bring the ROI before the project starts, right? We see how your videos do, we see the engagement you have, we see the respect your followers have for you. And so the ability to work with someone, with your audience, with your platform, who genuinely has this story, this connection, and wants to use it for good to share it, is already kind of makes our job very easy, right? We didn't really have to do very much. I think what's been so heartening for us to see is you can see the ROI. It's tangible. You can see the number of people. Again, like 1.6 million people visit the Holocaust Museum a year. 1 million people watched your first episode in its first 24 hours. Then you talk about reaching beyond that audience. You know, Good Morning America was so excited to have you on, and your conversation with them, I thought, was so important because it bridges the gap. It shows people that using TikTok as a platform primarily is important because it reaches the young Gen Z and also like the weird interstitial space between Gen Alpha and Gen Z. But it also has the ability to then translate to this more mainstream older audience. It's resonant with people. Obviously your bite on GMA, you know, really made it go viral on a whole different level. So to close us off, I just want to say a huge thank you to you and to ask you, going back when you first agreed to do this project, when you first kind of iterated and created it in your head, has it turned out the way you expected? And what would you say to yourself about a year ago, if you could, about what this experience would be like?
Well, first of all, thank you for saying all of that. I think, again, I've always, like I said, I've always been so close to my grandparents and known that I had to like do something. I don't think I knew in the capacity of what it would come to. And I think, again, we had so many conversations, like a year ago about us going and about us doing this. So for it to finally happen, and even after getting the edits, I mean, I've watched it a million times. I still cry every single time and over every single episode. And I have watched it literally a million times. But to see other people have that same reaction from it is, I think, what's most special about it, because of course I can feel it because it's my story and my family. But for other people who either are Jewish, to be so grateful about this, but again, for people who are not Jewish, who genuinely have zero attachment to this project whatsoever, for them to have these reactions, I think is just so incredible. And I think that's kind of the point of this all. It's, yes, this is for the Jewish people, absolutely, but this is also for everyone, so that this can never, that everyone can never allow this to happen again. For the Jewish people, yes, but also for every other ethnicity as well, and race and religion. And so this is something that is shown, because again, the Holocaust, this is something that I definitely want to add, because I feel like I haven't shared this as much, wasn't just the Jewish people. If you were a person of color, if you were a person, like if you were just someone that was different than what the Nazis imagined, you were also a part of this. So that's something that needs to also be shared. And I feel like we didn't really share that enough. So the fact that all different groups of people are really like feeling moved from this project, I think is all we could have all ever wanted. And like, you know, this is only the beginning. We have a lot more to come. So.
Well, Dan, Rachel, and especially Montana, thank you all so much. Thanks to everyone watching, and thank you for your continued support of Amudim.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
When thinking of all the different aspects of Amudim, locations where people work in Europe and Israel or even throughout the United States or what divisions they're in, the common denominator is one thing: heart. Everybody in Amudim is doing so with their heart, and that's what makes this so special.
Amudim is an emergency stop for people that feel alone in the world, that are dealing with problems that they're embarrassed to deal with, that they've been keeping private for years, and they're suffering inside. And they're comfortable to know that we're here to help them 24/7 for whatever they need. We are here and will always be here to help them. And they should never, ever feel alone and never embarrassed of any problem that they have. Amudim has their back. Amudim is a Hatzalah for mental health.
There are people that have said to me at times, you know, you're like a firefighter, all your staff, you're dealing with the emergencies. Yeah, that's true. We are currently firefighters. However, at the same time, we need to focus on the prevention aspect and the awareness aspect so that A, we can try to avoid having these issues come to us later on, or getting earlier help, early detection, early treatment.
Education and teaching kids, you know, what's okay, what's not okay, is the best prevention for getting them into something. You know, when they're faced with something that they've never seen before, it's very difficult to, you know, to know how to handle it. And there's peer pressure and a million other things that are going on. But if you give the child the tools to know how to deal with something when that issue comes up, you know, whether it's abuse or drug abuse or any other thing that can be going on, when it's something that they've heard about before, then they know how to deal with it when the issue comes up.
The example we always use is if you had a ledge and people were falling off the ledge, so you built a hospital at the bottom. That's very nice, you're gonna take care of them, but why don't you just build a gate before anyone falls off? Catch them before they fall.
Prevention is a crucial piece in human service. When we want to help people, what we call chesed, we want to, first and foremost, be able to prevent the worst things from happening in the first place. Everyone's going to deal with challenges, but we want to mitigate how intense and difficult those challenges are.
Anyone here at Amudim is familiar with this. They realize that if the children are our future, then healthy children equal a healthy future. It's not an overstatement to say that this is about the future of Klal Yisrael. This is about having healthy, well-adjusted students to bring the next part, the next generation moving forward.
We really have been able to get so many students help, whether it was bringing them to the school guidance team, whether it was referring them for outside help. Over the years, there probably have been thousands of students that we have gotten into help for whatever they're dealing with, probably much faster than they would have gotten help otherwise.
We mitigate those intense difficulties from happening that can sometimes rip at the fabric of what we believe healthy and humane society should be, of what we believe Jewish community should be.
We're here for the end goal of creating a better world for everybody.
Amudim is the oxygen of Klal Yisrael. We couldn't exist without Amudim. From my perspective, Amudim deals with all of the things that you don't really want to know about in society. I think a lot of people are confused, you know, what does Amudim mean? What do? They really take care of a lot of underlying problems that a lot of folks don't want to talk about. And that's the beauty of Amudim. It's sort of a clearinghouse for any type of problem, particularly very sensitive problems relating to abuse and addiction.
What makes the Amudim staff so amazing is just the drive to help. We're talking about issues which are not popular, no one else wants to deal with. We're talking about issues which communities often are not as welcoming to talk about and to deal with. And there's a lot of challenges in trying to be the people who are helping address these issues. And despite all the challenges, despite all the roadblocks, the staff, they don't give up, keep plugging away. The fundraising is absolutely crucial. As far as those in the trenches, no one's in it for the money, but at the end of the day, our work has costs and we need your help in order to keep doing what we do.
welcome this wonderful event in support of Amudim, a Unite to Heal. My name is Pesach Lerner, and I am founder and chairman of the Eretz HaKodesh Party in the Israel's national institutions. Our special guest tonight is my dear friend, my brother, Jonathan Pollard. I have known Jonathan Pollard for over 30 years. We have shared difficult times, better times, good times, sad times, and happy times. I believe I visited Jonathan in prison probably close to 100 times. Jonathan, I was there when you were released from prison, was by your side during Esther Shalom's illness at the Shiva, and recently, Baruch Hashem, I walked you down the chuppah for your recent marriage to Rivka. So you and I go back and go deep. So it's always an honor to be with you.
Likewise.
And you're now in Eretz Yisrael. You're living, you're working, you're contributing to Eretz Yisrael. You know what's going on. You're part of what's going on.
Unfortunately, yeah.
And the question is, can you share your thoughts, your vision of greater Eretz Yisrael? Aliyah, anything. You're there. You fought for this country. You were imprisoned for this country. Now, share with us your feelings, your visions.
I think one of the biggest surprises I had when I returned was how different the country was. The whole notion of the Jewish identity of the state was up in the air. And for those of us who are what's generally called the religious Zionists, it was pretty frightening where we were going. Now, with the results of the new election having more or less been confirmed, and we're in the middle of forming the government, the struggle for the identity of the state has taken on new meaning, because now we have an opportunity, B'ezrat Hashem, to actually create a Jewish state. Two of the greatest myths of this country are that we are democratic and Jewish. Unfortunately, we're neither. Part of that is because of the outsized role and the irresponsible role of the High Court, which kind of renders the Knesset moot. So that's as far as the democratic process is concerned. And hopefully with the override clause, we'll try to amend that. And as far as the Jewish identity of the state is concerned, which is something I'm primarily interested in, with the appointment of Harav Maoz and his party, I think we'll be in a position to do some major healing. One of the first things we have to do is change the law of return so that it reflects halakha and not the Nazi Nuremberg laws. Unfortunately, there were people back during the days of the Soviet Aliyah that were very happy to bring in a lot of people whose Jewish legitimacy was, well, it wasn't questionable, it was non-existent. And the same thing is continuing to this day. This is dangerous because it's diluting the Am. So hopefully, if we can amend the law of return to reflect halacha, this will stem the slide that we're on right now into diluting the Jewish character demographically of the state. The other issue, as far as Jewish identity is concerned, has to do, of course, with the role of the Rabbanut. And there's been a big push here to dilute the role of the Rabbanut, mostly by leftists, the Reform movement, the conservatives. And, you know, it's funny, but we never had a problem here before, really, with the Rabbanut until the leadership of the American Reform movement, sensing their ship was sinking in the United States after they had basically knocked enough holes in it, when they realized this and they came here to set up shop, like, if you'll excuse me, I've used this expression publicly before, rats deserting a ship. Suddenly, the kotel became an issue. Suddenly, kashrut became an issue. Suddenly, gerus became an issue. Suddenly, Shabbat became an issue. It wasn't an issue for the vast majority of American Jews who came here, for example, to visit the kotel. They understood the role of a mechitza, and they respected it. Suddenly, when these, I call them these rabble-rousers from the reform movement and conservative movement showed up, suddenly there was an issue. Suddenly there was a problem. Yeah, for them. And for the local leftists, they seized upon these people as a means of gaining legitimacy that they had lost at the polls, in the same way that they basically try to gain legitimacy and power through a high court, a bagatz, that they largely control. So this is another issue in the fight for the Jewish identity of the state, basically trying to reduce, if not eliminate, the irresponsible and unjustified intrusion into our society of the American reform movement and their conservative brothers and sisters as well. Lastly, as far as the Jewish identity of the state is concerned, there's the issue of the Ministry of Education. A lot of people don't understand what's been happening with that ministry. Basically, as long as the children that were turned out by the secular school system here were ignoramuses, that was fine as far as Jewish education was concerned, because there was a possibility of educating them later. Unfortunately, the role of organizations like the Shalom Hartman Institute and the Reform Movement have illegally intruded into the operations of the education ministry. And I say illegally because they've been the beneficiaries of non-competitive grants and access to our educational system, which is illegal. We now have an opportunity to turn out Jewishly educated children from the secular school system. So in the event, chas v'shalom, they want to leave or turn away from or abandon Judaism, at least normative Judaism, at least they'll know what they're walking away from. What I'm afraid of is what we've been turning out because of the unethical influence of the left in the educational system, religious educational system, because people who have been misled, who have been lied to, and have been I would call it miseducated as to what Jewish law and tradition and history actually are. So hopefully, depending on who the Minister of Education is, which party gets control of it, we'll be able to at least rebalance the quality of Jewish education that our secular students are receiving. And again, as I said, this is not a question of brainwashing. What we're doing is presenting them the opportunity to learn what normative Judaism is. So if they care and wish to practice normative Judaism, the halakha, fine. If they don't, well, at least they know what they're walking away from, and hopefully over the years we'll be able to bring them back. Right now, I'm putting together a Jewish educational center for children in Tel Aviv. It's named after my late wife, Esther. We're starting a fund drive now to build the permanent building. Right now, we have between 500 to 600 formally Chiloni children at the Gan level, kindergarten level, who are now learning about Jewish traditions and heritage and history and practice. When I talked at the dedication of the school to several of the parents in the presence of our chairman of the board, Kavod Harav Micha Halevi, the chief Ashkenazi rabbi of Petach Tikva, I asked them, these parents, why are you sending your children here? This is a religious school, and you're definitely not religious, or observant, rather. And the answer was the same from all of them. They said, our parents refused or declined for one reason or another to teach us anything about what Judaism was. We hope that our children, being educated here, will teach us. So I looked at the Rav and I said, Ze Giulah. This is the Giulah. Because we learn in our tradition that part of the Giulah will be represented by the children teaching the parents. Ken. So there it is. And, you know, I'm starting this. Children were very important for Esther and myself. We never were allowed to have children. And unfortunately, upon our return to Eretz Yisrael, her health deteriorated and she died. She passed. And so we never had an opportunity to have children. So this school is her legacy with these children. She was a teacher by training. So I hope that as she's looking down on us, that she appreciates what we're trying to do in her name. Ilui Nishmata. So this is pretty much what I'm doing right now, apart from my business activities, which are keeping me up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Jonathan, I know that since you came to Israel with Esther Eller Shalom and now with Rivka, and you're traveling a lot. You visited Judea, Samaria, the Golan, Kever Yosef. Can you talk to us about your feelings of being in the Judea, in Yehuda V'Shomron, in the Golan, in Kever Yosef, and going to the places that, in my opinion, I know your opinion, are part of the Eretz Yisrael that God gave us. And,
it's not just part. It's the core. It's the core of Eretz HaKodesh. I think one of the most awe-inspiring moments of my life came when I gave a speech at Harival, which is where the tribes, the Shevatim, really came together to form a nation under Yoshua ben Nun. And one of the points that I was trying to make to people there in my speech was that if anybody wants to call into question our right to this land, here's our refutation, here's our proof. It isn't just the Maharat HaMachpelah that we bought. It isn't just Kever Yosef that was bought. It isn't just Yerushalayim that was conquered and became our major capital after Hebron. This place, just like the Mishkan in Shiloh, represents the epitome, if you will, of our claim to the land. So it was like it was really like coming home for me. And when I stood on that mountain overlooking valleys that our people had used in the conquest of the land, it just hit me very hard that I'm home finally. And for many people who come here from Chutz La'aretz, from the United States or from Europe or wherever in the Galut they come from, I don't mention diaspora. I don't use that word. I use the word Galut because that's what it is. When they actually go to places like Shiloh and they see the Mishkan or where the Mishkan was, or they go to the Maharat HaMachpelah and they actually look at the tombs of our Imahot and people like Avraham and Yitzchak, I mean, all of these, it's real. There it is. You can actually go up and put your hands on these kevers. Then they suddenly realize this is where they belong. There's an expression that Esther used to tell me all the time, and she said it when she died. She said, you know, it's very easy to take a Jew out of Galut and bring him to Eretz HaKodesh. But it's very, very hard to get the Galut out of the Jew's mind. Well, one of the major ways of doing that is to come here and live, to make Aliyah. to recognize that it's not natural, it's unnatural for Jews to live in Galut while there is an opportunity to live in Eretz HaKodesh. There are some people, I mean, this is my opinion now, there are some people who feel that they can't start this journey back until Moshiach comes. So they're waiting for Moshiach. Well, I ask them another question. Maybe, just maybe, Moshiach, may he come in soon, is waiting for us, waiting for us to come home. So in the possibility, with the possibility that this could be the case, come home, because you might be accelerating the timing of Moshiach. He's waiting for us. It isn't just our midot or our mitzvot or our observance, general observance. It's our presence here in the land, the ingathering. So it's very important to come and to be a part of this society, this evolving society, and to help defend and promote the Jewish identity of this country. Certainly, when you look at all of the lands in Yehuda and Shamron and Binyamin, you look at all these lands, and you read Tanakh, you read the Navim, the prophets, it's here. You can actually look at it, you can stand on it, you can breathe the same air that our prophets breathed. It's the most awe-inspiring and uplifting experience you could imagine. Are there problems? Oh, yes. there are a lot of problems, but they are our problems, and we can solve them. You know, there's an old expression that Aliyah is a process of pushing and pulling, the pull of the land, the pull of the heart, the pull of the soul, the neshama to come home, and also the push of bad developments in Galut. Right now, I think it's pretty obvious that the Galut is closing down. And I have to, tell people, yes, this includes the United States as well. Nothing that I've seen, nothing that I've read, nothing that I've heard would suggest otherwise. So it would be good for people to come now while you can in an orderly way before you have to come. And you have to come in whatever condition you are. So come, get a place to stay, bring your children, bring your relatives, but come home. And yes, you can start a business here. It's a little difficult. Yes, you can eventually put up with the bureaucracy, which is granted mind-numbing, but it's something that we can change. And it's here that you can really live the life that God intended for us to live, because there are certain mitzvot that can only be performed here, only here. So why not come home and practice all of them rather than just some of them?
Jonathan, I've had the opportunity to walk the streets of Jerusalem with you. And every time I do, whether people are walking or driving, they stop, they honk, they comment, they're happy to see you, they prayed for you, you're their hero. What goes through your mind when this happens? I remember once in New York that you were walking down somewhere in one of the streets, and all of a sudden a bus stops, and off that bus came Chayolim and Chayolot, soldiers who were in America for rest and relaxation. They had been hurt. They had been hurt in the wars, or hurt in the battle, and again they stopped, came off the bus in the middle of Manhattan, around you, and started dancing. I see that in Jerusalem. When we walk together, people stop, they honk, they get out of their cars. What feeling do you have when you realize that the Jewish people, the Jewish nation are supporting you?
First of all, it was a great privilege of mine to help defend our people. I don't consider what I did extraordinary. I was very embarrassed at first by everybody coming up to me and thanking me. And I'm not somebody that requires thanks for what I did. And Esther, alayha shalom, once asked me, why is it that I felt so uncomfortable? And I thought about it. She was my morah, and so she used to push me pretty hard to think of why things were the way they were. And I came to a realization that I should be thanking everyone for the privilege of defending the Jewish state and the Jewish people. So I was a little embarrassed until I realized that it was everybody who was thanking me that I should thank for the privilege. Part of the other reason is the fact that my hands are clean. I never shook the hands. Physically, I never shook the hand of any terrorist, ever, nor will I, ever. And there was one moment in my life in prison that people know about now, where I could have slipped up. There was an event when John Kerry, the American Secretary of State, proposed that in exchange for me being released, that Israel should release prisoners with blood on their hands. These were the worst of the worst. I mean, why the American government would ever want these animals released to the street should give one pause. So I was asked for my consent. But the issue with me was I would be released, but I could never go home, not even my body. I would die in the midbar. Free, so-called free, but I would never be able to go home. So Esther, alayha shalom, came to see me and asked me, what's your decision? Now, I could say it was unethical for the government to ask a guy like me to make the call because I didn't have any chance of living outside of prison at that time. I was going to die in prison. On the other hand, the government understood what I think pretty well what my answer was going to be. So it wasn't a risk on their part to ask me formally to make the call. So I told Esther, alayha shalom, my answer is no. So when she said, look, I need a longer answer, I said, okay, hell no. So she laughed, as was her way, and she said, no. You've had a wonderful secular education and a military education. I need a professional answer. So I said, okay. There are three reasons why I say no. Number one, it devalues the life of our victims. Two, it lowers deterrence for obvious reasons. But three, and this was my principal concern, my agreement to this deal would inflict horrific pain and suffering on the victims' families. And I couldn't do that. I spent my professional career hunting terrorists and putting them away. And I wasn't going to be part of a deal that released them. So she looked at me, Esther alayha shalom looked at me and said, so that's your answer? She said, well, those are very fine answers, but they're not the Jewish answers. She said, the Jewish answers are as follows. If you agree to this deal and you agree to stay for the rest of your life in the midbar, I'll stay with you as your wife. But she said, you should understand, you would be making the same sin that the Meraglim committed by cursing the land so they could keep their kovid in the midbar. And she said, we're still paying for that sin to this very day. So she said, remember, as a Jew, you live for Shemaim, because at the end of your life, when it passes, you'll have to stand before the Kisei HaKavod, and you'll have to defend your actions. And you can't defend this. It's indefensible. She said, remember, we live for three things. Am Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, Al Pi Torat Yisrael. We live and die on those principles. So she said, you only have two options. You either come home dead as a met to be buried in Kever Yisrael, or you come home as a very old man to kneel down and kiss the land. Those are your only two options. So I said, that's the Jewish answer? She said, yes. I said, fine, put my name on it. And that's what she told the cabinet at the time.
One tremendous benefit that Amudim provides is particularly when people are in a time of trouble, they flounder. That's when they're the most alone. The time that they need help the most is somehow when people find themselves the most alone. Their support system isn't sure how to help them. Their friends might be a little uncomfortable with whatever they're going through, and they're alone. And that's when Amudim steps in and provides a pillar of support. At the time when people find themselves alone, Amudim is there to support them. Amudim, it does the substantive work that we all need to be done. Amudim goes and does it. Salaries need to get paid, rent needs to get paid, medical care, it all needs to get paid. So money is, for better or worse, it's the lifeline of an organization. What the organization does, that's what's critical. It needs money in order to be able to do its work.
At the time, people heard this, have learned about it, are aware of it now. And it's an issue here with regard to exchanging hundreds, if not thousands, of terrorist prisoners for either a living prisoner, an Israeli prisoner, or of war, or the bodies of the prisoners. And we have to remember our tradition, and I've talked about this a lot. We have limits on what we can pay for the return of a prisoner. There's a famous story that took place in Germany where the rabbi in Middle Ages basically said the Jewish community is being asked too high a price for my release.
The Marami Rottenberg.
Correct. So that's one lesson. And I personally wasn't willing to pay that price to set that kind of precedent. The other has to do with what do we as Jews in this country, what does the government do to secure the release of a prisoner, a living prisoner or even a dead prisoner? And I've talked a lot about the incident at Ziklag with David HaMelech, where his people were kidnapped, his women and children were kidnapped, and instead of negotiating for them, he went and got them. He fought for them. He killed the kidnappers. This was the precedence of Ziklag. We've forgotten this here. The army, unfortunately, is too scared to do it. And the government sees an advantage in releasing prisoners because it looks like we're dealing, we're negotiating, we're having relations with the enemy. And they think that the international community respects that. Well, we need a Jewish army, not a woke army, led by Jewish generals to fight Al-Kiddush Hashem. We need a Jewish government in order to empower this army and these generals to fight decisively and destroy our enemies, not manage our threats, not kick the can down the road for the next generation, not to keep what we call here mowing the grass. The Jewish government doesn't do this. We have to act in the same tradition of David HaMelech. We fight, we defeat the enemy, and move on. We know in Talmud Bavli, it says if somebody comes to kill you, you rise up first and kill him. It doesn't say you negotiate with him. It doesn't say you manage him. It doesn't say you kind of look the other way as he continues to bomb you and murder you and defame you in international forums. It says very plainly, you kill him. And that's something a Jewish government, hopefully here, will finally put into practice.
We've mentioned Esther Pollard numerous times during this conversation. And I think it's appropriate and important to let this audience know a little bit about Esther Pollard. I can vouch, dealing with her for over 30 years in her fight for you. She loved you dearly. She sacrificed her life, literally a sacrifice that none of us can understand. She sacrificed her life, her physical, her mental. I mean, she was there fighting for you. I can honestly say that if it wasn't for Esther, you would be, I don't know where you would be today. She fought the battle.
I would probably be dead.
She didn't let anything get in her way.
No,
let's
nothing.
talk about Esther for a second.
Esther was absolutely fearless. She taught me while I was in prison, Yirat Shamayim, you fear only God. And that literally kept me alive in prison. Fear only God. A lot of people ask me, how was it that I managed to survive 30 years in hell? And there's a very simple answer to that. A lot of men in prison with my kind of sentence live on hate. And hate can let you live a long time. You can live. I saw it. I saw the evidence. But at the end, it leaves you a husk of a human being. You have nothing left. And your soul is gone. Your reason for living is gone. And you die spiritually. And in most cases, you die physically. So in that case, I didn't embrace hatred. I embraced love. Of what and who? I had a wonderful wife that breathed life into me for 30 years. And I had a beautiful country, a land that I longed to return to. And as Kavod Harav Mordechai Eliyahu, my Rav Zecher Tzedek Livracha, pointed out to me, both of them had the same initials, Esther Yocheved, EY, and Eretz Yisrael, EY. So loving one, I love the other. And that was the secret, along with Yirat Shamayim, of how I lived for 30 years. And she gave me the strength to do that.
She was again, from the outside, she sacrificed. She spent Yom Tovim at maybe a 1-star hotel so she could be near you. She walked miles to get to you on Yom Tov. She sacrificed everything and anything for you.
I can give you one example that epitomizes what she meant to me. One day, we were supposed to have visiting hours, and there was a terrible, terrible snowstorm. It shut the whole place down. And of course, I thought, okay, Esther can't make it because she was about 10 kilometers away. Well, all of a sudden, the captain showed up at my door and said, you won't believe this, but your wife is here. She walked 10 kilometers through the snow to get here. He said, my wife would kill me if I turned her away. So we had a visit. And it was the most wonderful visit we actually had. We were alone finally. I mean, there was an officer there to monitor, but we were alone. And we could relate to each other as husband and wife, talking, laughing, whatever we did. But as I noticed the sun go down, I got very concerned because I realized she was going to have to walk back 10 kilometers in even more snow because the snow had been coming down heavily the whole time. And she was wet from about the waist down. She was walking through drifts. And all of a sudden, one of the security officers walked in and said, Esther, come on. And I looked at him. He said, look, I'm not going to let her walk back. I have a 4-wheel drive Jeep, and I'm driving all the officers back to their homes. I'll drop Esther off at the hotel. So on the one hand, this shows that even in Gehenna, in hell, there's some nice people. But it also exemplifies who and what she was to me. She wasn't going to let anything, man-made or God-made, get in the way of being my wife.
And even now, she's still
with me. She was the one that did the shidduch with my current wife, Rivka. She did the shidduch. And I asked her, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? And she said, I'm not going to make it. And I want you to be happy. Who does this? Who does this?
The Esther Pollard that I knew did it.
Yeah.
Can you share with us the story? I know it's a little painful, but I think it's important to show who Esther was. At the Shiva for Esther, you shared with us the story of the last few minutes of her life and the story she told you, the message you told you. Can you share with us, as painful as it may be? I think it's extremely important for the audience to understand who Esther Pollard was.
She had been lying in bed at our home for 5 weeks, dying, not of COVID. She had 2 forms of metastatic breast cancer, systemic leukemia, and MDS, which meant she had nothing in her bone marrow. And she had several other lethal problems as well. So she didn't eat anything for 5 weeks, but she always had a smile on her face. And she kept talking to me as if she didn't have a care in the world. So finally she died, or it looked like she died. I've been around a lot of death. So I kind of instinctively felt she was still alive somewhere. So we got her to Hadassah in Kerem, and an Arab doctor worked 5 hours on her to bring her back. And he revived her. And I asked this Arab doctor, why did you do this? She was basically nifter. She was dead when she came in. And he looked at me and he said, I've never done this before, but there was just something that told me she needed to talk to you before she died. There was something she wanted to impart to you. Okay. So because she had corona, like everybody else here, asymptomatically, they put her in the ICU ward. And as they put her in there alone, wheeled her in, she was screaming for me because she didn't want to die alone. And Baruch Hashem, there was a new chief nurse there who let me get suited up in an Army chemical warfare suit, not a paper gown or a mask. It was a chemical warfare suit. And I was able to stay with her for 72 hours. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I couldn't eat anything. I couldn't drink anything. But that was nothing in comparison to what I was giving both myself and her by staying with her. So finally, she died in my arms. And they called the time of death. There were 4 doctors and about 6 nurses around us. And before I could say, Baruch Dayan Hamet, she turned over and looked at me. Her eyes opened up. Pupils were fixed in black. And she had no vital signs at all. And when she talked to me, her chest didn't rise and fall. And she said the following to me. My neshama volunteered to come back for 2 missions. One was to bring you home. The second was to bring you home as a real Jew and not a goy. She said the first mission to bring you home was actually the easiest of all, which came as somewhat of a surprise to me, but that's Esther. But she said the second mission to bring you home as a real Jew, a God-fearing Jew, and not a goy, she said was the hardest of all, and it took me 30 years to do it. And that's when she said, it's easy for a Jew to leave Galut and come to Eretz Yisrael, but it's very hard for the Jew to get the Galut out of his head. And then she ended by saying, Baruch Hashem, I completed my missions, and now I can go home. And I guess she died for a second time.
Yeah,
so
her memory be a blessing.
Amen. So I pointed out to everyone who was present the gifts she gave us. And what was that gift? The clear, unqualified evidence of a neshama. And if there is a neshama, there's shamayim. And if there is shamayim, then we better be careful about our midot and our mitzvot, because we will be held accountable before the Kisei HaKavod for our actions and our inactions in this life. Unfortunately, the only person who understood and confirmed my definition of what characterization of what just happened was the Arab doctor. The other doctors simply attributed what they saw to, quote, a medical anomaly. I hope in due time that they'll come to a realization that what she gave them when she died was worth far more than anything they learned in medical school. She showed them that there was something beyond science. So I'm not afraid of death anymore. I mean, I don't look forward to it, but I'm not afraid of it because I know there's something beyond the present reality. And so she gave me that as a comfort to go forward. And she gave me my wife, my new wife. Who is keeping me on the derech, believe me. And I think this is what was foremost in Esther's mind, that she wanted to make sure that I would have a God-fearing, Jewishly educated successor to her role as my morah. And she was right, 100%.
Any concluding words to the audience about, as you said, Eretz Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Torah Yisrael? What message can we leave? What is the afikoman, the taste that you want to leave in everybody's mind? I guess about the Jewish people, the Jewish nation, the Jewish land.
Come home. It's available, it's open, it's yours. The first Zionist wasn't Theodore Herzl. It was Avram Avinu with Lech Lecha. God gave us this wonderful land, and it is exquisitely beautiful. Come home, help us build it up, help us turn this so-called political establishment into a God-fearing Jewish government. And maybe, just maybe, you'll help bring about the Geula that we've been davening for generation upon generation upon generation. The Geula Shlema will come, either with a kiss or a shmais, but it's up to you, all of you, to determine which we receive as a people. So come home, be observant, help build up the land, create a Jewish land, a real Jewish land, and you'll be amazed at what might happen as a result, not just to you, but to our people. Amen.
Jonathan, on behalf of everybody listening, and we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people, if not 1 million people, will watch this special Amudim program of Unite to Heal. On behalf of everybody, we wish you continued hatzlacha and bracha and simcha, and may you merit to lead us, to lead us to the coming of Mashiach, b'mheira b'yameinu, amen.
Amen. And if I could give a bracha to everybody listening, Yivarecha Adonai b'Tzion, u'betuv Yerushalayim, kol yimei chayecha, u'evanim levanecha, shalom al Yisrael. Amen.
Amen v'amen. Thank you, Jonathan, so much.
My pleasure.
everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you to Amudim's United to Heal fundraiser to help support their extraordinary work. And I'm so proud to be part of this event, and I'm proud to be sharing the microphone with my dear, dear friend, Morty Getz, who's a businessman, a big Talmud Chacham, a Torah scholar, and a real activist, who really was probably the tipping point in the Chaim Walder episode. And I'd like to talk to Morty about how it evolved, how he got involved. And I think the takeaway message for us is in terms of if we want to become more active and more involved ourselves in any issue that benefits the public safety, children, we should feel that we could do the same thing. Not this, but something similar. Morty, welcome. Thank you so very much.
Shalom Aleichem. Thank you for showing us the way.
It's my pleasure. I really would like to start, by asking you about your vantage point on when it started, how you got to know that the allegations were there, and how you started becoming more educated about it, and finally arriving at your decision to go to take the books out of your business.
So sadly, this isn't a story which anyone's excited about. It's actually a very sad story, and it's a very hard story to process. When we're disappointed about one individual, we know it's very painful when we find out that they're not who we wanted them to be. And of course, it's extremely painful for all of Klal Yisrael that relied on these very good books of his for educational reasons, for mental health reasons. We learned a lot. It was very, very hard to process. And nothing we say here says it's easy to process what happened. What we're going to try to understand is what we could learn from what we saw and how we could do better in the future. They say the definition of stupid is doing the same thing and expecting different results. So if we ought to learn something, let's analyze what happened and how could we do better in protecting our children. We're not protecting someone else's children, we're protecting our children when we take action and make the right decisions.
I couldn't agree more. And I've been studying the research on institutional grooming. So it's important for viewers to understand this. Feel free to Google it now while I'm talking is also fine. The institutional grooming means that not only do abusers groom their victims, God forbid, and try to figure out who they could abuse and how they can get away with it, they do the same thing with communities. And therefore, when individuals like Morty get up and make a statement, and it could be something dramatic like this one was, or even small things by hanging up a poster in your shul or school that you're upgrading your child safety, you're closing certain rooms, certain spaces, from a dramatic, huge step that Morty took, or anything that people do to increase child safety and talk about it, it makes a huge difference. So how did you find out about this, Morty? How early before you went public did you?
So I'd like to take a small detour, which is principles I think we should all live with, at least how I live with. One is my manal, David Hershmeyer from Stanford, Ulav Shulam, always said that we learn about Avraham Avinu and we all say, we want to be Avraham Avinu. We want to bring a faith in the world. We want to convert the whole, everyone into Maminim, right? And he said, what's funny is, what he did then, it's not about bringing in Emunah. What he did then was going against what was popular and making a move that was unpopular. You want to be Avraham Avinu? Look in your generation. What is the right move that's unpopular? And that's how you become Avraham Avinu. And that's the first thing that I want people to understand is what motivates what we call activists, is that we are the Avraham Avinu. Every one of us that makes an unpopular decision that's right to help the world become a better place, that is Avraham Avinu. It doesn't mean that we do exactly what he did, because that's not relevant. What's relevant in every generation is what's something that's not okay, something that's hurting people, and we go out and we change that. That's the first thing I want to point out is important to understand, because before we care, we have to first understand that we have to care. Now,
yeah, I just want to tell you, Marty, there's a great line. They say that if you want to lead the orchestra, you have to turn your back to the crowd.
Yes.
Right. The orchestra, everybody's behind you. If you want to lead the orchestra, you have to turn your back to the crowd. And it's obviously a difficult thing to do. I mean, it's certainly not something to be minimized, but it's like you said, by its very definition, making change means you're doing something different. And you gotta, not the people aren't always ready for that.
And the second thing I want to point out before we even start the conversation about empathy is, we say in Nishmas, you listen to the screams of a poor man and you help them. There's a nisach, that Hashem understands the cries of a poor man. And I heard from the Baba Rebbe Zatzal of Tula that it hurts him that we don't have that nisach, because there's one thing to listen to a poor man, but there's a different thing about understanding. So before we address here what we did, I think it's so important to understand, not hear and not listen and not take action, but first understand and have empathy, not apathy, to what victims of child sexual abuse experience. I'm specifically saying what children of abuse experience. So before we go to Walder, I just want to say one story we had with Amudim, because we're going to discuss now the United to Heal campaign of Amudim. I once had someone reach out to me, someone I don't know. She reached out to me. She knows that I'm one of Amudim's funders, and she wants to know if I could convince Amudim to give her a year of therapy. So I never go by name. I ask her for a case number. I reach out to Amudim. They have amazing record keeping of every case. And they tell me we sponsored 1 year of therapy already. And it's like, how much could we do? And we know it's just impossible to just give unlimited therapy. I call back this victim of child sexual abuse and I say, I spoke to Amudim and they already gave a year. She said, I was doing better, didn't have any PTSD, I didn't have dissociation, I didn't attempt suicide for a while. Sadly, she did attempt suicide twice. But you know what happened? Sukkot came around, and the first time my father hurt me when I was 6 years old, I was in the sukkah. And every time that season comes, I try to go away to Florida. I try to go as far as I can from seeing one, but I see a sukkah and everything comes back. I disassociate and I become suicidal. I'm hospitalized. I'm a mother of kids and I can't have my kids see this. Like, I need to restart and address in therapy the trigger called a sikha, because that's where my father, which is sadly a Maggid Shia, hurt me. That story is so painful. Why is it painful? And this is before we talk about Walder, because I want to explain what it means to be tazen takshav. When I hear people say, let the victims move on, let them make a life to themselves. All of us had issues. That is such a rishis and a lack of empathy, of a lack of understanding, maybe. I hope it's not a lack of empathy. Let's hope it's lack of understanding.
Part of it is lack of understanding.
It would take months of intense therapy for this woman to be able to associate with a sukkah positively. And you know what we stole, what that father stole from her? We have our best memories as children in a sukkah. Exactly. We have the best memories as going into hot mikveh in the morning and taking a coffee and going to learn Daf Yomi. Some people, every time they see a mikveh, have post-trauma and disassociation for hours, and they can't be fathers, they can't be mothers. A sikha, a mikveh, our best memories are stolen from these people. Our achrayas is not just to tzakas hadal tazim, to listen and to fix it. We have to connect to the pain, and that's going to direct our decision. Understanding the pain, having empathy, and then making decisions. So now let's go to Walder, and this gives us the background of why I feel it's so important to make a move. I think many people are not apathetic. I don't think they're bad people. I think they just don't understand the recurring pain and disassociation and PTSD and anorexia and suicidal ideation that comes from childhood abuse.
And I tell people, when people say, so the abusers, some of them, they get very long sentences, it's not proper, it's not right, whatever. So I always tell them the only one who has a life sentence is the victim, the survivor. They have life sentences. They unfortunately have to deal with it one way or another for the rest of their lives. So, it should help us listen, and that's just something that, since we know what it looks like when a child is abused, God forbid, and how they carry their trauma the rest of their lives, that should motivate us all the more to protect it, to prevent it from happening in the first place. I think that's such an important thing when you join and help your community develop child safety education. You're preventing such tragedies that are just, it's indescribable. Morty, there's no language. We struggle to find language to explain the trauma and explain the pain. I had a fascinating incident, Morty, earlier this year. In the wake of the Walder incident, I made a number of videos and social media posts encouraging people to keep an eye on abuse survivors, because if you know an abuse survivor, it's very likely that they might be triggered by all this talk of Walder. So someone posted on my social media, Morty, I don't know if I showed it to you. Somebody posted, say, "Hey, Rebbe Horowitz, don't love us so much," because I was expressing my love and support for them. "Don't love us so much. Why don't you listen to us?" That's what he said. Did you see it by any chance? I don't know if I showed it to you.
Wow.
He wrote me, says, "Rebbe Horowitz, I've been a child safety advocate for 20 years. I'd be lying to you if for a second I didn't say, you're starting up with me?" But that was a very quick second, and I responded almost immediately. I said, "Thank you. You're right. I really don't understand." I asked him to email me and I'll give him my number. And I spoke to him for an hour and a half. I listened for an hour and a half. I'm listening much more than talking. It's also important for the public that, often we don't know what to say when we come in contact with an abuse survivor. And usually the best thing we could just do is listen and validate with that, because you really, and not say things like, "Yeah, I understand," or I also had some other things. That's the last thing in the world that they want to hear. What you said, Morty, is right. We also suffered when we were kids, and it's the last thing that they want to hear. They want us to empathize with them. Go ahead, Morty. Please tell us about the Walder.
So going to Walder, so I posted, it's actually very interesting how it came about. I posted something nice about one of his books. There was debate in the community just about the hashkafa of his book. So I posted something beautiful on Twitter about his books. I grew up on the books. My kids love his books. And I suddenly got 3 different DMs. This goes to like months before the whole story.
Morty, I never heard it. I never heard about this. It's fascinating. Go ahead,
I got
please.
3 DMs on Twitter, like how
it's direct message for those
direct
not
messages
media, direct message
on Twitter, like, "How dare you praise his books? He hurt me." And then I get a different message. How can you say his books are great? He hurt my wife when she was young. I got a third message from someone in New York that I know, someone in Israel that was hurt. First, I thought maybe it's like the same story. And then I went after every one of these 3 different DMs, and I still have all those DMs. And like, is this the same story? And there were 3 different episodes. So look, I'm not a judge, I'm not Hashem, but history taught us, and 3 random different people, uncoordinated, reach out to you and tell you, there's a real issue, real issue. And I started putting together the pieces. I spoke to journalists, I spoke to Askunim and to Rabbanim, and suddenly I found out that this is a well-known secret in the leadership, that, look, he's such a talented book writer, he's such a talented person, better to push it under the rug. But many, many, many people, sadly, in positions of power, knew what we found out. Activists got together, many very smart, influential people got together and realized that we can't let this go under the rug, because this is continuing. Actually, there was an offer made, I don't know if it was the right thing, to Chaim Walder to step down from doing children work, one-on-one therapy. He refused. Now, it came to a point in which there were 60 allegations, right? and it was
6-0.
6-0 allegations, of which a Rav in Israel told me he vetted 14 at the time of my decision. And I was like, okay, we have to make a move. And the most important thing is people ask, what does it help to make a decision to take Adam's books? I own the largest Jewish bookstore in New York, which is called Eichler's. And, the bulk of the Jewish books go through our store. And it was decision time. Could we leave his books in the store? Now, people are going to ask, what is it going to help the victims to take out the books? Just so we understand what happened.
Can I just jump in case some people weren't familiar with this? What I did not know, by the way, about this aspect of it, about how Morty started with this earlier. It got into the public consciousness when there is an allegation, especially about someone who's well known. You can look up the halo effect. We tend not to believe it, especially if it's someone that's very respected, which is how they get away with it for so long. And when the allegation started to be discussed, I think there was even a piece in the paper or something in the paper that was before you announced that you
it was before we announced, yeah,
beforehand. So there was some talk in an article in Haaretz, in the Israeli daily paper, and people, the average person, and even the people who are more involved than the average, have no access to knowledge to understand what's going on. So it was sort of out there, and the first concrete move that anyone took. Later, there were other organizations that did a wonderful job of supporting and continuing that, but Morty was the first one. Morty made a very, very brave decision. Again, he has a store called Eichler's. If you want to support his work, it's at 13th Avenue, 13th Avenue and 50th Street in Borough Park. It's a huge store, and Morty announced, I think you put it on social media, is that right? Morty announced on social media that he is taking all of Chaim Walder's books out of his store. That's a big deal. That must have cleared out. How many shelves did that take? I'm serious.
It was 3 bestsellers.
3 bestsellers that were, and what was your? Just understand, folks, that this was a tremendous financial risk. What did you stand to lose on it? You have arrangements with the publishers, I assume.
So there was a big loss associated with that, and not just the financial with the publisher that was initially very upset and then came around that said I'm stealing their whole business, and he personally reached out to me and put pressure on me to stop. But
Walder himself, you mean?
Walder DM'd me directly. He put a lot of pressure and sort of also threats, but more than the loss of money, in the close-knit community, people hate when there's an allegation like that. It's much more comfortable to say we're all amazing. It's very painful to process it. When we see someone as our hero, as our childhood hero, as our book writer, it's very painful for us to realize that, no, that's a very bad person. And part of that is processing that good people could be very bad people, and the world isn't black and white. But anyhow, the first thing that I did that motivated my decision is, this wasn't, some people were like, why do we have to ban his books? Well, this isn't someone that died 200 years ago. During the Walder fiasco, I had someone in Muncie DM me. I'm in the hospital. I attempted suicide because I was hurt as a child, and seeing my own family members on WhatsApp groups denying that this happens triggered me so badly that I attempted suicide and I want to die. Thank God we helped him, and he's doing very well. It was beautiful to see Erev Rosh Hashanah. He posted with his name on Twitter a thank you that he survived the year. But just so we know, those books are in stores, and many victims that are alive are seeing them and getting triggered. In addition, by having that influence on children that are vulnerable and impressionable, that gives him access. That left no question to me that we have to make that decision. We made the decision. We not just removed it, but made a public announcement so people learn. We cannot tolerate this, and this has to stop. We made that decision. Sadly, the instinct, and some people were like, you're a Russia, you're a murderer, you're making this up. Nothing we did was before there was tens of stories, tens of victims that were interviewed by Rabbanim, by mental health professionals. Some even DM me when I put out that tweet in praise of his books, right?
Okay.
So sadly, the knee-jerk reaction was terrible initially, but with time, with more and more victims gathering the courage and coming out, it helped people process it. Now, it's very important to point out that people say, if the victims believe he did this, let them come out. Where are they? Why don't I see them? Or people say in the community, why don't the police arrest them? So it's funny, like if you're gonna scream Musir and Shegets and
Of course,
you're not
they're not
allowed to
going
go
to
to the
want to come.
secular
Right,
authorities,
exactly.
how dare you tell victims, why aren't the police? Why isn't there a judge? Well, we already trained the whole generation that you don't go to police and you don't go to court. So how could we tell people like, why don't you go to court? Well, you said yesterday to someone that went to court that you're a Zaina and you're Shegets, right? So how dare we say this wasn't yet in court? If tens of people come with allegations, it should be enough for us to make our decision, at least in the community in which court and police is so ostracized, right? In addition,
if I can just step in and give some background to folks who are watching, in Jewish law, there's a concept called Mesira. The Hebrew word Masr means to hand over. And throughout our very painful history of almost 2,000 years in exile from Jerusalem, from Israel, from the land of Israel, we lived in countries that were hostile to the Jewish people, and reporting someone to the government in many instances was tantamount to killing them, because they didn't have due process. So that hence there was a prohibition against handing over people to the authorities, which was called Mesira. And what Morty was referring to is that many people when abuses were reported to the authorities, people would say that they are Muslim, they are folks who hand over people to the authorities. The very big difference and the reason that we must report to the police is, first of all, we understand that child abuse has the potential really for being a death sentence, or a potential life-threatening episode for in a child's life. And also the abusers are getting due process. Nobody is sent to Siberia, is sent to work camps. They have a chance to defend themselves. And because we live in a just country, and there are rules and protocols that are followed across the board in an ethical way. So therefore, we don't have the prohibition of Mesira for this incident. What Morty was saying is that, so just to give you the background, so when people say, why don't victims come forward, what Morty was saying is that some of the quote unquote proof that people bring to show that the allegations are unfounded and that the people coming forward are making up these stories, because they say, well, where were you until now? So one answer to that is just the research shows that sometimes abuse victims, it takes 20 years to have the courage to come forward. That they're shamed, they feel that they won't be trusted, especially when it's somebody very well respected. So therefore, what Morty was expressing his frustration with, understandably so, I feel the exact same way, is it's almost circular logic. When someone comes forward, if the person is not believed, and if the person is made to feel that they're making that they're embarrassing the community by bringing an allegation against a well-respected person, then, or how could you, if you're not letting people come forward, of course they're not going to want to come forward. That's what he was saying. People are saying that where are these other victims? Well, make them comfortable coming forward and tell them that you'll treat their allegations with respect and follow up on them, and you'll see people will be much more inclined to come forward.
An Amudim case manager is a very specific job. Case manager is not exactly the right title for the job. Therapist is not the right title for the job. Over the years, we've tried to come up with like different titles: comprehensive case manager, clinical case manager, but it's very unique because we're not just providing a referral.
Initially, we were providing case management just by having people that were being trained as case managers, and then we realized that if we had clinicians doing the case management component, it would actually make it much more effective and more efficient. So we then started hiring clinicians to do that same work.
It's not about just doing referrals, giving a number, 5 seconds on the phone. It was an understanding that what we're dealing with here is mental health crisis. We're dealing with addictions. We're dealing with victims of abuse.
Almost all of the cases are due to some sort of trauma, be it sexual trauma, be it childhood trauma, physical abuse.
Issues that really need more than just a referral.
Often we get calls from not even the client themselves. We get calls from their siblings, parents, rabbanim, many teachers, principals who are just looking for help.
We will get a lot of cases calling for what we call psychoeducation. They want to understand their loved one or there's difficulties, and they don't even know how to help them. So they're starting just with, tell me more about their mental health diagnosis.
They're extremely vulnerable, and you're the first place that they're going to. And some people just want a referral, and that's it. Some people need to go into a treatment center, and they want us to be involved and to follow up and speak with their therapist there. And then even when they get out of treatment, if they go to an inpatient, outpatient center afterwards, if they go to a sober living kind of home, we'll continue following up. If there's any issues, we have liaisons in all different treatment centers, and we'll try to solve the problem or make sure everything is perfect and not involve the client, and let the client work on themselves in the treatment center and not involve them, and we'll just be behind the scenes taking care of everything, making sure that everything is going well. There's a million components.
The idea of creating a comfortable place where people could come in without the judgment, can get the advice they need, the referral, but also to start, unbeknownst to them in the beginning, to build that relationship, to create a place, someone that they trust.
As case managers, we don't know what our days will look like. Every day we're getting new cases. We start by calling a client, asking them what's going on. Tell me a little bit about yourself, a little bit about your situation. A big chunk of the day is following up with old clients, checking in, how is everything, whether it was a referral, psychiatrist, psychologist, clinic, have you gotten through? How can I help you? How can I help you to make that connection, and how's it going?
My conversations with clients really ranges from highs to lows. I can have some clients who I speak to be like, Devorah, I had an amazing day. I had a great session. Another client who calls you up and will say, Devorah, I relapsed. And that's okay. We're here. We're still here. We're not going to drop you because you relapsed. That's part of life. Did something happen? Did something trigger you? Did something happen with your parents? Did something happen in the home that you're in?
The most important thing about case management is making sure that there's a good support structure for those in need.
The case manager is that holding, containing voice on the other end of the line throughout that process. They might have a therapist, they might have a psychiatrist, they might have a group or an AA meeting, but the case manager is that constant and really has taken people from darkness to light, from despair and hopelessness to a beautiful life. It's not a 1-time, 2-time, or even 10-time phone call. This is something that goes on for as long as needed.
It's going to come down to the clients to be successful. They're the only ones who can achieve. What we can do is provide the support, provide the resources, and more than anything, provide the hope.
When there's a scandal like the Walder incident, many parents are just uncomfortable speaking to their children. So they're delighted if the kids don't talk about it to them. So you hear parents talking to each other. Here, Morty, did your kids talk to you? Yankee, did your kids talk to you? And you say, no. Oh, wonderful. Great. And you have to get to that uncomfortable conversation with your children. But the reality is that's the best time to have such a conversation because the children are focused on that. They're coming home and they're saying, what's Walder? What's the story with Walder? What happened with his books? His books are nice. That's a teachable moment. You say, even someone who writes good books, and even someone who's respected, and even someone that wins awards for his work, could also do horrible things, could harm children. So that's just an important lesson for parents as a takeaway from this. Please, Morty.
So two things that like I said before, like doing the same thing, expecting different results is stupid. So what do we learn actually actionable things from this story? I want to talk about two things that are extremely relevant and can save our children. One thing is that Rabbi Horowitz made me aware at the time. He said, this is now a time to educate. You know, it's an opportunity. It's in the forefront. Like some people that sadly don't know better said, oh, it's Lashon Hara. Smarter people, Rabbi Horowitz right away said, let's start a series of education. We put together a booklet then with the help of many mental health professionals, of Amudim, of Rabbi Horowitz, of the biggest mental health professionals in the field of childhood abuse. And one of the most important things were how to educate. So crazy story, how we saved a life. We put out material then, what to teach your children, because sadly, children don't just come to their father or mother and say, someone hurt me. Children, naturally, the defense mechanism, how it works, are going to blame themselves because it's too hard for them to process that a father or mother or teacher would hurt them. So the first thing a body does for self-protection is or it forgets or it just blames themselves. So one of the things were like, create safety with your children, that they should be able to come to you. So like we emphasize, always tell your children, don't do things you don't like to do. Your body is yours. And then also, if there is an issue, it's never your fault. Come talk to me. I got a phone call last week from a parent. The child, which was only 7 years old, said something bad happened. And this parent told me that he saw what the material we put out and actually since then always tells his children that like it's never your fault. If someone hurts you, tell us, we're going to stick up for you. And 7-year-old says someone did something bad. This father that learned from that material said, you want to tell me what? It's too hard. So the father called the mental health professional, said, take out a doll and say what happened. And the child showed what happened. We saved that child's life. We stopped what was happening. I don't want to go into details, it's too private. We saved the child's life. So education is key. Education about teaching your children to feel safe sharing, to teaching your children not to say yes to anything when they don't want. If you tell a child, do it because I told you, whatever you want, then you know what's going to happen when an abusive person does something to them. They won't know boundaries. Teaching boundaries, like when we're in the elevator and someone knocks into us, we know like, you're in my space, excuse me, because we're taught since we're young, like nobody's allowed to bang into us. Our children have to know boundaries and autonomy and agency. Nobody is allowed to violate what they don't want. And it's not a stira with data. It's so important. So education.
And
Part of
I just want to point to something Morty said that not everybody may have understood. In Jewish law, we have a concept called lashon hara, and it's gossip in the vernacular, and we're prohibited from speaking gossip because it's harmful to other people. So very often children, because they're inculcated from a very young age that they shouldn't be speaking lashon hara, they shouldn't be, spreading around stories and gossip about people, it's misapplied to this child safety. Therefore, we should tell our children specifically, there is no lashon hara if somebody's harming you. That's what Morty was referring to when saying lashon hara. That we should be very clear with our children that you should tell us, and there is absolutely no prohibition. In fact, it's a mitzvah, it's a positive commandment for you to tell us because we're able to keep you safe, which is very important. That's actually a positive commandment to take care of our bodies and our safety. Please, Morty, go on.
Education.
That's such a beautiful story with the booklet. I remember seeing versions going back and forth, hundreds of communications.
How much could you stick into 5-10 pages?
Right, so and it must be so rewarding that you see that even till today, people are still using it and taking the messages away.
So education, and it's good that we're talking about Amudim now with United to Heal, because people call me Tzvi Glock and Amudim are locking up people in jail. Actually, if they would do that more often, maybe more children would be safe. But Amudim invests the bulk of their resources in education. Many don't even know what goes on behind the scenes. So many yeshivas are doing better. So many yeshivas have protocols now, how to protect children, how to pick up when there is abuse. And the bulk of the cases coming to Amudim now, when we started, so many of the Amudim cases were rebbes and people in the mikveh and the shul. That is becoming much, much less. Sadly, there's fathers, there's uncles, there are very sad stories. But we really, education helps, and education is being done, and Amudim doesn't. And it's not something that's like, oh, when someone gets arrested, everyone's like, oh, someone was arrested. But hundreds of thousands of hours are being put in by organizations or by Amudim and by mental health professionals to try to educate schools and parents how to protect children. So that's the one thing we learned from Walder, that every time there's such a story, it's an opportunity to educate, and education is what's going to save kids. Instead of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars for each victim when they're older, because that's a cost of rehab, that's a cost of continuous therapy, we could be smart and spend now much less money on education and save our own children and our community's children. Second thing, which is super important, is not to become cynical. When you're in this space, there's a word, Rabbi Hart, you want to say, what happens when you see a trauma victim? It's with a V, I'm sorry.
Vicarious trauma?
Yes. So when we're in the space of activism, it is so painful to see someone's pain. And it's not because people don't have empathy. Cynicism takes over to protect ourselves. Like so many times you'll see people that are not bad people, they're going to say like, oh, this is too much. We can't fix this. There's always pain. And it's really not coming from a bad place, or so I hope. It's usually the cynicism is because it's a way people protect themselves. Like our kids, we were beaten when we were kids. We were hurt. Our kids are going to be hurt. You're not changing the world. That cynicism is toxic and dangerous. As I said, Amudim, from when they started in inception until now, has much less cases in yeshivas because we took steps to eradicate melamdim that are molesters. We also took steps more in the Litvish and the modern yeshivas, but even in some Hasidic yeshivas, Baruch Hashem, are doing better in giving training to pick up when a child's abused and saving them in time, in a better time than saving them later. And the cynicism touches even people like me. I'll never forget, like after the whole Walder thing, there was someone that posted a whole thing that I'm a tseach and I'm a hater. Like, I'm human. It's painful. Nobody likes to be. My children came home by the Walder thing from school. Two of my boys.
Retzech is a murderer, meaning they were saying.
Two of my boys were told that I'm a murderer, and it's extremely painful. I could be an activist myself. I could be selfless, but when your kids are hurt, it's the most painful thing. And I really felt like, okay, I can't anymore. I WhatsApp. There's a great. I'm sure some of you know Kiwi Perlman, mental health professional. I WhatsApp him. I'm like, Kiwi, we're not winning this. Forget it. It's just we can't win this because we resort to cynicism when it's too hard for us to process that there's so much sadness and pain in the world. He left me a voice note, which I play every few days just to be able to go on. And he explained to me, and I'll use some of his words, right? He says, Morty, we're not winning by stopping abuse. That's true. But he says, you know what winning means? Every victim that we help feel better. He said he once had a victim that came to him and said, when will I know I'm better? He said, when you're not going to run away from the mirror. He has a mirror in his office and he realized many victims can't look at themselves. He said 2 years later, his victim was able to look in the mirror the first time since their childhood abuse. He told me, Morty, winning is when we take away the pain from a victim, when we make them feel hurt, when we spend money on their rehab, when we spend money on their therapy. Winning
and winning, if I must say so, Morty, winning is somebody reading your booklet almost a year later and protecting and preventing.
Yes, winning is one more child that's going to be able to grow up with a smile and be able to be a father and the mother. Winning is generations change.
And by the way, I want to tell you something, Morty. I'm not convinced that if this happened 20 years ago, when there was much less awareness, if this whole Walder incident, I think it's very possible that he would have skated off. He would have survived the allegations. I don't think for sure.
I'm sorry. For sure, he would have gotten away.
That's also winning. That's also a victory. Amazing. Because the conditions are here that at least people who would have been completely in denial, 20 years ago or even 10 years ago are accepting, at least taking allegations seriously and being able to protect their children and their families.
So not just is it winning by helping even one victim feel better and be able to be a mother and a father to their children, be able to not disassociate, not be hospitalized every few months with anorexia or with attempted suicide, but even every life we save by them not getting hurt, by bringing awareness, is winning. I heard the message, I cried, because it's so easy to become cynical. And I'm Dalek's every one of the people that were like, Morty, stop. You're not fixing this. We were hurt. I was touched in the mikveh. It's always going to be there. Amudim is wasting time. I'm down because that every one of them at heart wants to help help their own children. I'm sure everyone wants their children to be safe. I'm sure every parent wants a better future. I'm sure every parent wants people that hurt children to be locked up. I think the cynicism is from hopelessness. So I want to tell everyone that's listening to this, cynicism is not the answer. No, hope is the answer, and hope is there. We helped so many people in the past few years through Amudim, through Rabbi Horowitz's work, through every activist and every therapist that does a little. Every drop of pain we prevented. Every victim that's now a survivor, that's not trying to commit suicide because they weren't heard, suddenly feel better. Every one of that is a win. And the world becomes a better place, not by changing everything in a minute, but by doing more work
at a time.
And more work. And
I think it's also important for the public to know how well our organizations work with each other. Sometimes people may have an impression that the organizations get, territorial. I do this, you do this. We all work together so well, and support each other's work. I'm absolutely proud and delighted and honored to be able to support Amudim's incredible work. In the past, Morty, I've been working in this space of teens at risk for over 20 years. And until Amudim came along, there really wasn't any organization that people were doing different pieces, very important pieces, components of helping teens and helping families and prevention. But till Amudim came along, there just wasn't an organization where you could refer a family to and know that they're going to get a bucket of care. They're going to get care from the person who does the intake therapy, subsidized therapy for people who can't afford it, referrals, holding their hand afterwards. I can't describe to you what a game changer it was for Amudim to come to join the community and help in such a meaningful way, and it's a great a tribute to Mendy Kleinel of blessed memory, whose dream it was. He talked about cynicism, he just didn't take no for an answer. He was an incredibly dynamic person, and he just put his mind to it, and he said, this is not going to continue to happen like this. And he was just tenacious. Look what one person can do. He was tenacious and focused, and Yibadl Chaim Tov, the current trustees and board members are carrying on Mendy's work, including Morty is a supporter and a great friend of Amudim, and Tzvi and his fantastic Tzvi Glock and his fantastic devoted staff are always there to help to never take no for an answer, that we can't solve problems, but they're constantly working on doing what they can to make the world a safer place for our kids. If I could just, we're going to be ending in a moment or two, Morty. I want to thank you for coming. I want to thank you for all your incredible work. Thank you for your friendship.
Thank you.
Just so you know, folks, just a little trivia before we go. I'll tell you how Morty and I met. Irony of ironies. There are some people who are absolutely opposed to this type of change and fight it and accuse folks like Morty and I of being enemies of the people and doing horrible things. So someone posted a flyer accusing 3 people of being in that category of a Masira, of Musser. And there was one was Morty, myself, and a third person. So I always say we got introduced by Pashkavil. Pashkavil is a term for those kinds of derogatory flyers who are put out by cowards who don't put their name to it. And usually they're radicals themselves who are often a part of the problem because they don't want people exposing them either. But Morty and I, that's honestly, that's how we met. And irony of ironies, look how things work out, that we wound up working together specifically on all the things over the past, I think it was 2 years, 2.5 years ago. We've been doing so much work together. That fellow, the folks, the cowards who put out that Pashkaville, that sign, didn't realize that they were taking 2-3 giant steps backwards, because we've been working together, empowered and doing what we can to help out. But I just in the last couple of moments, I just want to talk about how it tipped at the end. So you came forward and you announced that that Eichler's is taking the books off the shelves. I think the next step was the paper in Israel, Yated Naaman. That was huge, folks, and they deserve a great deal of credit. Yated Naaman is a Haredi, a weekly paper. They have an English version here in America and a Hebrew version, and in Israel, where Chaim Walder was a regular had a regular column, and they took him out of the paper and removed his privileges of publishing there. That was a very, very big deal. I think Feldheim was next. Is that correct? Feldheim was the publisher of the book. I'm curious, Morty, how much did you stand to lose over your bold move?
Tens of thousands of dollars. And I also reimbursed the publisher for some of their losses, just because I felt like they were like,
oh, that's very
nice.
It's
easy for you, but we're the publisher. So I actually helped reimburse
them.
They
were in for a lot of money. They were, I think I heard from them that it was in a few $100,000 in the area packs.
And I have to say this, the publisher called me, Feldheim, and they were yelling at me, right? And I said, look, let's just establish, if there's a mental health professional or off in Israel that interviewed multiple victims, will you agree? It was hard for him, and he says, yes. So I told him who to call, and he did the right move, and he gets a thank you.
Great
I know
credit,
people
absolutely.
want,
I said, I'm telling you, everyone
faster, but I think
every one of the people that took down this very powerful, very well respected person, it wasn't easy. If someone like this doesn't go down just with one shot. Morty hit the first punch. God bless you, Morty. Hashem should bench you for what you did. But there were other organizations and other people who had a great part, and that's also part of the story that combined. We need one person to start, but when the community got together, even the people who were saying that Morty was over the top and shouldn't have done what he did, once the other people started coming on board, it became evident to everyone that we were doing the children a great service by removing him from active duty, from being involved with the children. Morty, I just want to, on behalf of Amudim, I want to thank you for your time, and I want to thank you, the Jewish children around the world owe you a great deal of gratitude for your advocacy, for your courage, for your sense of humor, for being able to somehow, do what you do. So Hashem should bench you, he should bless you to continue. And your family, you should have nachas from them and success in all your work.
Before we break, I wanted to thank you, Rabbi Horowitz. Like I said about Avraham Avinu, the goal of someone that wants to lead or be effective is to be the first. When I was a child, I remember you were putting out articles about children that go onto drugs or go off the derech, and it wasn't popular then. And on abuse, you did it before it was popular. I want to thank you for that. And I wanted just one message to whoever is viewing this, which is extremely important. Talking about care and love for our community. We all know we have some institutional and things that became an integral part of our community that we know we have to help someone. If someone has a chasna tonight, there will not be a situation in which there's a chasna and we don't help the family marry off a child. There isn't a situation in which it's Pesach night and someone doesn't have matzah or wine, because we built in, and that's beautiful. It's a beautiful part of our social fabric. We built a social network, and with that, a net to protect the most vulnerable, the people that don't have funds. We have to work so hard, and Amudim did a good job, but we have to help Amudim. We have to help organizations. We have to help people in the mental health space. We have to know every victim of a child childhood abuse deserves that we should fund their therapy and their rehab. There is no situation which we could let people that are suffering every day with depression and post-trauma, they have to wake up in the morning, be a mother, be a father, while they have their own things to deal with, which are almost impossible. It's just a function of how we are. We get married young, and so many victims get married before they process this. And then they have flashbacks, and the memories start coming back right when they're a parent with 3, 4 children. We have to make as love to our community. Helping abuse victims is not about arresting people. Sadly, that is a function that we must do for someone that hurts people, but it's about united to heal, healing everyone. It has to become an integral part of our organizational and institutional network and safety network. We will help everyone that was hurt as a child, especially those that we could have protected better and we didn't do better. It's our responsibility, it's our achrayus, as much as it is to marry off someone, as much as it is that we buy masks for someone, is that people could survive without dying every day. So thank you, Rabbi Horowitz, and thank you, Amudim, for bringing that forward. In our lifetime, we will help everyone, and there will be many less victims, and that is winning. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you so much, Morty. Be well, everyone. I hope you found it inspiring, and please continue to support Amudim.
We often get a lot of calls for people reaching out saying, I want to do this. I need funding. No, all I need is funding. Unfortunately, we have a very small subsidy fund for therapy for survivors of sexual abuse. But if the person calling is willing to stay on the line and share their story with us, we have been able to find really good treatment, either through their insurance or some scholarships that we can get them, even through affordable clinics and different things like that. That's such despair to somebody who's going through such a hard thing to then think, and now I don't have money, so now I can't do anything to help myself. It's all a process. It's part of what we do. Try to help people find solutions that they can afford and that are within their means.
Something I noticed about Amudim when I came here was that it's not your typical case management organization. Really what goes on here is that the case managers are so hands-on with their clients, and they really have a relationship with them. They constantly stay in touch with them. And really it's not just like we give you a referral and that's it. It's that we want to have a relationship with you. We want to stay in touch with you, and we want to see how you're doing. And something beautiful also that I noticed, I think it was my second week here, which really I think exemplifies what Amudim is and how much they care about their clients, is that one of the case managers got a letter in the mail from one of her clients just thanking her for all her support and everything she did for her. And that's something that really stood out to me, just showing exactly what Amudim stands for and what they pride themselves on.
Darchenu, as well as its sister Our Path, SEL, is a social emotional learning program, curriculum that we've brought into schools that is making a serious difference in the schools. As teachers, rebbeim, are reporting, students are learning these social skills by learning the resilience that's necessary in this world, by learning all the skills the resistance skills, learning how to deal with and navigating some of the issues that really may not have been around 10 years ago, but are clearly here today. We're really making a difference. And the proof is that we've doubled in size within the last year. The most gratifying thing is that when we hear schools saying that not only are children learning differently, but there's a statistic of how many students are now currently in therapy because of the Darchenu program. Red flags that were identified in the classroom because they're learning this curriculum in class, and students felt comfortable coming forward to discuss their problems. That's what it's all about.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Jacobson, for agreeing to do this conversation on behalf of Amudim. So we're here to talk about talking to children about intimacy. So I guess to start, the Rav speaks to communities around the world. What would you say is the situation on the ground? What are people struggling with in this topic? Why is there a need to talk to children about this? Can you give us a little bird's eye view of what the situation is?
Yeah, I think what I'm seeing, and probably anybody involved with teens and youth is seeing it, I don't know if there's any exception, I don't know if anybody would disagree with this, is the simple fact that we live today in a world where there's so much exposure and openness that even if you create the most spiritually sheltered home, even if that is conceivably possible, you live in a community with particular laws and restrictions, and conceivably your children are completely protected from any secular influence, what they used to call in Yiddish from the gas, anything from the street, in terms of their education. And therefore you really hope that till 17, 18, 19, when he or she is ready, to actually, as they say, start playing house, they won't learn about any of it. The fact is that I would assume that in most cases, maybe even in 100% of the cases, or maybe 98% or 95%, I don't have lab data, you would probably have more of that. Children and youth are exposed in one way or another to this whole sugya, to this whole issue. And what happens in most cases is they're getting an education, but the education they're either getting from their own challenges, struggles, trials, tribulations, failures in a very secretive way, or from their relationships, either with various websites, beginning with YouTube or who knows what, or friends, classmates, colleagues who introduce it maybe in 6th grade or 7th grade and 5th grade. And even if you have a class of 26 children and nobody has internet in the house, but all it takes is one boy or one girl who has a cousin at a Hanukkah party. It could be 26 children don't have internet, but at a Hanukkah party, the cousins went to the side room, and while they were eating latkes, they also got an education. Right. That's all it takes, I know my child was in camp and got an education in camp at a very young age. I didn't think that would happen, but it happened. So I think we all need to put our minds and hearts together to be able to be proactive and preemptive and really create a foundation for all of our children, of all communities of Torah observant Jews, to be able to preempt the terrible, terrible emotional crisis and crises and depression and letdown and sense of inadequacy, the sense of inadequacy that so many young teenagers have because I am the loser of the system. I am the only Meshugana out there who is the greatest sinner in the history of humanity and really don't feel they have anybody to speak to. So I think this is something that is crucial in a sensitive and respectful way for parents and teachers and principals and mechanchim and rosh yeshivas and rebbes and first and foremost fathers and mothers to be able to get the information, the tools, the skills, the techniques, and the perspectives, the Weltanschauung, to be able to not just do damage control, but much more than that, to actually, there's b'diavad and there's l'chatchila, not only be b'diavad, not only react to crisis, but really create foundations in our communication, our relationships, that as they enter into the stages of puberty and they start dealing with the changes in their body, they will be fully equipped to be able to look at it with enthusiasm, with a proper perspective, with a sense of elevated consciousness, even if they have made mistakes and they continue to make mistakes.
Okay, so I think the Rav's experience is very similar to what we're seeing in our clinical offices and even hearing about broadly from Chabad to Torah Masar, from every camp in the Machane of Klal Yisrael, that everybody's struggling with this.
So why don't you tell us, in your office, Dr. Zimmerman, Dr. Shlomi Zimmerman, for those who don't know, you have been seeing patients for many, many years now. How many years?
About 15.
15 years. So you have hands-on experience with teenagers, a lot of it, I assume?
Yes.
Maybe you could give us a number and what you have, if you would have to summarize your experience. Obviously, every person is different, but just some general takeaways of what's happening.
So yeah, I've treated, hundreds and hundreds individually, and I have supervised, people who see now thousands, and I also do a lot of training for mechanchim and rabbanim. So I'm consulting on thousands of cases over that period of time. And
what age? What age?
I treat children through adults. So we're dealing with kids who already can fall into a bad situation from 3-4 years old and up. What's happened is, as the Rav so eloquently said, if I hear about this information from a healthy source, from my parents, from a Rebbe, it's part of the healthy education. It's information. I'm not bad for hearing it. There's nothing wrong with me. Okay, it's normal. They're teaching me that. If I hear about this from somebody at a Hanukkah party, from the street, from some place that's underground, and nobody else can talk to me about it, so it's dead silence. That silence speaks volumes, because it teaches us this is not something you should know or talk about or have anything to do with. It is the unspoken. And we've had this with physical illness, and when kids are in a house that nobody can speak of the physical illness that's there, there's a lot of damage that happens. And certainly here, what happens is the person in his mind thinks, am I the only one? How could I have these devious thoughts? How could I want more information on this? And they learn about themselves, something is deeply damaged with me. And then they could even come across a very holy sefer that says this is a terrible aveira or something of that nature, and they can really start a horrible, horrible spiral. Toxic shame, guilt, anxiety, depression, and Chaz v'sholom, because of their excitement or lack of knowledge, they go act out with somebody else. That could have catastrophic effects across the board. But people often accuse somebody like myself, okay, you're dealing with a clinical population, they're, sick, quote unquote, so that's different. Why you want to talk to the klal about this? And that's why I think it's so important to hear from the Rav. This is something that's across the spectrum in Klal Yisrael, and even people not in my practice, if I speak to any balabatim or any rabbanim who are involved in this, they all say, first of all, we were struggling with this before the internet. Rav Wolbe said it 40 years ago, that the vast majority of youth in Eretz Yisrael at the time, before the internet was created, were struggling with masturbation and had no way of overcoming it. This was 40 plus years ago. I don't know what he would have said at the age of smartphones. So this is something that we needed to do, and I think it's just critical that we're finally showing up. And I think what's more important than the actual information, because like the Rav said, they're going to hear the information. It's not the information. It's that hearing the information isn't the issue. It's people showing up and saying, you're normal, you're healthy, you're good. Hashem designed you with all these challenges. That makes for all the difference. Is there anything in terms of this change, though? Is that an issue in terms of changing Messiah or adjusting to, you said, the current matzah? Because people are very hesitant, especially, in our world, Chadash, Asam, and Atayr, anything new is a big problem. Is this something new? Is this something dramatically different? What's the Rav's take on where we go with this?
Yeah, I think this completely doesn't have to do with Chadash, Asam, and Atayr. It's the exact opposite. The entire objective of these types of conversations is to be able to help our youth embrace the Torah, to be able to make Torah real for them and relevant for them. I know a boy who phoned me in a Mesivta, very prominent Mesivta, beautiful yeshiva where kids are steiging, and he opened up a Kitzur Shulchan Aruch about these issues, and of course it says there that if you masturbate, you might zizar levatala, he emits procreative seed, and the penalties and the punishments are horrific. The first thing is there's no Olam Haba, Karis for you, for your children. You're barely a Jew, you're disconnected to God. Now, he's working 10 hours a day trying to steig, trying to be a good bacher, trying to daven, trying to learn the first Seder, the second Seder, the third Seder. He's a Bal Kishrin, he's a good mind. But the Shulchan Aruch is telling him that, I don't even know if you're Jewish. Your mitzvahs are worthless, your Torah is worthless, your davening is meaningless. So he looks at himself and he says, I'm a hypocrite and I'm a loser and I'm completely defected and everything is going to be thrown back in my face. That's a very, very serious situation. Who is he supposed to go to? We need to address all these types of people. What is this kid supposed to do? In that particular case, he quit yeshiva. He was done with the system. He's an authentic person. He's not a faker. On the contrary, the deeper souls, people who don't take everything seriously, you say, okay, big deal. But he takes it seriously. He wants to be an Oved Hashem. But if Hashem is telling him, you're cut off, la'olam vad, you're finished. And some places will quote you, there's no tshuva, there's no repentance. So it's like, Menashe Melech Yisrael could murder Yeshaya Hanavi, the Gemara says in Yevamos, he could do tshuva. Right? The Rambam says he could be a koifa be'ikir kol yamav, and you could do tshuva. But this 14-year-old boy is the biggest Rasha who ever lived in Klal Yisrael, and that's what he's feeling about himself. So the conversation about this is to allow him to remain a Jew, to actually allow him to remain in yeshiva, to actually allow him to feel like a good person, a fulfilled person. So not only is it not against the Messiah, this is the only thing that will allow the Messiah to be relevant to people. If the Messiah has to make me feel that I am a disaster, that I'm a loser, that I am the greatest disappointment to Klal Yisrael, to the Rebbeinu Shalom, that's not a Messiah I'm going to embrace. A Messiah that you have to wake up every morning and say, for me to be part of the Messiah is a very painful experience. I mean, we know psychologically, I'm going to have to detach from it in order to protect myself from pain. I'm not going to go into a yeshiva every day that looking at these svarim means that I am a Rasha Merusha. At some point, I'm going to detach from these svarim. If I'm more honest, completely. If I'm less honest, I will detach emotionally and superficially. Right. I'll play the game. We have to realize also that the more sensitive and deeper souls are the ones that go away further, because they're not con artists. They will not allow for a duality and a dichotomy in their lives. They want to embrace something wholeheartedly. So that's why I think we have to have the right language. The conversation always has to be age appropriate and soul appropriate. One child is not like another child. It has to be done in a more intimate way rather than in just a public display, because it could be misconstrued and misunderstood. But to avoid this conversation today, I would say, from more experience with the people, with the youth, I would say that in 95% of cases, it can be extremely irresponsible and destructive, and directly or indirectly is what allows so many young people to feel completely alienated from this Messiah that we're trying to protect.
Absolutely. I mean, this so mirrors my experience with people both in clinical practice and hearing about this from the Klal in general, that the pain of trying to be a firm Jew, who cares, who wants to do good, he wants to be a good boy, he wants to be a good boy, he wants to grow, and then he's having all these feelings and thoughts and fantasies, and what on earth is he supposed to do with them? And it's state, it says openly, this is who I am. So now he's going to end up very split. And he senses in the world around him, this is unlike anything else. Not Lashon Hara, not Chil Hashem, not Bittul. This is unspeakable. So I got to deal with this totally on my own. So one path is, if I'm really authentic, how can I integrate these two? I'm done. The other part is fragmentation internally. I have a feeling of Jekyll and Hyde. There's a part of me that's a Ben Torah and a tzaddik and I'm learning, and there's a part of me that's a Rasha Merusha, and there's night and day by me, and I can't integrate that. And psychologically, we know anybody who's not integrated, that's just a recipe from what type of symptom profile you're going to end up with. Not if, but just which one. And then we have the alternative is the kids who say, oh, I'm such a Rasha, I have to double down. I have to learn 20 hours. I have to daven with the Slavas, and their whole drive to Yiddishkeit is actually to run away from shame. To run away from this toxic feeling of otherwise I'm worthless, I'm a nothing, and how am I going to escape that? I'm going to propel myself. And some people on the surface say, okay, what's so bad about that? But we know that when it's unhealthy fuel, that's not what Hashem wants. Hashem doesn't want you to feel that if you don't do this, you're a shame-based, lost person who we want nothing to do with. This is supposed to be beauty, truth, connection, honesty, integrity, all the Yud Gimel Midas, Hashem's attributes. That's what's supposed to propel us. So when we're going to use negative fuel, you could propel somebody, they could learn all the time. But what's underneath it is dramatically unhealthy. You're going to start to see other issues, so they might not leave. But internally, what they're experiencing and what they're going to give over to their family and their children is going to be a very unhealthy, dangerous form of Yiddishkeit.
What are the emotional results, you would say, to an individual person, somebody who runs into the world of spirituality or learning or Torah in order to avoid and numb the pain and simply escape their limitless sense of guilt, shame, and inadequacy? What are the emotional results, maybe 5 or 10 years down the line, or 20 years down the line?
It's a very scary thing to say, especially to say out loud with the Rav present.
Say it.
But it's just another drug. It's another thing you're going to use to numb pain. So it's not really going towards something. That's a difference between a pursuit of excellence versus perfectionism and running away from shame. One is, this is amazing. This is beauty. This is Torah. This is noyam. I want more and more of this. And one is, I'm terrible. And if I don't do this, I'm going to remain terrible. And so, like any drug, you need more and more of it. The dosage needs more. You become addicted to that feeling. And what happens then? So, okay, I had to learn. So because I masturbated last night, so I learned extra today, but then I have the urge and the drive and I don't know what to do with it again. So I'm in the next cycle. So I need more and more and more. And eventually you end up either broken, totally intense, totally disconnected, or on the surface, everything looks good. You're chashav ben Torah. But internally, you have no sense of self. You have no integration of the dark side of you and the light side. You have no way of understanding this, and you're just trying to make it through. And that will just wear you down. Anxiety, depression, PTSD in some cases, right? Trauma symptoms, every which way. And these kids were innocent, beautiful kids who just trying to make a go at the Messiah we were supposedly giving them without any guidance. And what's most painful to me is, besides for infancy, when do our Bachar need us the most? During these years. And what do? I'm out. I'll walk you down to the chuppah. Let me know in a couple of years, come back, we're good. But until that point, you're on your own. And I think it's recklessly irresponsible on our parts. How could we not be there when it's the most confusing and challenging time, and they will have these internally catastrophic results? We don't need the drama on the outside of off the derech or snapping. Why? How many people suffer? One of the biggest shocks to me in terms of writing this book for the community was that aside from people having a conversation with their kids, many people, 20 to 50, are coming over to me and they say, I'm reading this as my adolescent and young adult self, and I'm getting a little bit of healing. Every week now, somebody says to me, I'm struggling with tremendous shame and guilt. I still don't have the proper view on sexuality. If somebody would have said a few of those lines to me at 11, 12, 13, or 14, the entire course of my life would have been different. And they're telling this to me in tears as adults with families. And to me, in terms of helping people, once a person struggles with tremendous mental health symptoms, anxiety, depression, shame, to rebuild them takes a tremendous amount of time and money and effort, and they're so pained and so broken. If we could prevent this by having some conversations, by us standing up as adults, and yes, it's uncomfortable, and we didn't have models for this. And that's why I spent so much time and energy trying to give people a roadmap on how to do this. If we step up for these kids, they respond. Rabbi Weiler, you always talk about being authentic with today's kids. What happens when you have real conversations with them? Can you tell us, when we get out of this fear zone, and oy, what is going to happen if we open up and we're just raw and authentic with them? Do you see them flying off and saying goodbye, or what happens? Tell us what happens. You do this all the time.
Yes, I think the feedback is incredibly empowering and positive. When you believe in the innate intelligence, spiritual sensitivity, goodness, and depth of our youth, and you speak to them from that space, heart to heart, soul to soul, authenticity to authenticity, panim bepanim, dibur Hashem imachem, pnimius to pnimius, panim bepanim, my inside to your inside. First of all, they begin to trust you. There's a benafshe, kshura benafshe, they connect to you. They show so much love. They just want to be closer to you. They feel protected. They feel seen. They feel understood. They feel safe. They feel soothed. They feel validated. And they could, even the Shia Gemara is different. Even the Gemara that you'll teach them afterwards, Shnayim Eichzeh Betalis, or Takvei Kayan, or Shoshanag Chesapara, or Hilchas Ribis, or Hilchas Muktzah is going to be different. Because there's a transference of energy, it's tremendous energy. I think that we're living in a time where our youth, they're very, very intelligent and they're very sensitive. and they know truth from falsehood. They just sense it, they sniff it out in a second. And when a teacher, a parent, or a yeshiva, a mechanech, is really authentic, but really not authentic so that it looks authentic, with a pilpul, but really, really authentic, which is vulnerable. It's vulnerable. And you'll always have the two kids who, because of their own insecurity, will start giggling and making fun, but that means they need it much more because they're repressing something. What happens is the relationships that are built are incredibly powerful, and they can actually listen to Torah in a much deeper place. I think the greatest compliment a parent or an educator could get today, or one of the greatest compliments, is with your guidance, with your mentorship, I see that the blueprint of Torah for life is not in order for me to fit in. I received a letter from a woman in Gateshead. I knew that her house is extremely sheltered because it was a handwritten letter that came in an envelope with a stamp. How many people are getting such letters today? Very, very few. Very few. It was a letter, it was a 3-page letter with a blue pen. I'm like, wow, this is what it used to look like. You remember we used to get letters in camp from your mother, and you read it like 29,000 times every night, and then you read it again and again and again. And today it's a text, they won't even write out the full words. U is a W, chas v'shalom to write, Y-O-U. And she wrote to me something, and I showed it to my wife, and I said, I felt very special. I felt very validated, and it was a very special feeling. But it was also sad. She writes to me that I listened to your shiurim and classes for 3 years now, almost every day. I know your classes probably better than you do because I listen twice and 3 times. It's fine. You say it once, but I hear it a few times. And she writes to me, one of the most powerful things I took out from your classes is, listen to her words, and I'm quoting almost verbatim. Not verbatim, but it's almost verbatim. Is that Torah is not imposed on the human condition. Rather, it was designed as a blueprint to bring out the best from the human condition, truly sensitive and understanding the design of the human brain, because Hashem is the one that created the human brain, wanting you to live the happiest and best life possible. I never realized that about Judaism. That's what she wrote. And I realized, we say in davening, Ki hu yada yitzreinu, he knows our yetzer. What's happening is, people create this disconnect. The laws of Torah, at best, are restrictive. At worst, they're oppressive and horrible. Right. But both of those are tragic conclusions. If you had to create a human being, and you made their brain, could you see Torah as a blueprint to give people the best possible life, not just in Olam Haba, in Olam Hazeh, not just spiritually when you come to eternity and you're not interested in this world anymore, but in this world, physically, psychologically, financially, emotionally, spiritually. If our youth are not feeling that from us, if they're not feeling that Torah is a real blueprint for life, to maximize your potential, God doesn't want to ruin your life. He doesn't want to suppress your spirit. He doesn't want to take away every last pleasure of this world and make you a miserable, pathetic person. You'll be a slave for 95 years, but in the next world, you're going to have free sushi for eternity. It's a very difficult thing to relate to. And it's a sinister, Rebbeinu Shalom. But what if we could really understand that all the halachas, including the halachas of tznius and halachas that deal with relationships for men and for women, pre-married, after marriage, are really there not to spoil our fun, but actually to help people actualize themselves in the profoundest way, which always needs discipline. As the famous poet once said, if you untie the cords of the violin, no music will play. So we tie cords, but not because we like for cords to be tied down, because we want the music to emerge. If our youth feels that and they know it, and it's coming from an authentic and real place, without, without beating around the bush and camouflaging and suppressing, and also acknowledging the fact that we make mistakes, that even people in authority are not deities. We're human. We don't always have all the facts. We have done things wrongly. I find one of the greatest errors is teenagers are very sensitive to hypocrisy. when they can't hear somebody, when nobody can apologize, I can't say I made a mistake. And suddenly it's like I have to be treated as this divine demigod. You know, the Egyptians called Pare a demigod. Either they become naive, they're naive and then they're fine with everything. But if they're more intelligent and shrewd, either they just disassociate emotionally because you can't trust it anymore. Or they cut themselves off completely. They don't even disassociate themselves from it, they just disassociate themselves completely. So I think all of our conversations around this and really all areas, when we're really, really honest and transparent, when we realize that Hashem is not some, sinister monarch in the sky who just likes to issue forth laws to ruin people's lives, but it's really a conversation about, what is really the best way to live? Why does the Torah think about this this way? What is it all about? What is sexuality? What is sexuality? What is that? It's not a conversation of b'diavad, as I said before, it's a conversation of l'chatchila. Sexuality is the most powerful force in our world. We know that it's the most powerful force, not from the secular world, from the fact that it's the only thing that allows the creation of life. I could sit and lecture for 200 years and inspire the masses. It's not creating life. It's creating applause, which is very nice. Maybe sometimes a paycheck. But the only thing that creates life is the sexual experience. So the Balatanya writes somewhere, and I always love this, I tell this to teenagers, that where are we most godlike? Where are we most godlike? Not where we're doing most Hashem's will. Where do we become divine? And the answer is in our intimacy. We become creators. In everything else in life, we're developers. We develop. But where do we become creators of life? Where do we become Hashem-like? Where you and I almost assume the properties of the Rebbeinu Shalom. Yotzer Oyer. He creates life, literally. Bereshis bara nasa adam b'tzalmeinu k'tnesenu. That's intimacy. So in intimacy, we are actually not human anymore. We're divine. And that's why the pleasure is infinite. Why is the pleasure? Why some of us like cheesecake. Right. But you can't compare the pleasure of cheesecake, or even the pleasure of money, the pleasure of covet. There's a lot of pleasures in this world, to the pleasure of sexuality. So without understanding the depth of Yiddishkeit, it's like, the Yetzer Hara makes it pleasurable because that's the Nisayan, and if you overcome it, you'll get Olam Haba. That's a very superficial way of looking at it. Very superficial way of looking at it. Because it ultimately strips a person from the joy of life. It's like, so I have to suppress everything for my whole life, and then I'll get Olam Haba. What if you could look at it differently? Actually, that pleasure is so profound because that's the moment where you mirror the Rebbeinu Shalom himself. You go back to the source of all pleasures. All pleasures manifest from that pleasure. So now you empower people that they should understand what is intimacy, what is sexuality, what is this drive. And now I have to ask myself, am I going to squander it? How am I going to harness it? How am I going to express it? Where does it belong? Should it not be protected? Shouldn't it be preserved, etc.?
So that's extraordinarily powerful. And really, in terms of my book, From Boys to Men, the biggest challenge wasn't giving talking points on how to educate children about sexuality. They could pick that up from the street. There were plenty of works like that. The biggest issue is this 13-year-old boy or even younger comes up face to face with, I got all these drives, I got all these thoughts in my head, I have all these laws. Like you said, either I have to say Hashem is bad, he's torturing me, or I'm bad. How am I supposed to navigate this?
So they say I'm bad.
Right.
Because they're such good boys,
exactly.
They don't want to say Hashem is bad.
Right.
So they say I'm evil.
Bad.
That itself shows you how sensitive they are. They don't want to believe that Hashem is bad. So they say, I have such a big Yetzer Hara. I'm such a Meshugana. I'm such a bad kid. I'm bad. But the next step is, if I'm so bad, I'm going to have to go to a place that doesn't see me as so bad. That's right. Either physically, I have to distance myself, or emotionally. I may come to shul, but emotionally, this is not the place where I become alive. How would you, from a clinical perspective, if you're speaking to somebody, differentiate between somebody who would pursue spirituality, say Torah, Yiddishkeit, mitzvahs, avodas Hashem, from a place of positive experience, positive cravings, or it's simply what I would call spiritual bypassing. It's just a way of numbing my guilt, shame, and pain, and avoiding actually who I am. How would you differentiate? They're both steiging and learning, and they're both davening with a lot of kavanah and saying tehillim and going through whatever they're going through. How would you professionally distinguish that?
So it's very, I describe it all the time. You can literally have two chavrusas. They're sitting across the table from each other.
Chavrusas.
They're study partners. They're learning together. They're keeping the same schedule. One is like the Rav just described. He feels terrible and he's trying to compensate. Please spare me. Don't kill me in this world, certainly for eternity. I got to escape. I'll do more and more mitzvahs. He's negotiating with this evil God or himself. Like, I got to stop being so bad. So I'm going to do some more davening, some more learning. So he cannot integrate his drives, his thoughts, his fantasies, and his passion to do mitzvahs. He has no sense of being a creator. He has a sense of being a destroyer. I'm destroying seed. I'm destroying people. But he's pushing through to get over that guilt and shame. So, but on the surface, there's very few motivations in the world that are more powerful than negative motivations. If you want to get a guy going really fast to learn and daven,
bring a lion into the room.
Bring a lion into the room, bring a gun to his head, and an eternal gun is the most powerful.
So I assume that such a person, it may result often in a very profound sense of judgmentalism towards others, no?
Yes.
Because if I hate really what I'm doing, probably deep down I hate the Torah that I'm learning, because I know that the only reason I'm learning it is because I hate myself. So it comes with such negativity. So probably if I see somebody who's on a different path, I probably have to become so judgmental about them. I'm asking, and bitter and dismissive.
100%, but I think what the Baal Shem Tov and others taught us in terms of the mirror, what you're seeing elsewhere is really what is going on internally. I'm seeing this terrible part of me that needs to be shut down, put away, and I wish I could kill it.
Right. So I let it out towards
other people. And I let it out towards other people. I project everywhere.
So when this person's child is struggling, it's probably a catastrophe.
Sure.
Or his daughter or his wife.
Because here's a continuation. The devil's out of the bag.
Right.
The devil in me.
30 years, I suppressed it so professionally. I got the best shidduch in the United States of America and in Israel.
Right.
Right. I've been in Kollel for 22 years. I've been in the best yeshivas. And now suddenly, where's the nachas?
Right.
So what I see happening now is sometimes our children who are struggling, they are just holding up a mirror to their fathers and mothers and saying, Tati, look at yourself much, much deeper, and you'll understand who I am.
That's right.
And I would say fortunate are the parents who, instead of denigrating their child and turning their child into the disaster of their family, realize that it's these children who are actually bringing us back to the derech.
100%.
Maybe helping us embrace real Judaism that doesn't have to amputate every drive that you have.
Because that child is manifesting all the drives unsuppressed now. They're out. He's changed his look. He changed what he's doing. He's saying, I'm having none of it. He's acting out. She's acting out. And then the reflection back is, can you accept me? But if I can't accept my humanness, my struggles, my challenges, my slips up, my setbacks, how on earth am I going to do that? And so there's a merger happening.
Wow.
I think the Rebbe talks about this in a slightly different way, but this is the Heshiv Levavos. This is the children and parents. The children are causing the parents to return to a much broader and integrated
only
Yiddish
the parents have the humility and the courage to face their own trauma.
And this is the vicious cycle of all of us. What we need to be teaching the kids is not that just sit and daven and learn, it's all going to be all right. Hashem made you with this drive for sexuality, to attraction to girls, to attraction to boys. He made the internet. He made pornography. Yes, like you said, there's a most powerful drive on the other side to create life, to more than just create life, because they often think of Yiddishkeit, okay, you get to make babies. To have total intimacy and connection with another person, the deepest connection. Right? That's what Hashem really wants.
Yitzchak mitzachek es Rivka ishta. There's an element of joy,
laughter. And laughter, connection, vayeda adam, the deepest knowledge and intimacy and empathy. But with all of that always comes the dark side.
I have to tell you, once a father and son came to see me, son was a sharp cookie. The father was screaming, you know, you're an embarrassment to the family, embarrassment to yourself. And the son looked at his father and says, Tati, why are you getting so angry? Everything you wanted to do your whole life, but you couldn't, I'm doing for you. That's it, you know, Tati. Everything I'm doing, you want to do. It was like, the father told me afterwards, boy is right, I was never ready to face it. But I give credit to the father. Instead of turning his child into the ultimate quintessential enemy, he understood, like the Baal Shem Tov said, what you're seeing in somebody else and it's really triggering you, you know, go back into yourself.
And that's the point where the hardest part of the book, the messaging to children, is how are you going to make sense of these two parts of you and the Torah's commandments? So you're going to be given all of these drives, all of these fantasies, all the struggles, all the wants that you didn't ask for. You didn't sign up one day. Hashem, learning and davening are going great, so please give me other sexual challenges. Please help me see a website or hear about this in camp and get me off course. How on earth am I going to deal with all the negativity inside of me? And I think a place where we haven't spoken about, we've almost cleansed it entirely. The Torah is very explicit, and I encourage all my patients, find me one parsha, let alone a personality in the Torah, who the Torah doesn't talk about their humanness, their flaws, and their failures. But today, we shut it down. Everything's perfect. Everything's going to go on the straight and narrow. There's no way to integrate. If we teach children, I as an adult am total human. That means I have lust, I have murderous rage, I have jealousy. All of that pulsates through me, not because I'm bad, because I'm human and not an angel. God has enough angels. He needs humans. And if we transmitted that, deeply believed it in ourselves and transmitted that to the children, I think we would have a different landscape. And this is sort of the peak place of shame and toxicity is sexuality, because it's all in my head. Nobody's ever come to my office because they talked during Chazar Shatz or Bittul Torah or maybe even Achil Hashem.
Or Lashon Hara.
Because they see it everywhere. But here, nobody else has these thoughts and these fantasies and these urges and looked at these websites.
You wrote something in your book which I thought was powerful, and that is, did you ever see what the Shulchan Aruch says about Lashon Hara?
Right.
Right? Why don't people have to become addicted to drugs after they say Lashon Hara? It's shakol keneged. The Gemara says in Erkin, it's shakol keneged avodah zarah, gilui arayos, shvichas damim. So you murdered somebody, you served idolatry, but they're not going to drug. They're not taking drugs for that, because some of our society created space for the fact that Lashon Hara is a bad thing.
Right. But we have space for that.
And
you can see it everywhere. The child
You don't have to be a neurotic. You don't have to become neurotic.
The child sees, that's very human. But here, nobody tells him, this is just as human. And these drives are just as human and powerful, more powerful than the drive for Yetzer Hara. I mean, for Lashon Hara. So that if we impart that to children, then they can be fully integrated. And I think that's one of the places that Rav has talked about so much, and we need to start talking about more and more, is how do I embrace the fullness? What does it mean to embrace the fullness? Yeah, maybe you could talk on that for a moment. So here, you're saying embrace the fullness, that this is supposed to be the blueprint of creation, and yet you quoted the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch that says you're cut off. How do you integrate
That's very good. I think there's one more component that we have to address, and that is the child who's dealing with trauma.
Sure.
Because then I think it's a whole different parsha. Like I had a session with Ellie Nash, who's very into addiction and recovery and all that. And he asked me about this Kitzur Shulchan Aruch on the line in our session, or somebody asked, one of the callers. And I said, listen, if a child was molested in 3rd grade or 4th grade or 5th grade or 6th grade, I'm not necessarily molested or raped, but sexually bullied or shown pornography, especially in a consistent fashion, or other experiences of sexuality at a very young age, pre-puberty.
Yeah.
As you know, very possibly when puberty develops, it's often directed towards males, not females, especially if his first primal enjoyment was with another male, or other different factors that create the puberty. And now this poor 14, 15-year-old boy, and if he's in a Hasidic yeshiva, they go to the mikveh every morning before davening, or even any other yeshiva, they're hanging out with their peers. And he's developing all of these profound cravings for masturbation or for relationships with the same gender, or even obsessive relationships with the opposite gender. And you have to realize very often these people are not driven by authentic choice. They are completely overwhelmed by sensations and experiences and cravings that are beyond them. When they open a Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, it is so unfair to apply this to them. This poor kid, everything happened sometimes in a pre-verbal way. He doesn't even know what's happening inside of him. And to be able then to say, you're getting karas, you're losing olam haba, that's if you know what you're doing. And there's a full sense of consciousness and deliberation and real choice. And to have real choice, you have to be able to have an identity and a self-esteem. You have to be in your prefrontal cortex. You have to be in touch with your prefrontal lobes, with your executive functioning, with long-term planning. You can know how to delay gratification. You can weigh pros and cons. You could see the moral evidence. When I am in my primal modes trying to survive and cope, I'm desperate and I'm anxious. I'm just trying to liberate myself from incessant pain and guilt and shame. It's like the whole Kitzur Shulchan Aruch and this, it completely doesn't apply. First thing you need is we need to heal. You push it. So could you, from a clinical perspective, describe that whole component? Because I think it's so important when we don't distinguish between the two. This guy's looking at the halacha. This halacha applies to you like it applies to kangaroos and crocodiles, because you are in your crocodile brain. You're in your amygdala, you're in your limbic brain. Go bring the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch to rats and to elephants and to mice and even to chimpanzees, who are very close to us, 99% we share DNA, and then say, look what it says in Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, right? It's so important to be able to distinguish that, no?
Rabbi, if I may just make a couple caveats, because a few things here I want to just be subtle about. Tweak. So first of all, the data is quite clear that abuse does not lead to same-sex attraction. What is a profound problem that relates to this whole discussion is that for children who have no education, no outlet particularly for the opposite gender, because that is totally cut off, and they have their energy, they have hit puberty, they have all these sensations, drives, they're seeing stimuli that are revving their engine, and now this is just who's next to me, who am I allowed to think about, I'm in a dormitory, I'm going to mikveh. That's where we have explosions of kids who are not necessarily long-term same-sex attraction, but this is, all my hormones are kicking up, and I have this boy next to me. And a lot of times it's not just attractive in terms of the male, they're emotionally deficient. And so they're looking for this deeper connection. We talked about sexuality fundamentally represents a deeper connection in misguided form as well. And they're looking for this emotionally dependent connection. If I could be with him in that way, then I'll have a fulfillment. And so that's one element of it. I'm also very hesitant because, I'm the chair of the advisory board for Amudim, and we deal with abuse all over the place. But what's come is, okay, most of my patients will say, I wish I were abused. Because if I was abused, then I have the excuse. Because then, then my brain was like a crocodile. Okay. Then all my abused patients say, but I went along with it, and I didn't yell, and I didn't scream. So nobody's actually okay with themselves. And I don't want to make it dependent on a specific trauma or abuse, because the profile that you describe is really the profile of any 13-year-old boy today. Who is healthy enough? Who has a healthy enough sense of self? Who has a healthy and balanced connection with others, with Hashem? Who understands the broad spectrum of the Torah? Who is able to say, if my good is good, then my bad is bad, right? Oh, wow, the Malachim are dancing because I woke up this morning and said, Moida'ani, and they're also very upset because I did this. And I tell people, if you get close to one-to-one, that your mitzvahs and averos are remotely good, you'll never need to see me again. Chazal say it's either 1,000 times or 2,000 times greater the good. If you get close to one-to-one, we're okay. These kids are so stacked negatively. They're viewing themselves, and Hashem has just frustrated them. He's demanding, he's critical. I can never satisfy him. I'm not good enough. And now he's faced with these overwhelming thoughts and feelings and drives and all this stimulus all around him. What are we talking about? So that setup alone is enough to say that the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch needs to be framed differently, and all the Gedolim and all the Svarim. And this was very interesting. From the Litvish camp through the Hasidic camp, they all agree that had to be tempered and was taken out of context. And one says Shabbos heals it, one says a basic Amunah heals it, and you don't even do tshuva now because you're fine till you're married. There's so many outs, but it's not the technical knowledge. It's when that kid feels fundamentally I'm bad and has no way to cope with these drives and no education, that is catastrophic for them. Now, obviously, the more traumatized a person is, the more disconnected from their true essence they are. They're not functioning, like you said, even just brain-wise, from a secular psychology perspective, they're more primitive in their functioning, let alone spiritually, how disconnected they are truly from their essence, that I'm a beautiful chelek elokam imal, that I'm a piece of divine infinity, how far they are from that. The further you are, the more you're going to act that out. And then the spiral just continues and continues. And
act it out because of desperation, because looking for comfort, because
every which way. That's the amazing thing, that Hashem designed the psyche. Sexuality is all based in fantasy. The biggest sex organ is the mind, right? So if I'm feeling down and disconnected, I can numb out because I'm totally gone as long as I'm in that space. If I feel unloved, they're depicting that somebody loves me. If I'm feeling powerless, and I could pick something that I'm the powerful one, I can't make anybody happy. Wow, this person is so happy. You can create a customized prescription drug for yourself through fantasy. And that's why I see almost across the board, it doesn't matter when somebody's presenting anxiety, depression, right, trauma, anything, they will also be struggling with pornography and masturbation. Except for, it's diagnostic almost, somebody who's not, because they're so OCD, that they're so afraid of it that they're shut down. But almost everybody else has this as one of the drugs in their cabinet that they're using because A, it's ubiquitous and it's everywhere, and I can customize it to get out of my pain. And like Rav always talks about, the opposite of addiction isn't sobriety, it's connection. Like you said before, if we're not connecting them authentically, nobody in their life is talking to them totally honestly about how human we are. How do we integrate this struggle? What is this, all these parts of me, right? They don't have real connection there. They don't have connection with their friends then, because I have to hide. I have to show that I'm just a good bacher who has a Gemara. I can't have these drives. So who am I? So I only show you this actor part of me. I'm putting on a front. So then you can't get the benefit of human connection, because if they knew the real me, they would want nothing to do with me. My Rebbe would want something to do with my parents, their Shiva, my friend. And it's only when we can share ourselves fully that we actually get the benefit of human connection. Isn't when I'm going to pretend. The benefit of being connected is when here I am in my full, total humanness. The good, the bad, the ugly, and the beauty, all as one human merger. And then you see that, and you love that, and you cherish that, and I cherish that in you. Then we have something unbelievable. But until that point, I'm struggling with all this on my own. I'm going to be totally off course when I'm faced with this.
So you think practically when the halacha speaks so negatively about masturbation, let's say, what would you tell the 15-year-old who grew up in a fine? I understand if he was abused and, you know, as you said, his brain is not fully developed, even less than a regular 15-year-old. There's so much desperation and such a sense of inner inadequacy that I just need to cope, and I'm desperate, and you know that feeds into addiction, and addiction is a whole different parasha. Sure. But not the addict, but the boy who's 15, and thank God his hormones are working well, and he opens up this Shulchan Aruch, and last night he had a difficult night. What would you tell him?
So tell me exactly like what the Rav described. It looks like you're asking me an intellectual question. But you don't ask me the question from 37 Lavin by Lashon Hara, or Bittul Torah Keneged Kulam, or Chil Hashem, and nobody ever does. If it's just pure logic, so the amount of pages in the Shulchan Aruch that this takes up is like this, but yet it has totally outsized influence, not because of the halachic status, because of the internal status. Let me know about anything else that's so chomer in the Torah. Do you feel this way? No. So it has nothing to do with your Shemayim. So the conversation, it's like when somebody's asking you, why bad things happen to good people. It's a very serious question, but it's not a question that you necessarily answer with logic. How do you heal that pain, that hurt of you feeling like you belong to that camp of cut off and disgraceful? There are many technical answers. And Baruch I collected 80 pages of sources, Torah sources from Litvish to Hasidish that I can give them. But I tell them it's never the real Varta. I'll give it to you. Kol hakavod. But the real Vard is you're going to have to be able to heal inside and see yourself as a fully functioning member, and to see your davening as beautiful and holy, and that Hashem wants you and is connected, and that the whole purpose of creation is for you to deal as a human being with these challenges.
But deep down, why do you think the Chazal and the Bali Halacha and Bali Kabbalah and Bali Machshava were so intense about this? Why didn't they say, okay, you're human, try not to?
So first of all, that should have been switched. I should ask that to the Rav.
My sefer, you wrote a whole sefer. Do you have I'm just wondering.
So first of all, my sense is anybody who's not anybody, the vast majority of people who wrote, even the Bali Musar, even the fiery ones, in the last 100 years, you'll see across the board, they all said, don't be busy with this, move forward. The whole thing is distract, hesekadas, direct your attention elsewhere, calm down, don't worry about it, don't even be busy with tshuva on it, move forward, just learn, have a good life, a good social life, have good connections, and be positive. So they knew more halacha than I did. So we could have people to be reliant on across the spectrum. I think when somebody was actually able to appreciate what it really means. So it took me a lot of years to understand this. I used to even think that some of the Gedolim, you hear these intense stories about, okay, they're like extraordinarily neurotic. And I realized it's like what you said before. If somebody realizes the positive side, if somebody says, this is the most cherished thing, I could be like a creator. I could have the most intimate connection. I could have the deepest of the deep, soul and body fused together. That's the pinnacle of what this is all about. I'm going to cheapen it. I'm going to let it go. Their intensity around it came from the highest level sensitivity of the beauty. And I tell kids all the time, it's the same reason, don't think we cover this up and don't talk because it's shameful. What do we cover in Torah and Yiddishkeit? The most sacred things. The Kodesh Gadashim, today, mezuzahs, tefillin, the Sefer Torah. So the covering and the seriousness about the covering is because this is the crown jewels. You don't put the crown jewels and just toss it around in the street and let people play with it.
The crown jewels are not even insured. There's no insurance for the crown jewels. How could you have insurance, huh? Because they're priceless. The crown jewels in England, there's no insurance. If they're stolen, they're stolen. No insurance because they're priceless. What are you going to charge me? $1 million a year insurance? You say this is the crown jewels of life.
Right.
Crown jewels of life are priceless. So that's what's so important for people to understand. We read Shulchan Aruch, you always have to read it in the context of a relationship. Judaism is not a religion, it's a relationship. If I have an unbelievable marriage, a real unbelievable marriage, and I'm going on a business trip, and somebody offers me to engage in promiscuity, it's such a betrayal. It's so disgusting. Why? Because there's something so special about your relationship. Are you really going to take those 10 minutes to enjoy yourself and ruin what you built together over 35 years, which is priceless, which gives every moment of your life fulfillment? So if somebody says, if you do that, you're cutting yourself off from your wife and your family, you're ruining your life, you're destroying yourself in Olam Haza and Olam Haba. Nobody can really understand it if they have a miserable marriage. Right. If you have a miserable marriage, what's the big deal? I'll be miserable here, I'll be miserable there. She'll find out about it, good. I'll go on vacation for life. Right. Only somebody who has that very powerful relationship can understand the negative consequences. I think in physical health, we know, when your body is truly healthy, a toxic food, which somebody else wouldn't even notice. Right. But if you take it into your body, you're going to be nauseous for a month. Exactly. And the nutritionist will tell you, you're destroying your system, you're destroying... What's the big deal? A slice of pizza, potato chips. But they're all doing it. Coca-Cola, everybody does it. It's not a big deal. I think it's so important when we learn halacha, especially when the halacha is so serious and intense. The negative intensity comes from positive intensity. Exactly. The Sfas Emes writes about Yiras Hashem. He says, what's Yiras Hashem? He says, Yiras Hashem, Yitzchak is laughter. Doesn't seem like laughter and Yira work together. If I describe to you and I say, this guy's a real Yirei Shemayim, you're not expecting him to stand in the back of the shul and be, the jester of town, the jokester. He's the guy he's upset, he's angry, he's uptight. If somebody says a word, he goes crazy. He's the Yirei Shemayim. And yet Yitzchak is Yira. And he says something very powerful. He says, real fear means that your love is so deep that you're frightened to do anything that will damage the love. 100%. So the fear is coming because this relationship is too good. It's too good to be true. I once told somebody, it's scary to experience somebody loving you to the nth degree. It's like, if you don't love me to the nth degree, I'm fine, betraying you. But if you really love me like crazy, it's scary. Absolutely. It's scary. So I think that all of these halachas, it has to be in the context of understanding what it means to live a truly elevated, inspired life, where 24/7, you're in an ecstatic relationship with your deepest core, which is one with Hashem. And then you'll be the first one to say, you're not going to go masturbate. You're really? That's what you're going to do? Do you know what a betrayal to your dignity that is, to your soul, to your health? When I'm in a desperate place, when I'm having a bad day, work is going down south, my marriage, my children, I'm having my own mental anguish, and I lose the plot, I have to realize the context in which that's happening. Yes, I was very, very weak. I lost the plot. So now what? Now I could tell myself, okay, go dig a deeper hole, go deeper into the abyss, which is what we sometimes do because we don't understand the halacha. Like I once told somebody, you had a flat tire on the highway. So what are you saying? Because I have one flat tire, now let me puncture all the other 3 tires. That's not what you do. You fix the tire. So you had a bad day. Do you know that you had an amazing year? You had a bad day. You had an amazing year. So now fix the tire and move on. I mean, that approach is far more consistent with real Judaism.
100%. And I think that's the same. If you loved yourself and you understood Hashem's love for you and that closeness, that's transformative. And I think this conversation is just another unbelievable example. How could we sit on the sidelines here? I know it's difficult for parents, and I know it's difficult for mechanchim who don't necessarily have the exact training on how to have these conversations, but it's not getting the technical words right. It's showing up and being authentic and getting in there and saying, we have so much to offer. Judaism is not a religion, it's a relationship. How many times does a kid need to hear that? And how much more do they need to see that? I'm relating to you authentically. You're relating to your Rebbe, to your friends. That's the whole thing, is relationship, relationship, relationship. Relationship to myself, relationship to others, relationship to Hashem. And I think if parents could get over their own understandable and very, very, very uncomfortable fears and concerns about opening this conversation, and Rabbeim as well, we can change the landscape here. We're not going to solve the sexual problem. The Nevi'im tried to daven to get it away and it didn't work, okay? That's not what's going to happen.
The Gemara says they said you can't do it. They were looking for an egg of a chicken and they couldn't find it.
No eggs. Lost the whole drive, the whole warmth in the world stopped.
That means that the koyach hayetzer is the koyach hayetzira. You don't destroy creativity. Yetzer comes from the word creativity. Yetzira, yotzer. Hashem is the ultimate yotzer. You have to harness creativity, not destroy it.
So if parents got up, though, and they gave these kinds of messages, if kids in our world, in our system, in our yeshivas, heard this, what might their Yiddishkeit look like? What might their relationship
look like? So practically speaking, if I came to you professionally as a parent, and I say, I have 6 boys, I have 4 girls, whatever it is, what would you tell me, like practically? At what age should I address it? Bar mitzvah, before bar mitzvah? Do I speak to the father speak to the sons? Do the mother speak to the daughters?
So the ideal,
like practically,
the ideal is father to son and mother to daughter.
At what age?
And we deal with a paradox, because well before the drive sets in, curiosity sets in. When do most children hear about this and are curious about it? Are actually before they hit puberty. Right. They're going to learn about it. So it's an inverted thing where we talk to them about marital intimacy. They're going to hear about what that is, like you said, at a Hanukkah party in camp.
So
we talk about 9 to 11 roughly. We're going to explain that to them as very factual, and there's the most worked out paragraph in that book, which Rabbanim went over 1,000 times, to give just a succinct message that's appropriate at that age.
So you're saying already at the age of 9.
Depending
9,
on the
10,
kid,
11,
but because
9, 10, 11,
they're going.
Speak about
that's when we find that kids
girls
are hearing. It depends. The girls maybe a little bit later because the boys are a little bit more rambunctious. But you're talking about that before. Girls, we had the benefit that mothers had to go talk to them about having their periods, so they already have a little bit more authenticity and openness. For boys, it's been really bad, but they then shy away from the whole sexual drives and urges. And I think we desperately need, as before kids struggle, why should a child struggle alone? We know from the template in the Torah, the worst thing is alone, right? Why should our kids be alone? We dedicate our whole lives as parents to be there for our kids. So why not when they need us most? So step in there before you see, as their bodies are changing, each kid is different.
mark the time and say...
You're saying even before the body change.
But there's two. The marital intimacy piece, just to give them the facts so that they know you're the authentic source. It's not bad. I can quote to you. I can come ask you questions. That's for that. But in terms of body changes, talking to them about their body changes and about puberty and about the sexual drive, that's right before they're actually going to encounter that. You want to get as close to you as you can to the age when their bodies are changing or starting to change and they're going to face this. Everything is preemptive. The more we can do preemption, before a boy, once a boy is really struggling with his drive, that he's going to have issues. We only know that Eliyahu Hanavi and Yaakov Avinu, the only two, didn't have any sexual struggle, right? They left, I'm not that they didn't have struggle, that they conquered that entirely. We know that these boys are going to. So talk to them about what does it mean to fail. Sheva Yipal Tzaddik, that every tzaddik has fallen and that it's human before they go that. So, but it's a developmental process, tracking the kid where they are developmentally. So that's the crucial. And we go through piece by piece, and I try in the book at least to give real concrete things, not so you sound verbatim, but to give you, here's the basic information, now customize it for yourself and your kid, and go through age by age, stage by stage, but be there for them. And if you didn't do it, it's never too late.
You didn't introduce the book. Maybe introduce the book just so the Olam should see what you're talking about.
So this is a book that I spent many years writing, that it's called From Boys to Men, Guiding Our Sons and Students in the Ways of Kedusha. And it has a foreword by Shiva Rav Aaron Feldman. And it takes through, the first half of the book is exactly this, what ages and stages to have these conversation points. But really the main value out of the book is the whole second half where we're trying to put this into a healthy hashkafa that a teenager could understand. Right. Not something deep and esoteric, but something they can concretely hold on to. How is this supposed to be? What does Hashem want from me? What's my job here? And that was incredibly great partnership between me and many of the Gedolim of today, working through that very diligently to try to give them this roadmap.
And I should just add, Dr. Zimmerman may not want to add this, if you look at the Haskamas in the beginning of the book and the comments and the footnotes and the glosses throughout the book, you see how many Rabbonim he went to and how many people reviewed it and gave their commentary and their edits. So this is really a book that is the result of a lot of work and a lot of nuance and precision and trying to maintain the balance between authenticity and yet not just, a frivolous, irresponsible conversation. So I think you get a lot of credit for that because a lot of people with plots in one direction or the other direction, either just surrender the authenticity or just get hooked up. This is what I'm writing. You like it, you don't like it. I think you displayed a tremendous amount of what they call in Musar, Izun HaNefesh, the balance of the soul. I just want to wrap up with a story, then maybe you want to wrap up afterwards. I was giving a Shir Shabbos morning a little while ago, and we were learning a discourse of the Balatanya and the Likutei Torah, and the conversation came up. He speaks there about relationships and intimacy. So I had a conversation about it. It was a Shabbos morning. I gave a shir early in the morning, and it was a very open conversation. And the father comes over to me afterwards, and he says, every Shabbos I ask my 17-year-old daughter to come to the shir, because there's men and women, because I think it'll be very beneficial for her. She's a deep soul and a spiritual soul and an intellectual. And this week she agreed. And you really had to talk about this week. You really had to do it. I don't understand you. Like from all weeks, Murphy's Law, I finally bring her. And you have to talk about something I don't want her to talk about. I said, you sure she doesn't know about this? He says, no, not in our house. It's sheltered. It's a Hasidic house. It's an Edele house, he told me. And I'm really upset. I'm upset. I like you, but I have to be honest with you. I'm very upset that you did this. You have to look around. And if you see anybody that's younger than 25, people who are not married, you don't talk about it. I said, okay, say that. I hear you. Thank you. I'm sorry. I looked around, actually, and I thought it was appropriate. Okay. Anyway, at the end of davening, afterwards we daven, so at the end of davening, there's two girls who ask if they could talk to me privately. I say, yeah. And both of them tell me, we've been addicted to pornography for a few years now. We have nobody to speak to. We can't speak to our principal, our teacher. I say, your parents, for sure not. And we want to thank you for talking about this morning because we never knew that Torah has anything intelligent to say about the sexual drive and the desire for romance and love. We didn't know Torah has anything to say about it. So thank you I spoke about it for like 45 minutes. And then I asked one of them, what is your name? And she tells me. I said, is that your father? who was here. Yeah, that's my father. He nudges me to come every week. I don't want to. But Baruch Hashem, Hashgacha Pratis. He's saying Murphy's Law. She's saying Hashgacha Pratis, that I came this week. It was a lifesaver. And now I need guidance how to wean myself off from my pornography addiction. And I thought to myself, Ribono Shel Olam, the father's upset at me for finally bringing his daughter. And from another perspective, we so often don't know our children. We think we know our children. We're open, we have dinner conversations, we go on trips, we go on vacation. We're the normal family. We're not the primitive families where kids are not allowed to have fun. I play Monopoly with my kids. We do barbecues. We go on hikes together. But sometimes there's a whole part of our children that we don't know. And we have to acknowledge that even American parents who grew up on the soil of America and seem very progressive and open-minded, we sometimes don't know a lot about our children. And we have to take those preemptive actions to really connect to them in uncomfortable places.
And that's been the exact feedback I've gotten for years of doing this kind of work.
Did anybody criticize you for the book?
Of course. Wouldn't be a good book if nobody criticized me.
So people did criticize you.
I will say though 98% have been extraordinarily positive, but there are people who, the kanoim who say, it's a shift. Why do you have to be so open? Why do you have to talk about explicit? What age? And most of those critiques are, we could have unintended consequences. That's why it's been worked through with the Gedolim so carefully. So I think I decided to just put this out. It was a work on through the Rabbanim and Gedolim, made edits even to my commas. That's the level of involvement that they had. But the feedback overall in terms of people who actually had the courage to go do this has been one of two camps. So first of all, just to comment on that story, people think, now they know. We don't have an idea in Yiddishkeit that ignorance is innocence. The Torah, we're relying that the kids can't touch. They don't know how to translate what's basic Chumash, Rashi, Mishnayos, or Gemaras. If anybody actually knew how to translate, they would know everything. It's not the knowledge that's the problem. The Torah talks about it in the most open way, but in a tznuah way. And it has something intelligent to say. The feedback is one of two things. Wow, the conversation went much better than I ever anticipated. My fear is you really helped me and now it's okay. And the bigger thing is exactly what we would hope would happen with this girl. I had the conversation and it went well. Then a week or two later, my child talked to me about being bullied at school, about pornography, about some other topic entirely. Why? Because you show that you're not just, oh wow, you're with it, but I can't talk to you because you're not human. Oh, you could acknowledge full humanness, full drives, that we all struggle with this, and that's what it means? I can bring my humanness to you, and we can connect. And that's been the biggest bracha of this book, is to see children and parents really connected authentically. Same thing with their Rabbeim. And we know this because we know which Rebbe in Yeshiva, right? Some Rebbe say, we don't have these problems in Yeshiva, maybe two Bachrim. And he has nobody talking to him after he gives a shir, and they hack him in shir. And then you have one guy in Yeshiva who's able to connect. He has lines, his phone rings off the hook. He has no time in his life, period. How do you have such a dichotomy? Kids pick up when we're ready and we're being authentic. And the people who are, and they have what to offer, and they have intelligent things to say about this, they have no time in their day, and it's from every aspect of Klal Yisrael, not just, the bad kid, the good kid, none of this. We can be more authentic with ourselves, with our others, with our children, and most importantly with the Eibishter. He made us, He knows exactly what we're doing. Pour it out to Him, just be real. Say, I'm too challenged by this, to help me, guide me. And He'll always be there for us, if we're authentic. And that's the goal.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zimmerman. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Jacobs.
There are people that have said to me at times, you're like a firefighter, all your staff, you're dealing with the emergencies. Yeah, that's true. We are currently firefighters. However, at the same time, we need to focus on the prevention aspect and the awareness aspect so that, A, we can try to avoid having these issues come to us later on, or getting earlier help, early detection, early treatment.
Education and teaching kids, what's okay, what's not okay, is the best prevention for getting them into something. You know, when they're faced with something that they've never seen before, it's very difficult to, to know how to handle it. And there's peer pressure and a million other things that are going on. But if you give the child the tools to know how to deal with something when that issue comes up, whether it's abuse or drug abuse or any other thing that can be going on, when it's something that they've heard about before, then they know how to deal with it when the issue comes up.
The example we always use is if you had a ledge and people were falling off the ledge, so you built a hospital at the bottom. That's very nice, you're gonna take care of them, but why don't you just build a gate before anyone falls off? Catch them before they fall.
Prevention is a crucial piece in human service. When we want to help people, what we call chesed, we want to, first and foremost, be able to prevent the worst things from happening in the first place. Everyone's going to deal with challenges, but we want to mitigate how intense and difficult those challenges are.
Anyone here at Amudim is familiar with this. They realize that if the children are our future, then healthy children equal a healthy future. It's not an overstatement to say that this is about the future of Klal Yisrael. This is about having healthy, well-adjusted students to bring the next generation moving forward.
We really have been able to get so many students help, whether it was bringing them to the school guidance team, whether it was referring them for outside help. Over the years, there probably have been thousands of students that we have gotten into help for whatever they're dealing with, probably much faster than they would have gotten help otherwise.
We mitigate those intense difficulties from happening that can sometimes rip at the fabric of what we believe healthy and humane society should be, of what we believe Jewish community should be.
We're here for the end goal of creating a better world for everybody.
Hi, I'm Ellie Chevalis here with Rachel Tuckman and Rachel Herkman. Thank you so much, Amudim, for inviting us once again to participate in this symposium. What we had decided to talk about for today is a sensitive but very important topic, we think very important topic, the state of how and when we talk about, and the content of how we talk about sexuality in Orthodox communities. And this really sort of spans the life cycle. So when we're talking about sex ed with regard to early childhood education, age appropriate early childhood education throughout the childhood and teen years, young adulthood, people in relationships, in marriages, as you go through different phases. And something that we see as therapists in our confidential spaces is the way that people were educated and internalized and processed the information about their bodies, about their sexuality, about the thoughts and the feelings and the phenomena and the relational pieces of it, and how that plays out in terms of mental health, in terms of adulthood, in terms of attachment, and how there have been, I think, tremendous steps of progress in our communities over the last number of years, as far as clinicians willing to train and address and talk about the subject, as far as literature, lectures, resources, and we've been sort of on the front lines of this for a while and just kind of naming what's going on. So I'll introduce myself. I'm Ellie Chevalis. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist in private practice. I also write. I have a blog and I have a book and actually a whole course on the topic of sex education. We could talk a little bit more about that later, but I want to let Rachel and Rachel introduce yourselves too. Rachel.
Which one?
Oh.
Rachel.
I have to be the boss of everything. Let's go in alphabetical order. Rachel Herkman.
Hi, I'm Rachel Herkman. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I think we also realized last year that we were each different, right? Because Rachel's an LMHC and you're an LMFT, so we got some diversity here.
Very diverse, yeah.
Yes, I have a private practice in person on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, specializing in relationships, sexual health, and trauma. I'm also really passionate about utilizing social media to help bring awareness to mental health and relationship education, especially in the Jewish community. And I'm the clinical director of the Layers Project magazine, which is an online Jewish magazine for women. And we recently put out a book called Layers that profiled different Jewish women in Israel. Author is Shira Lankin-Sheps. And I'm really passionate to be here because I find that as the years go on, we are at a place now where events that maybe 10 years ago would have been unheard of or unheard of in certain circles are now pretty commonplace. I think Zoom has definitely helped that process. I find that clinically we're seeing a lot of shifts in what younger people are asking for in terms of relationship education, but I'm also seeing it in terms of people who are not necessarily considered young, but are reflecting back and seeing certain things and saying, maybe it didn't have to be that way. Maybe there were certain hurdles that I didn't have to go through. Maybe certain things didn't have to be such a rite of passage. And it's just great that we're having this conversation and having it in an informal way somewhat. And hopefully we can kind of give more language to this, besides possible solutions, but even just to give more words, because so much of this issue is about lack of words. So I'm really happy to be here today.
Thank you. Rachel Tuckman.
Okay, I'm Rachel Tuckman, licensed mental health counselor. I have a private practice in the 5 towns. I also have a social media presence where, much like my colleagues here, Elisha and Rachel, I am passionate about creating conversations, bringing awareness, breaking stigma, talking about things that, unless you're in a therapy office, you may not have the opportunity to learn about or hear about. And I understand that mental health treatment and therapy in general is not always accessible to people, and not even some people don't necessarily need therapy at certain points in their life, but I still want that information to be accessible for people to be learning and to be introspecting and growing, challenging certain ideas that we hold, certainly as a community. And so that's why I show up there. And yes, I'm excited to be doing this again and to be kind of opening that floor to conversations that I know people want to have, but sometimes don't know how to go about starting them, or feel like maybe no one is talking about this or they're not allowed. And I like that we kind of give permission here for, like, yes,
we're noticing this. Yes, this is on our minds. Yes, this is important to talk about. And that's usually feedback I get when we have this kind of thing, or when I talk about something on social media, is like, wow, thank you so much for saying that. Like, I was wondering if anyone was thinking about that or talking about that, or I feel so much better hearing that, or it healed a part of me hearing that. And so I'm grateful for these conversations, and especially with the two of you.
Thank you. So I guess we'll kick it off with a little bit more introduction on the topic, just piggybacking off what you started to say just now, Rachel. I was doing an interview maybe a month or two ago, and someone asked me, a member of the Frum community, asked me if I get a lot of flack for trying to promote, better, clearer, more accurate sex education in the public sphere. Because we do, I think many of us share that ambivalence, on the one hand, protecting the sacredness of, the subject, but also on the other hand, wanting it to stay, in fact, sacred rather than traumatic. And therapists do see, a side of it that I think a lot of other people are not privy to. And what I told her is that, once in a while, once in a while somebody will come out and be like, well, do you really think that's appropriate? Or maybe that's not modest to write about or to talk about. But for every message that I receive like that, I would say I'll speak in first person, but I have a feeling you guys are going to echo the same sentiment. I get like probably 99 saying, thank you so much for talking about this. I thought I was the only one. I thought I was crazy. Thank you for telling my story. How did you know my story when I never even told it to anyone? That's kind of how I got started with it. I ended up with this specialty accidentally. And then kind of went back to train, after I realized that, all these, particular cases, having to do with sexual issues were coming my way. I'm like, okay, I guess I better get the formal training to do it well. And then, once I saw this coming, it was like people were so relieved to have a place where they could talk about it, where it was confidential, where it was culturally sensitive, where there was a background and a similarity and a familiarity of, values, of culture, of understanding halacha and the role that plays, in what's going on for a lot of people, again, individually and in relationships as children and teens. And then as you go through the adult part of the life cycle, because it's not like a one phase, sexuality is part of our humanity. I remember a number of years ago, maybe like 5, maybe 7, 8 years ago already by now, I was doing a workshop in Brooklyn for a group of college teachers. They were older than I was, and they were very from Hasidish and Yeshivish college teachers. And I gave them so much credit for coming out to this. And something I had said at the workshop was, for many of you, you're going to be the first and possibly the only place that your students are going to learn about sexuality and intimacy. And so, it's not going to be enough just to teach them the Taras HaMishpacha, the Nida laws. Like this could be like the one chance that they have to learn about how to have a pleasurable, loving, healthy, passionate, mutual, healthy relationship. And they're like nodding. And one of them turns to me and she said, Elisheva, we don't disagree with what you're saying, but I know for myself, I don't feel confident. I don't feel like I have the knowledge to share it, confidently. Like we also were only educated by one college teacher each and don't necessarily, have all the best information to give. And then the other one started nodding. And one of them turned to me and she said, would you write up a script for us, something for us to be able to use and to share? And I paused for a minute and like, whatever, like, who am I to do this, whatever. I'm like, but yeah, I'll try, I will do that. And I went home that night and I sat down on my computer and I typed like a 10-page Microsoft Word single-space document of like, here's what you college teachers can teach, your students who are coming with likely a very small to non-existent sex education background. And when I say that non-existent, I'm not exaggerating. There are people who learn about sex from their college teacher for the first time, and not one or two. It's a phenomenon. Not everyone. There are people who know before, but there are a lot who really, this is their first brush. And I gave it to them. And then over the years, I was offering it just for free to any college teachers who wanted. And then at a certain point I got so many requests for it. I just automated. I'm like, anyone who wants this could just have it. I didn't publish it on my blog because it is sensitive information and culturally sensitive, for an Orthodox population. But once, if you tell me you're an adult, and you want it, then you should have it. Anyway, that was sort of like my entree into, sort of writing and publishing. Then I started to blog about it on Nefesh, and the amount of feedback that I got, and I know I'm not unique this way, I know both of you probably have this as well, of just like people are so hungry and curious, and not in a voyeuristic, perverted kind of way, but in a sincere and genuine, authentic, holy way of just wanting to know, like, this is such a part of life, such a part of relationships, such a part of how we respond to our bodies, ourselves, our thoughts, our feelings. And I want to just know how to integrate this into mental health, into spiritual health, into relationships. And I'm doing a lot of talking. Do either of you want to kind of jump in
For
here?
sure. I mean, there were so many things I wrote down because I was like, okay, when she's done, I'm going to say this or that. So I think there's a few pieces that come up here. I think there's when we're talking about education around, and it's not just sex, it's also about relationships, because it's also how does sex fit into the context of a relationship. And what I find to be a common challenge, and this is in all communities, I see this, is that kids are, let's say, given a certain message that there's a time and place that we will talk about or engage in sex, right? But we're not going to talk about it now. And I totally understand that. And then they get married after a very abbreviated learning period, right? If they're learning, and this is in all communities, they're taking chas and kala classes. We're talking about a very short amount of time to learn an entire new area of halacha. They don't have time to get second opinions. So sometimes the teacher's not the right fit, but they don't really have time to.
Or permission.
Right. And they already selected a partner. And I want to throw that out there as an issue, because I think there's often this assumption that when people are starting to date, they already know all about Taharas Mishpacha. And that's just not true. And I actually have seen this, that there are times where, you know, if you're planning to keep Taharas Mishpacha and not touch your partner during Nida, so you need to be marrying someone who hopefully you feel that, hey, we can communicate in non-touch ways. And you're going to then sit on dates with people with a different mindset. You're not just going to be looking at them as, oh, are they nice? Or do all of our, you know, list line up and all that, which is a whole other discussion that we're not going to get into. But if you know more about Taharas Mishpacha, that's going to impact the way you date. So I look at this not just from the perspective of building healthy marriages and how are we educating, but actually how is it impacting even people's perspective when they're sitting on dates and getting to know a potential partner. The other issue I find here is that we have situations where people then get married and all of a sudden everyone's telling them, you know, your sex life is really important. It's really important. It's really important. And they're like, but why didn't anyone talk about it right before? And now we're just supposed to make this thing work that we didn't really get a lot of information on. And then there's a loneliness because, as you mentioned, in many situations, the college teacher or the chassan teacher might be the first and last time this person is asking questions to or even talking about sex. So this is where I think social media, which there's a lot of pluses and minuses, I do think that social media has kind of thrown this whole thing on its head because you have people who are seeking information and they're looking for it. And we hope that they're finding accurate information. They may not, but I do think it's wonderful that in the Jewish community, there are more addresses for people to go, literally and figuratively, to start asking questions. The fact that Rabbanim, the fact that mentors, mashpiyas, everyone is saying, like, you know what, we really need to be able to talk more about these topics and not just in a reactionary way, that we're not just going to talk about sex when there's dysfunction or when there's detriment or danger or abuse, right? Like we're actually, let's talk about from a lichatchila, how would you translate lichatchila? From a,
like ideally.
It's ideal, but it's also proactive.
Proactive.
Like not just going to wait till damage control. So
and not only a pathologized way, not only like, well, we're not going to talk about sex unless there's a problem and then there's a heter to deal with it. Right. Like that's the prophylactic piece of it. It's like, no, we could prevent a lot of the problems that arise with pre-education, with better pre-education, higher quality pre-education.
100%. 100%. But I think you touched on something common, which is sometimes it's not that adults don't want to speak to people about it. They just don't feel competent to. And I want to put that out there because there's a lot of flack off it. Like anytime I've spoken, there's always someone who raises their hand and goes, well, do you think like the schools should be doing? And I always say, hey, listen, let's stop blaming the schools for everything. And kids,
it's not their job. This is not their job.
Also, kids mature at different paces. So there are kids that are asking about where babies come from at age 4. There are kids that it doesn't even occur to them to ask till they may not ever ask. So the idea that we're gonna like standardize when all children learn about this and put that on the school, I just don't think is fair. But I also think a lot of parents feel like I want to talk to them about it, but I don't know how. So there's also that it's not always an avoidance thing from a place of we want to keep this silent and shameful. Sometimes it's just also a place of not feeling competent or prepared.
Yeah. In my course, I actually have a list of 10 different reasons why adults will hesitate to talk to children about, give them, children and teens and even young adults about, accurate, healthy sex education. And none of them are malicious. None of them are with the intent to cause harm. But it's something that absolutely needs to be addressed. Sorry, Rachel Tuckman, you wanted to add something.
I think also when we hear sex education, I know for me at least, I know people right away start thinking about like, I have to talk to them about the act of sex. And I always say, there is so much more to sexuality than the act of the physical, right? Like man and woman or whatever it is, that sexual act. It's about consent. It's about boundaries. It's about autonomy. It's about communication. There is so much more to it that it's not just about an act of sexuality, or it's not just about body parts. There's a whole emotional, social, mental piece that, again, I think that is so important. And that's why we say sex education starts when they're young, when they're little. Like, you're not teaching them these things. You're not teaching them the Taharas HaMishpacha when they're 4. You're teaching them about sharing. You're teaching them about boundaries. You're teaching them about body parts, labeling things accurately and having correct information and having conversations that are sensitive in a safe and appropriate manner. So when we say sex education, I think like it sounds so scary for people, but I guess also if we could like help people understand that there's so much more to it than just, the birds and the bees, right? That it's a more nuanced and more a deeper and a more important conversation than just one area. I think that would also help, people to understand and maybe to feel a little bit less afraid. But again, I don't think that I think this is something that's often missing from the conversation is consent and boundaries and personal space and autonomy. And you're allowed to change your mind and talking about what feels good or what doesn't feel good and comfort and what's normal and what's not normal and what's normal for you versus what's normal for other people. I just think that there's a lot of secrecy and a lot of we don't talk about that, or a lot of like, I don't know how to talk about that. And so I think that if we can kind of like open up the conversation to guys, it's not just this, there's so much more. And you can start with these things that might feel more comfortable. It's those micro lessons that are pretty simple. It gets a little bit more complicated as you go on. But I think that if we give people the tools and we show them, a lot of these conversations you might already know how to have, you just didn't realize it was part of this education. I think that could be also very empowering.
100%. As you were talking, and your list is fantastic, everything that you were saying, but there were 2 pieces that I found myself wanting to like add in there, which is masturbation, self-touching, and fantasy, because I can't even, like, I've lost count over the years of how many people have had an experience of self-pleasuring, of, discovering that at a young age, even a very young age, like preschool age. And we have parents who are asking like, oh, I've seen my child that they're, touching themselves. And this is like a very widespread normal phenomenon. And also the concept of fantasy, like either you saw something or you heard something or your brain, imagined something, a dream, a thought, a fantasy, and they don't know where to put it. They don't know what to do with it. And so very often people have their developmental sexuality split off into this like secret, shameful, uncomfortable, I don't really know what to do with that part of myself. And then there's the part of them that like is walking the line that they're supposed to present based on their family, their community, their schooling system that they went through, and how they're supposed to present, even, when they get to the point of where they might be wanting to date and have a relationship or get married. And then let's say even when they're in a relationship or if they get married, they have their sexuality sort of split off from the rest of them. And we see this with men in certain ways. We see this with women in certain ways. And then it becomes...
Alicia, we also see, sorry to jump in, but
no, go for it.
I feel like there should be we should raise our hands. I feel like this happens even in the way people pursue help.
Yeah.
I find that there are people who will pursue help and they're currently in therapy. Yeah. Or they're, let's say, a couple that's in therapy and they haven't been able to have intercourse for 2 years and they haven't told the couple's therapist. So they're sitting and talking about all these other issues in the relationship, but they haven't actually talked about the fact that they haven't been able to have intercourse. And they don't feel comfortable bringing it up. The therapist maybe didn't even ask because the couple said, we're coming in just to talk about financial
communication. Right.
Right. We're having communication, right? Communication issues, right? And they weren't asked about their sex life. They're not bringing it up on their own, right? So I find that I'm often in a place of having to educate why I think sex therapy as an adjunct is not only sometimes counterproductive, I actually think that it reinforces that split of here it is,
there's marriage and
there's a parallel, because they've been seeing a therapist or an individual therapist they've been seeing for years. They're really comfortable with them, but they don't feel like they could talk to them about sex, right? So I'm going to go talk to another person outside about sex. So that often can happen in a marriage. They've been married for a certain amount of time. There's a certain emotional closeness. It feels too difficult to bring it up, so they don't. Now, that doesn't mean that I think in certain situations, and I always encourage people, if you have a great relationship with your therapist, try bringing it up. See if you think that it would be helpful to talk to them about it. Great. If you have an existing secure therapeutic relationship, let's work with that, right? But I also think that there are times where people feel that they get a pretty strong message in the room with their therapist, that their therapist doesn't feel comfortable talking about that. And this is where I think mental health education comes into play, which is the fact that sexual issues, sex therapy is not a standard part of becoming a therapist. So there are many wonderful therapists out there who would love to help people with their sexual issues, but they don't want to ask about it or open that up because it feels to them like they're going into an area that they don't feel, again, that competence piece, right? Are we not asking or not talking about something because, oh, it's bad, or because we just feel incompetent or insecure to talk about it?
And by the way, you're saying so many important things, but that just to point at that last piece, and this is where the three of us talk to each other, I think one of the words that comes up in almost every single conversation is nuance, right? Right. Because the nuance is such an endangered species. And what you're saying in terms of, let's say, if you're a therapist or if you've worked with a therapist who shied away from the topic of sexuality, that might have actually been the responsible thing to do in that context. Because if you are not qualified, or you don't feel qualified or trained or competent to talk about it, there is the chance that you could do more harm than good. But that's why I think you were suggesting, Rachel, that try to get more confident, try to gain more knowledge, or consult with somebody who does have that specialty and more of that expertise. That's actually how I ended up with this specialty. I wasn't didn't set out to do it initially, but we said before, I'm an LMFT, licensed marriage and family therapist. So I was, we had to take courses in, sexual dysfunction and sex therapy. And so I was trained, when you're doing an intake, you evaluate different areas of the relationship, and you always ask within the first session, how's the sexual relationship? Just tell me about how things are in the bedroom. Let's get that out there. Cause that is part of the relationship. Right. And that's
not a given that a therapist is even going to say the word sexual.
Oh, no. Totally. And that's how I ended up with this expertise.
There are therapists who think they're asking you about it by saying, so how often are you together?
Right.
And that's the assessment, right? What does that mean? And also, what does that mean if that's what we're using? That when you're not having sex, are you not together? Right.
But also, I find that sometimes when that question is asked, there has to be, or at least I think there has to be an explanation, why this is important, because I've seen that clients get wait, why are you that feels so personal? Why are you asking that? Does that matter? We have to be able to back that up with here's why this is important. Here's why this is a factor that we need to discuss. And there needs to be, I need to find out this information, just I want to know what's your, what kind of therapy have you been in? What's your history with therapy? It's the same. That's just as important. And I think sometimes clients will feel very whoa, why are you asking me that? And so I think any mental health providers who are watching this should really make sure you are able to explain to a client why this is important information. And you're not just being nosy, it's not you just want to know. This is actually really relevant. And to even accept that discomfort that a client might have of I don't want to, this is so weird. Why are you asking me that? That's a very common, at least in my experience, it's been a very common response. Because, and again, I have a feeling it's because we're taught, you don't talk about that at all, to the point where it's even in a therapist's office, it's weird if they ask you about that,
Which also I would
Yeah.
add to that is that I think there's a distinction also I like to make between the interpersonal dynamic and the intrapersonal dynamic. Very often people only will reach out for help with sexual functioning when there's something that is happening or not happening with a partner. And we then skip over this other piece of, well, what's your relationship like to your sexual functioning in general, right? If somebody comes from a background where it's not okay to be vulnerable, it's not okay to enjoy pleasure. If every pleasure is considered guilty pleasure, right? If someone grows up in a family where the second you have a piece of chocolate, you then have to go for a run because it's not okay to just experience something and just appreciate it, that can translate into other things, right? The relationship to pleasure is very important. And so that idea of it's not just about, oh, how is your sex life with your partner? And if it's not going well, then reach out for help. But also people, the way they relate to it within themselves. I look at sex and sexual health as an expression of vibrancy. Very often when you talk to people about their sex life or how they feel within themselves, it really taps into how people feel in terms of feeling alive. And I would also say that when you can make a therapy space a comfortable space to talk about sex, everything else for the most part, almost, I would say, like, if you could talk about sex, everything else feels like fair game. Not necessarily for the therapist to ask about, but for the client to feel more comfortable going into those places.
The qualities of a case manager are very special, very unique. We need somebody with, obviously, tremendous amount of intelligence and insight into psychology, addiction, abuse, mental health issues, but also tremendous amount of compassion, empathy, in understanding that they're meeting people at their most vulnerable, probably the weakest, darkest moment of their life.
Amudim staff, they are smart, they're really wise, well-trained, they have clinical training. None of them are doing this job for prestige or money. They're doing it because they really love what they do and they really, really want to help and better our society.
You need to be somebody who's empathetic, somebody who's a good listener. You also have to have like a tough love sometimes. I guess organized also, because we have hundreds and hundreds of clients and not all of them call like to check in. We have to keep track of who we didn't speak with, who we did speak with. But I do think that support is probably the number one thing that a case manager needs. We have supervisors, we have clinical director, we have SVI.
When you're calling Amudim and you get a case manager, you're not just receiving that case manager's expertise. You're receiving a whole team's knowledge, resources, ideas. Everybody kind of works differently, and we all can bounce ideas off of each other, off of our supervisors. We have supervision meetings and we have the camaraderie where we're always throwing out ideas. How can I help you, help her, help this?
So the Amudim case managers, when they set their mind to getting something done, they'll turn over the world. They'll call if they hear that there's a specific rehab that might be a place they've never heard of before, but might be the right place for their client. They're on the phone, they're making calls, they're doing whatever they can to make this work. The care that they call me with, it's like they're calling for a relative. When their client hears the answer that will be helpful to them, the caseworker is just as happy as the client is, and they sheb nachas. They're seeing things going, and I see how they celebrate the way things are moving forward. But I also see how they worry when things aren't going right, and how they're in touch when things aren't going okay.
Waking up and hearing the things that you hear can be very difficult, and we're all here for each other. There's a lot of peer support that goes on.
We have a strong team and we rely on each other, and we also feel really strongly, and this keeps us going, we feel strongly that we're helping, and I believe we are.
I feel very blessed that I get to work with such a unique team. My case manager supervisors, even the person who is that first phone call into the office are all exceptional people. And they don't give up. They do not give up on the clients, and it's truly inspiring. I'm awed. And the people are here choosing to be here because they really care about this mission.
Yeah. I know, going back to like what you were saying before, Rachel Tuckman, about, you don't want to startle a client by starting to randomly ask about sex when they came to talk about something else. So the way that I like to do it, and again, this is true whether you're dealing with an individual, when you're dealing with a couple, or when you're dealing with a person who's in a relationship or not in a relationship, is to say, there's sort of a broader history that I like to take, that I want to get to know about you or about your relationship. So I want to get to know you cognitively, emotionally, psychologically, what's your spiritual framework, and also sexual. And you kind of throw that in there as part of like the standard of care, so it doesn't feel like they don't start to feel paranoid, like, are you calling me like sexually odd? Are you, saying, like, as opposed to them feeling targeted, or like, you're intruding a space that they don't want to go. I think it's also important to keep in mind that even if they are coming, individually or as part of a relationship to talk about sex, they're still meeting us for the first time. And so there's a warm up period. So what I like to do is say, like, I do this for a living. So I have like sort of a very clinical approach to it. I'm comfortable with it, but I understand that this is very vulnerable and personal to you. So if I ask you any questions that you're not comfortable answering yet, please tell me, like, Alicia, I don't want to talk about that yet. Like, I don't want to go there right now. And I feel like establishing that level of safety is also modeling boundary setting, consent, the idea of letting the client have the autonomy as far as talking about this will also, sort of paradoxically make it more safe and comfortable and welcoming for them to bring it up if or when they want to. Because as much as it is important to incorporate, talking about sex, if a couple or a client will say to me, we're good sexually, or I'm good sexually, that's not really what I'm here to deal with, then I want to honor that boundary as well.
For sure. I think the same way when you go to a doctor and you're going for, you feel like you have strep, like they still might take your blood pressure, meaning like we look at it as taking your vitals. I look at sexual health as one of your vitals, that it may or may not be related, but it certainly can affect everything else, and it can be affected by everything else. I mean, going back to what you brought up at the beginning, it just came up for me while you were talking, is that from this communal perspective, in terms of, right, I always like to say there's resolving a situation and there's repairing a system. And so the systems piece, in terms of the way we view talking about sex, the way we talk about relationships, and the sense of strain that people feel in their lives when they're having challenges with that. And, I'll give an example. So very often when Taras Mishpacha is taught, people are taught that if you keep harchakos, if you keep how would you define harchakos? Because you're the Tanakh teacher. How would you define that word?
I would say the
harchakos are not in Tanakh.
Oh, you're right. They're not in Tanakh. Well, that's also for another discussion.
Yes. the added layers of boundaries, maybe, like yeah.
Okay. So very often, and I've heard college teachers teach this, that harchakos and the laws of Nida are a natural aphrodisiac that will make your sex life better. And where I have found there to be a lot of this bad surprise party for people is when they feel that they're keeping those laws, but it's not an aphrodisiac, and there's tension and communication challenges. And I like to flip it around and say, if maybe we shouldn't be spending so much time talking about the halachas and seeing them as an aphrodisiac, and say, instead of saying, if you keep Nida, you're going to have a better sex life, I look at it like, if you don't have a good sex life, what are you counting up to? Right? So if we don't talk about what that entails for people to have a healthy sex life and for pleasure to be part of that, then the whole system will be different. The whole story is different. And I also want to throw out there, I know we're talking a lot about couples. I do want to mention that I find that there's a lot of feelings for, we have people in the Jewish community who are wonderful, marriage minded, looking for a partner, and they still haven't found a partner. And I find that for many of them, they too want to feel seen in these conversations, in terms of the challenges of something not being talked about that's causing a lot of pain in their lives. And this, obviously affects couples, but it also affects a lot of single adults in our communities. And I know we've talked about this, and we see this also just clinically, that, it's a very difficult place, very lonely place to be. And that it, like we talk about in terms of people wanting to feel that they can move on to the next stage of life and they're a regular human being. I always say hormones don't wear yarmulkes, right? Just because someone is religious does not mean that they're not going to have the same yearnings. to, you know, be engaged sexually. So I just said a lot of things all over the place, but I'm sure something there maybe will stick.
Rachel Tuckman, did you want to add anything? I feel like I'm doing a lot of talking for you to.
I like where you were talking about, I mean, I liked everything you said, but I liked where you brought up that relationship to pleasure and like not allowing ourselves to be vulnerable. And a lot of the work I do that you guys know, and some of you here may know or may not know, is I do a lot of like body image work. I do a lot of work on talking about body shame and our relationship with food in our bodies. And again, that's where I think also where sex education, like part of that is learning to trust our bodies. And again, this is married, not married, whatever it is, like we have to honor our intuitive ability to know what feels good for us. I feel like a run. I feel like a walk. I don't feel like working out. I feel like staying in bed a little bit longer. I feel like I want to stay in bed, but I know it's better for me to get up right now. I want that piece of chocolate. I don't want that piece of chocolate. We really need to teach ourselves, right? And again, like children or not children, you certainly cannot teach your children this if this is something that you do not internalize. We need to be able to allow ourselves to feel more things. And again, I know that sometimes it's not strictly a religious thing, but I find this more in, you know, religious communities where it's kind of like, where we're like not allowed, or it's not holy, or we have to hold back, or we shouldn't be too indulgent. Indulgent is a word I hear a lot that just really makes me cringe. We have to kind of allow ourselves to feel pleasure. And yes, you know, we also brought up that idea of masturbation and fantasy, and like that already, like I'm sure when we're saying those words, people that are watching are like, oh my, like what? Oh my God, like that's why they put the mature content warning. Like this is not something we talk about. But the reality is we have fantasies. The reality is people.
And the Gemara talks about it. It's in the Torah literature. It's talked about.
And by the way, even if you don't want to fantasize, sometimes you cannot control the fact that you are going to fantasize, right? And so when we create a lot of guilt about that, I feel so guilty that I'm fantasizing. I feel so guilty that I want to eat that bread instead of the salad. I feel guilty that I didn't run after I had the Thanksgiving feast. We're really doing, I think, a lot of damage to our body trust, our ability, like you were saying, to feel pleasure and to enjoy, you know, to really show up fully in this world. And that's why I think that, you know, people will ask me, like, why are you talking so much about like rejecting ideas of, you know, rules around food and dieting and whatever? Because I believe that that is so much a part of like what steals our ability to show up fully in our lives. And it does impact our mental health, our physical health, our sexual health. I think about how many people have told me, and I'm sure Elisheva and Rachel, you both hear this, how people really struggle in their sex lives with their partners because of all of their body image issues, how they struggle just in their bodies in general, going on a date, showing up to the party, being around people who they, you know, think look better. Or we really need to give ourselves permission to just kind of, like I said, like enjoy and show up as we are and relate to ourselves in ways that feel good without the shame and without the judgment and without the, you know, trying to make up for. And again, I think that starts with, you know, that body trust and permission to talk about things, think about things, and just like, I hate the word normalizing, but normalizing just a lot of these things that are very human and natural that we've kind of made like off limits, you know?
Well, there's that. And I also would say that I think that it's very common and it's understandable that when we're talking about a norm of not talking about something and something being like totally like no fly zone, we can't talk about sex. We don't, this is just the way it is. This is our Masorah, like all these things that people might say. And I think there's often this fear that we're just going to go to this other extreme, that we're going to just have nothing in the middle, and that everyone's going to start having sex on the sidewalk. And it's just going to become like this total, which
casualized.
Yeah. And so that's where, and so I want to just acknowledge that there are things, and I think Judaism is incredible in terms of there's so many sensitivities, and I'm sure you guys have seen this also, just things in psychology, let's say, that emerge as like, oh, a new discovery or new data or new, and it's like, Hi.
We've been doing this for years. Yeah.
Like, have you read any of the commentaries that we have? Because like Rashi said that on Shmos, like, so I think there's a lot of wisdom that we have. There's so much wisdom that we already have, a lot of relationship wisdom that we have in the Torah that is no chiddush. It's not a new thing that now psychology caught up to it hundreds and hundreds of years later. I do understand the mistrust or the fears around opening up conversations and rocking the boat. And I will say, I think there's also the generation gaps. I think that right now we see this a lot in therapy. You have people who are in a place where they're saying, I grew up in a house where we didn't talk about anything. I didn't see any kind of affection. I didn't see any kind of, I like to talk about emotional privilege, this concept of, we talk about racial privilege, we talk about financial privilege. I like to talk about emotional privilege of basically having spaces, people or places where you can share your emotions. And it's a privilege because not everyone has it. And I always say there's 3 H's: feeling heard, feeling held, and feeling high-fived. And held doesn't always have to mean physical, just a sense that people can hold space for your emotional experience, feeling heard, and high-fived in the sense of feeling like they're people that you can celebrate your wins with, or a place where you have a team huddle. And you have people who are saying, I didn't grow up with any emotional privilege. And they're not necessarily saying that their parents are bad. They're not saying that their family's bad, but they talk about feeling like that they needed more, and they're finding more now today, and dealing with kind of this friction of wanting to talk more about these things, coming from a family that doesn't, for a variety of reasons, and kind of trying to find this space of understanding that. And I like to call it being a respectful disruptor, right? That it's finding ways of saying, okay, there's something I want to shift here in patterns, but I want to also be respectful about it, and I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. So I think, again, it's that finding that middle that in our society is difficult now with a lot of extremes.
Yeah, there's so many important things that you both brought up. I was like scribbling the anhedonia piece. And I think that they really go, all the things you brought up go hand in hand. Rachel Tuckman bringing up the relationship to body and pleasure and food and intuitive sense of like what's right for me is a huge component towards building that sense of self, right? The same way we want to have self-esteem, in a psychological sense, right? And other esteem, right? Not narcissistic self-esteem that's all about me, but, relational esteem where I can hold myself.
Okay, but not everyone's a narcissist, right? We're gonna, right?
Narcissistic versus narcissist, yeah. Right?
I feel like I have to just stop by and say that.
Right.
Because according to Instagram, everyone's a narcissist.
We're going to need another hour to like unpack the whole obsession with narcissism. But yeah, so there's like, the sense of, the attachment piece, right? This feeling of, you gave the example, like if you grew up in a home where you got, emotional privilege, hugs, kisses, validation. Hey, do you want to talk about that? You seem sad. How come your best friend hasn't visited in a while? How is that math test you were studying for? Attunement and attention to a child and teen and even young adults developing psychological self and life and relationships. That kind of gives over the message thousands of times that what's going on in here and in here matters. I want to know about that. I care about that. Right. And I think like in terms of boundaries, there's extremes where people feel sometimes smothered by family of origin involvement, where like you're not entitled to privacy and like you have to, you feel pressured to tell everything. And then there's the opposite where you over boundaried, where you're kind of like, there's no space to talk about it. There's no interest to talk about it. And I think, a lot of people kind of vacillate between those things. And you see how those attachment styles play out emotionally and sexually in friendships and relationships, in forming attachments, in marriages. And then it plays out in the bedroom as well, right? Whether there's a sense of, I need more boundary, I need more space, I need more safety, I need the entitlement of like, what do you mean we're not gonna be sexual? Like if I want to, then we should, where you're my partner, right? This is supposed to happen. And navigating all of these nuances of relational, bids and walking towards, walking away, pursuing, distancing. So much of this is connected to not like what happens on the wedding night, but like what happens, all of the interactions, the millions of interactions we have before. What you said before, Rachel Herkman, about that need is not necessarily an aphrodisiac for everyone. One of the things that I really appreciate about, I think, what's changing in terms of Torah education in the last, decade or so is like less of a sell, like like the Torah doesn't need us to be salespeople and to tell people why they should be wanting to do this mitzvah, why this halacha is beautiful. It's like, learn the source, like like teach me the information. Let me decide if I find it beautiful or not. Because if I'm committed to the halacha, it's like it could be beautiful for me, and that's so nice. And if it's beautiful for you, then I'm happy to hear about that. But if it's not beautiful for me, then maybe my relationship to it is I'm going to do it because like I'm connected to God and I believe in Torah and halacha. But like that added pressure to be inspired by it, I think it wasn't doing people favors. So I'm happy.
We compared it to like, imagine if we taught kashrus like we teach Nida, like you're gonna keep kosher and your body's gonna just
feel
amazing all the time.
Everything.
And when you go to Disney World and everyone's walking around with those big turkey drumsticks, you're just gonna be like, nope.
I'm sorry, that's gross.
I just want to have my whatever non-kosher food that might appeal to one. I remember the first time I saw those turkey drumsticks.
The funnel cakes,
right? No, you're gonna be like,
the powder, the sugar.
I have no desire. I just want to sit here and have my hot tuna sandwich that's been sitting in my knapsack. And I just feel great as it goes down, right? We don't teach kashrus that way. We don't get all flowery about it in that way. But with Taras Mishpacha, like we want to sell it. And again, I think there's so much wisdom in it. And I don't want to sound like I'm just railing against it. I just think the way it's being educated, what's happening is that you have people who get married and feel like there's something wrong with them or something wrong with their relationship, that they're not feeling this high that people are talking about. Just want to clarify, I joked before about like everyone being a narcissist, that everyone's not a narcissist. I do want to mention that like there are narcissists out there, and very often in our community when we have situations of abuse, you'll have situations where someone is being really hurt by someone who might qualify in terms of criteria of being a narcissist. So I just wanted to just add that, because I know I made light of that before, of saying, oh, social media says everyone's a narcissist. For people who really have been abused by narcissists, it's a horrific. It messes with your brain. I just want to mention that because I made light of it before.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that you said that, because I was using it as an adjective, not as a noun, and that's an important distinction. Just kind of shifting to the correction. So for example, when people got the education in, let's say, college classes, that like the NIDA laws are going to enhance and make your married life beautiful, and then like let's say it doesn't, at least in the short term, they don't find that it enhances. In fact, a lot of couples report that during NIDA time they struggle. Right? They're not always. Often it's beautiful and they love it and that's amazing. But people are going to respond in all different ways. Sometimes that results in guilt. People feeling like I must be doing it wrong. And it's like, it could be that from a halachic vantage point, you're doing it totally correctly. And then we just have to sort of reshuffle the relationship dynamic around the needs of the couple, that are in a way that's going to work for you. So I think that what I was trying to say is that we want to sort of say there's two different things going on. There's our relationship to like halacha and Torah and God, and we're going to observe that in whatever way, is that person's, commitment, Masorah choice. And there's the relationship within the couple themselves. Hopefully they have a similar enough orientation towards halacha that won't be a problem for them, but they're going to, be choosing to follow it. And then like, they're going to sort of like, you have different components of your life, and then you also work that into your relationship. So, you're not going to be like, oh, I'm working too many hours and I want to spend more time with my spouse, so I'm just going to quit my job. Like, no, most people need jobs. So, you either kind of like figure out a way to get creative and make time for your relationship, or, you look for another job, but then you have to, that's a big decision and a big process. You have to replace it first. And that's also where I think we talk sometimes about the malleability of halacha and having communication with halachic authorities that sometimes can allow the, not even that the halacha changes, but like part of halacha is that it's often, person specific and, and can be adapted as needed, because it's actually the elasticity is built into the structure of it, which I think is really important. When I'm working with a couple where let's say in many cases, it's a woman who's having that anhedonic relationship to sex, right? She's not enjoying, she's not feeling pleasure, she's not feeling desire, right? Very often the starting point that I want to go to is, what can you feel pleasure from, right? Is it ice cream? Is it chocolate? Is it a back rub? Is it a spa day? Like where have you, if at all, ever experienced physical pleasure? And use that as the framework, as the baseline, the starting point for kind of building up. And so often the person will tell me like, I don't really know. Like that's just not something that they've focused on before. And then we start this educational process of like, hey, hold on a second, what if we explore the idea of pleasure as a value, not as, sex is something that you owe to your partner or need to, figure out so that you can stay married, but something that like could be a resource for the relationship, and then, kind of take baby steps from there, which is why, and I think the three of us have discussed this before, I'm a big fan of the idea of pre-Kala classes. Rachel Herkman, you mentioned this before, that, it's almost not fair, not almost, I think it's not so fair to the Chassan and Kala teachers and to the Chassan and Kala to cram.
They're blamed for everything. I call it KTSD, college trauma stress disorder. You have people who like 30 years later, they can't remember where they parked their car or other events, but they remember exactly the way their college teacher, for them, they feel like let them down.
Yeah.
But it's but what happened in the 20 years up until that point?
Before
So
that,
we're going to dump them on the college teacher's stoop and say, teach them not just everything they didn't learn, but
make up 20 years of sex education, right? 20 years of sex, of not just non-education, because non-education is education. It's totally communicating this is taboo and this, right? There's all kinds of messaging that happens either, explicitly or subliminally. And so I really hope and pray for a reality where people who are old enough to even consider starting to date are going to be introduced and offered. And I know that a lot of high schools and some, post-high school educational places, seminaries and yeshivas will do sort of like a very elementary.
But that's a group setting. A group setting is a totally different animal.
So that's what I was going to say, is that I
like
like
to ask questions.
Like I've told my adult children who are not dating, time to take Chassan and Kala classes, right? Like one-on-one, because if you're going to start dating, you need to know what you're signing up for as far as if you want to be in a halachic marriage. And I think there's this kind of, like you said, the bad surprise party, the bait and switch of you got engaged and you made a commitment and you're starting to plan this big party, but you don't even fully know what you actually committed to. And there have been, I've met probably a few hundred people who are yeah, that was I did not have a clue what this was going to be until after I was already engaged or even married. And that's really so hard. It's so hard for couples. And again, this is not about bashing or vilifying schools, communities, parents. I really, truly believe in my heart that the vast majority of people involved in education and parenting are really doing the best they can and want the best they can offer to their students and their children. But like you said, I happen not to be, and this is my own bias, I don't think it's the school's responsibility to give sex ed, not in the public schools, not in the private schools. I think that's the purview of families. Where families fall short, I think it's nice for the schools to kind of fill in certain ways. There's ninth grade biology, there's certain Tanakh and Mishnah, there's places that lend themselves very beautifully to incorporating some of our perspectives on these things. But I think the baseline values are going to come from the home. That has always been the case, I think. But yeah.
No, and just, I guess, to come full circle and wrap it up, because we are out of time now. I think just to what you were saying, Elisheva, about those surprises and the bad surprise party. I have a one-track mind when I think about this stuff, but then I always say it goes back to building that trust in our bodies and in our realities and validation and all of that stuff that we're supposed to be giving our kids that we need for ourselves. I feel that, listen, you can't be prepared for every surprise when you get married. There are going to be things that come up. But if we can prepare ourselves, if we can prepare our kids, if we can do the work, either, if you didn't have that background, to go, if therapy is accessible, or listen, podcasts, self-help books, those are really helpful to give yourself the tools to trust, what, things are hard, but I can handle this. And I don't always have to question my reality. And if I'm unsure about something, I can reach out to someone. People, my feelings and thoughts are important. I don't have to suppress them. I don't just have to tolerate this discomfort. I can get help. I think that we would have just a much healthier society, healthier marriages, healthier relationships with family members and whatever it is. But again, I think that starts with teaching from a very young age. And again, if you did not get that at a young age, it is never too late. I tell people, give it to yourself now. If you didn't get it from your parents, we can work through that sadness or resentment or that anger or whatever it is. We can move to acceptance, and you can say, now I am an autonomous adult and I can give this to myself with a support system. And so I think that's important, to realize that so much of our experience in this world is tied to the trust that we have in ourselves and our perception of things. And again, not that just because I'm feeling a certain way, it's the reality. No, but again, I think that there is something to saying, hey, I'm noticing that this is hard for me, or that this is a struggle, and I want to find out if there is a way to get help for this. And I think that's important for people to do. And I do think it starts with these conversations about, again, our bodies, our feelings, our relationships, the conversations we have, conversations with people that feel sensitive, but they're done in sensitive and trusting ways. It's really important that we do more of this, you know?
Yeah, so I would just wrap it up by saying, and I just really appreciate Amudim trusting us to be able to have this conversation, and Amudim also trusting the community of being able to have this conversation, because, you know, these conversations are big, but they can also, you know, it takes courage to do it. And I just feel really lucky that we are at a place now in our community and in the mental health world and in the Jewish mental health world where we're having these conversations, and that people are reaching out and seeking to find more, not just clarity, but a sense of peace within themselves, to feel more connected, to feel more present, not just from a sexual perspective, but to be more present for who they are, for what makes them who they are, their sense of what makes them feel alive, and feeling like they can find language and find connection, find community with others who can see them and can understand them, or are trying to understand them better. So thank you again, Amudim.
Beautiful. Can I just say a couple last words also, please? I think that when people hear a talk like this, it can be a little overwhelming, especially if you are of the variety that didn't get the education that maybe you would have liked or needed. And so I always like to offer resources. So Rachel Herkman, Rachel Tuchman, and I each have websites. We all have a tremendous amount of free content, written content, video content, some paid content as well, courses and the like. On my site, I don't know if they have, but they might. I have also a resources list of links to really wonderful books that could be used to kind of fill in the missing pieces, both from a Jewish perspective and from, you know, just a psychological, sexological perspective. So, you know, like Rachel Herkman was just saying, and Rachel Tuchman, you said as well, it's never too late. You can start getting this now, you know, at whatever stage of life you're up to. It's one of the most potential filled areas of life. Thank you so much, Rachel, and Amudim for hosting this.
Thank you.
Tarmasar is an organization that services schools, and inevitably, when an issue comes up in a school with a student, with a staff member, something's coming up, they call Tarmasar. There's only a certain amount that Tarmasar can handle. The fact that Tarmasar has an organization like Amudim that we partner with, and any issue that comes up in these, you know, within these borders, are immediately passed over to Amudim, and we know that it's going to be dealt with on the level that's going to be comfortable by the Rosh Hashivas and comfortable by the individuals that are going through it. You know, that gives us the comfort that we know that it's being handled the way it needs to be handled. A child within a family goes through something. The other children in the family see what's going on, and they see how it affects their parents. They see how it affects the world around them and all the different things that the parents have to deal with. And there's two ways that children can react to that. Either they say, wow, I don't want to do that to my parents, you know, and therefore I'm going to run the opposite way, and I'm going to, you know, not demand any attention, and I'm going to stay completely under the radar. And that's painful for a child in itself. Sometimes it goes the other way, and they look at it and they say, wow, look at all the attention that my sibling is getting, you know, maybe I should get involved in something like that too. And it's very scary. And when you have an organization like Amudim, and they don't just focus on the individual that's going through the issue at the time, you know, they get involved with the entire family, and they say, listen, whether it's therapy, whether it's sending somebody in to deal with the other siblings, to explain to them what's going on, these are all, you know, collateral damage. They get forgotten, but it's very important that we have to focus on them too.
Amudim has changed the way the community as a whole approaches problems, and particularly those problems of mental health and emotional well-being. To even really say the way that they approach it is the fact that they do approach it. We deal with it. We give people the hope, the sense that they're not alone, that they're a part of things, which really makes a difference. Amudim provides people with the ability, the support to stand on their own, but knowing that they're not really standing alone. The beginning of healing is that sense of connection, sense of knowing that people stand by them and support them and really stand with them.